so fucking tired. I'm so fucking tired. They'll probably leave you. Talking so loud, but no one can hear you. Being drowned out by the victims or demons. Oh, these victims and demons. These victims and demons. These victims and demons. Which one are you? These victims and demons. These victims and demons. These victims and demons. Which one are you? But I'm so fucking tired, but I'm so fucking tired.
Hello, Jerome. Hello, Candace. How are you guys doing? What's up, guys? Sorry, I'm trying to find my camera thingy. Hey, oh, Bumble. What's up, love? I'm tired of saying I'm sorry. I know I could always be better, but I'm still a liar. And you're stoking the fire. Hello? Sorry, I got a phone call. being drowned out by the victims and demons. Yeah, sorry, I got a phone call right as I got on stream, guys. I didn't want to leave him hanging, though. Hanging out with my mom watching Star Wars Skeleton Crew. I've never heard of that. These victims and demons, these victims and demons, which one are you? I'm so fucking tired. Oh, I gotta plug in my laptop, it's lagging. Oh, I'm so fucking tired of these victims and demons, these victims and demons. These victims and demons, which one are you? Hey, thank you so much for coming to Salem's stream, Jerome. It was their first stream ever, and I think he's going to be doing a lot more as well. I'd love to see him on Twitch more. Fucking tired. Zalem's a really cool person. He also goes by Muse. I don't know which one he prefers. I don't know if I was paying attention when he said that. So, as you guys can see kind of from the title, we are covering, how are you doing all right? Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. We'll talk about that first. Check in chat. How's everyone doing? I am doing actually really amazing. I was like saying some stuff on Twitter, whatever, but it's just kind of like a part of my process. When I used to just like be anxious and shut the fuck up when something weird would happen, I now like articulate what I'm feeling. And in like online spaces where I've had these connections, I'd say with creators, some friendships, some not so much. I had some like somewhat unprocessed feelings, mostly processed, but I felt like, okay, like since the way this played out, honestly, I think I'm just gonna say like my perspective on it, and just kind of like externalize it into the void and let it be, because I feel like it's like kind of like a reoccurring thing, that thing I spoke about. So that's why I kind of, if it like was like a one-off thing, I probably wouldn't talk about it, but because it is like just kind of the culture of the online space and kind of like how streamers are, except for I'm a streamer myself, you know, and I don't think it needs to stay that way, which I think it's important that people, you know, kind of share how they feel to kind of shift narratives and shift away from this, like, I don't know, just constantly villainizing each other state that a lot of people are in, because I don't think that's really like productive or leading to actual like meaningful conversations happening. So I am doing really amazing, but I just had like a little bit of a process I kind of just needed to like finalize a chapter on, and I'm like, okay, I'm satisfied with that. It is what it is, and I just learned from it. It just puts everything into contrast for me, like the type of people who come to my community, the type of people, like the friends that I talk to on the phone, the friends that I see in real life, the people who hold me when I cry, like those are my people, you know, like, and everyone else who has their projections and are just looking for like the inside scoop or whatever, like some kind of temporary clout chase, like those are my people. And it's a hard lesson to learn as a creator, especially because I got a lot of success really early on and I was really naive. I've learned some really hard lessons with streaming, so just kind of solidifying those lessons and holding gratitude for the people that are in my life and the people who are real with me, and help me grow as a person. Because honestly, if I was just like one person on an island fending for themselves and I never learned any form of language or interacting with other humans, I don't think I'd be learning much as far as like social dynamics go. So as someone who's very autistic, it helps me tremendously if I am doing something to make someone feel a certain way and they make the choice of love to communicate that to me, rather than to like create all this story and like play this game of villainizing and victimizing people. And I just, whatever. It's great to know you're doing well. Hate mongers dull the mind. Yeah. And I mean, like, I don't have any hate in my heart for anyone in my life. Maybe there's some people I'm like, they did something really fucked up, like I hate you, like I'll say that like a one-off thing, but at a deep level, I truly care about everyone. I truly want everyone to do well. And I think we all do a little bit better when we can learn to, like effectively communicate with one another when some kind of harm or some kind of rupture has happened. Because I feel like when you leave things extremely open-ended and you have this paradigm that you're just cutting off all the toxic people and you're not the problem, it's all the toxic people you're cutting out, I feel like that like kind of shoots yourself in the foot with your own growth as well. And that's okay. I've been at points where I'm like, I need to stop talking to this person, I need to cut them out. But I believe for anybody who has wanted clarity, I've always made it a point to tell them why. Or if it's not intentional, like, no, I'm not cutting you out, I'm just busy. Like, I always make sure to give clarity to people where it's desired. And I feel like that can really help with like healing processes. But anyways, that's my little spiel about recent things. But I had a really good talk with a friend on the phone yesterday. Finally got out of that fucking expensive storage unit, and that was the process. And that was like anything financial related honestly kind of turns into an emotional hardship for me, unfortunately. And I know that to some people it's like, oh, just get good, but it's, you know, if you're not me, you don't understand, and that's okay. I respect that you are not me. And like, I'm dealing with my process and you're dealing with yours. But yeah, it is what it is. I care about you guys too. Whenever I send any talk music to cheer you up. Oh, I love it when you send music, Jerome. Catching up with chat. It's so good. Very charming, reminiscent of like 80s Amblin entertainment Steven Spielberg-esque movie. Nice. I don't want to see what the plot's about, but it's worth giving a shot. Just get good. Easier said than done. Exactly. Yeah. And I mean, to go back to what we were saying before we did our little check-in, like, hey, how are you? I'm covering today, I decided I'm going to kind of cover it, the AVN boycott. Speaking of finances, as some of you may know, I had plans to attend AVN in Vegas this coming month, and I am heavily considering not attending the event at all. I've already decided to cancel my hotel, but I'm heavily considering not even attending because I don't know how I feel about promoting it. If you guys are completely in the dark, you haven't been up to speed, there is a boycott happening for Virgin hotels. They have been alleged of underpaying service workers at the hotel, to the point of those workers then going on strike. I've seen a lot of different information leading to this, and if I were to go, it would be with the intention to hear out the people on strike. At most, attend the event for my designated signing slot. But that's a really big question mark. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that. But yeah, so I wanted to do some research with you guys to kind of find out more about it, because as somebody who has struggled most of their life with finances, I do think fair wages is incredibly important, especially for companies like, you know, Virgin Airlines. We can do a little bit of a deep dive into that. Virgin Hotels, the whole conglomerate, are very wealthy, very well-off people. And I believe, you know, not necessarily that every person who works under someone should make equal, but I do believe that if like a CEO or a leader of a business is making exorbitant amounts of money, that the people working below them should at least have like a livable wage. So yeah, I wanted to cover a little bit of that. What's up, Nathaniel? How you doing? And I was just talking on the phone with my friend about, you know, financial stuff, and it's like, I want to be in the mindset where I'm like, you know, attracting abundance and prosperity, and I don't know about wealth, but it's just like health and wealth. Like, I feel good, I feel secure, I want to have enough money to feed my family, to maybe even buy a house someday, buy my family a house. That would be incredible for me. That would be life-changing. But that being said, I am much more closer to being homeless than I am to being, you know, the leader of like Virgin Hotels. So I don't have a lot of experience running huge $1 million businesses. But as somebody who has suffered because of the economy, I think it's important that with how many resources we actually do have, that we take care of our people. And we don't like have this weird hierarchy that like service members or like whatever are treated as like less important, because the work they fucking do, like I worked housekeeping, I worked fast food, I worked as a waitress, I've done all the service things, okay? Even I answered phones. That is not like easy work by any means. And it just should be respected because it is needed. And you know, there's all these rich people who can afford these crazy hotels, and a lot of them don't really. They're like, oh, I don't want to like think about like the people on strike or the homeless people. They put it out of their mind. I am not somebody who can do that. So even if I start to like garner my own success, when I see this kind of thing come up, I'm like, I can't just be that bougie bad bitch who's like just getting the bag. I have to kind of look at the full scope of things. Exactly. No one should have to break their back to make them a livable wage. Exactly. I agree. So yeah, I guess we'll start maybe looking up on YouTube and seeing if anything pops up on YouTube about it. AVN boycott. I do not see anything popping up on YouTube. Most of the stuff I saw was on Twitter. So let me see. Virgin Hotel boycott. Does that pop up? We could also just start with watching Philip DeFranco and see if Phil mentions it. See what else happens. Apparently, this strike has been going on for over a month as well. I still do have plans to go to XBiz and X3. I do not believe there's any kind of strike or anything happening that would conflict with that, but what's a livable wage? A livable wage, I would say, completely depends on the location in which you're at. So like federal minimum wage in America is $7.25. Minimum wage in like some bigger cities can be like $15. It really depends on where you're at. I'd have to look up the minimum wage for Vegas and like the cost of living, but yeah, I don't know. Like where I live currently, the job that I have is a very part-time job. I love my boss. He can't necessarily afford to pay me to work more. But even if I did the math, even if I was working full-time at $17.50 an hour, I would not be making enough money to pay my rent working 40, even 50 hours a week. And I do make tips, but that's just based off like the generosity of people. And like these people, I'm sure some of them make tips, but I think the main thing is that this Virgin Hotel, this hotel that was just built, is paying people less than the average wage for like all of these hotels on the strip. I think that's like the big issue, is that like it's a brand new hotel. Like in theory, it's also an expensive hotel in comparison to other hotels like in the area. Very expensive. Like when I booked it, expensive as fuck. So therefore, you would think that if they're upcharging for the hotel, that they would be, like paying their workers more, but that's not exactly the case. Minimum wage should have, for some reason I missed that chat. Was that in Twitch chat? Yeah. Minimum wage should have been going up every year since the 50s, but minimum wage stopped going up around the 70s or 80s. And minimum wage for a living wage right now should have been like $25 by now. Yeah. And then there's like service workers. Like I know for a fact in Texas, I'd have to research for Vegas, but for Texas, if you are a waitress, you legally can still be paid $2.13 an hour. And then, they have to compensate if you don't make more than, if you don't make $7.25 an hour, they have to compensate up to $7.25 an hour. But $7.25 an hour is not going to pay for anyone's rent anywhere. Like that just doesn't work out anymore. It's just like the cost of living has like tripled. It's not working. GA is the same, Georgia. Been out of the loop because busy editing. Hi, Baloo. Hiya, AVN Boycott. What's going on? So apparently it's been going on for like a month. I'm about to pop it on screen. We're about to watch some of the videos on it. I've seen some things floating around on X. I've seen some other adult content creators that I follow been talking about it. Some people don't care. I care. Because like I don't have to go to AVN. I don't have to. I'm not nominated for an award, and even if I was, like, I have a signing spot, which is very cool. Love the websites I work on, but I don't have to go. I don't think anyone has to go. And if these people are being like mistreated and trying to share a message, I do want to amplify that message because I feel like that's one of the biggest issues in our society right now is like the huge gap between the lower and upper class. It's like destroying lives. Like I can't drive around Denver or even Boulder, most places, like most big cities in America. I cannot drive around without seeing homeless people on literally every block. So it's just like, it's just really sad. It's really fucking sad. And it doesn't need to be like this. It's like this because of greed. And what's profitable and what's not, and who's a good employee and who's not. And it's just, we're just so far gone, as far as like humanity and like taking care of like living beings. I feel like, yeah, true, but I am choosing what cons to keep on the list. Exactly, because like if I don't go to AVN, there is a possibility of opening up room for another convention or another experience. And I'm trying to, with this short time that I have on Earth, I was, like, I was joking with Ryder earlier today about like how many days I have left to make love on this Earth, and just however many days total. If I live 75 years, I've got about 27,000 days. That that number was for some reason way smaller than I thought it was. It's still like a lot, but I only have so many fucking days on this Earth. So I'm going to try and dial in and maximize my time, my quality time with people I care about, and my impact on the planet. And I could meet a bunch of porn stars I've never met before, which is cool, but like I could also meet them somewhere else. I could also meet a different type of person, and not shitting on porn or anything or porn stars, but yeah. So I always say all millionaires are evil. I would say maybe not all millionaires are evil, because I would say being a millionaire is somewhat feasible in my lifetime. I think I could become a millionaire in the next few years if I work hard enough and smart enough. But to conceptualize like a billion is insane. $1 billion is like, how do you even, I couldn't get that far. Like I can't even get, thousands in my bank account, because I'm just like, if I have it and someone needs it, I'm very generous. And I honestly, I'm not saying that to virtue signal, but I just kind of think that's the way life should be. Like if you have a fridge full of food and half the food is going to spoil and the person next door to you is starving, like, yeah, I'm going to give them, like, like it's, yeah, I'm not going to be greedy just for the sake of being greedy. We need to take on, I think it's the Swedish model, whereas housing first, they have almost no homeless people. Yeah, I was actually just talking with my friend about that, how some countries just, homelessness is not a thing. Because they house homeless first, they give them a home, then they work on getting them a job while also getting them clean. So their homeless population has actually dropped significantly to almost non-existence. That's incredible. Hello, Liamed. How you doing, love? Yeah, I wouldn't say millionaires are evil. I would say that billionaires don't even necessarily see themselves as evil, but they're so jaded that they justify their selfishness to an insane degree. Um, yeah. They change the rules of their own game to further exploit the working class. True. But yeah, to answer Drewski's question in Kick Chat, a livable wage is entirely subjective to where you're living. But I would say a livable wage is you can pay your rent, you can pay your bills, your necessities, you can pay for, modest food that isn't like, insanely expensive or like DoorDash every day, but you can pay for like groceries every week, maybe $100, $200 if you have a family, something like that. And you're not constantly like, oh fuck, if I don't pay my rent this month, I'm going to be homeless. Like, I feel like there should be some cushion for something to be livable, because this like constant state of survival mode, I feel like is leading to crime rates being worse than they would if people weren't so stressed, and suicide rates and things like that. So I would say a livable wage is, yeah, like making sure all those bases are covered. And that's completely situational depending on where you live. I think this system of like, oh, we got to raise the minimum wage, but then we're going to raise the cost of living like even more than we raise the minimum wage. That's not, there's no like regulation about that, it feels like. I would call Tom Hanks evil just because he's a millionaire. I don't think it's about the money you have, but how you made it. Yeah, yeah. It also depends on how you make the money. True. Like if for some reason you have the ability to become a billionaire somehow through only like altruistic and non-exploitative means, which I think is incredibly difficult to do in this society. But yeah, it's like context that matters. Like if for some reason that happened, like that's fucking awesome. But I feel like we rarely do see that. There is like some kind of like exploitative nature with like a lot of means of profit, like kind of buried underneath. But there's ethical ways to do it. Say if like all the people who are making all these cell phones, instead of like having forced labor to get the materials to produce these things or severely underpaying people, like there's an ethical way to acquire these materials and to make this money. Maybe you even charge more for a phone. Maybe you have more ethical payment options to pay off the phone. I don't know. But there's a way to do it. But it's exactly like greed that gets in the way of it because it's faster turnaround to have really corrupt labor systems. Recidivism rates are a problem. That's like reoffending after getting out of jail and prison, correct? And yeah, we were talking about that not too long ago. Yeah, that's definitely an issue. The person for free health is helped on charge. Yeah, I mean like, and there's like a lot of people who are like written off when they could be like good workers too. Yeah. All right. All right. Let's pop some of these videos on screen, guys. I'm gonna pull up some tweets too. I'm gonna have to be really selective about the tweets because I don't want to show anything inappropriate. And it is like, you know, the nature of the type of convention it is. We got to be careful about that. Um, I believe there's a site of companies that hire felons, Leomed and Blue. But yeah, like there isn't enough focus on rehabilitation. I would say the focus of society is mainly on like punishment and enforcing people to they have an option to kind of like pay off that punishment through monetary means. Like it's like you can get it off with a lot of things if you have the right money, the right lawyers. But inherently it's a punishment pay to play kind of based society. It's not they're not really like invested in the soul of the human beings as much as they could be. Whereas like if they were, they would probably invest more in things like rehabilitation and like the soul of a country and the well-being of the people rather than the profitability of the country, or just kind of like tucking away the problem in prison and pretending like it's gonna go away from the right amount of punishment. There's so many cops and like people who work in prisons who think the system's working, but like y'all are spending most of your time in the prisons while you're doing this, justifying the behavior. But like I've been homeless, I've been on the streets with these people who get out and then their lives are just fucked. Like so like y'all can just like go off about how it's working, but it's not. It's genuinely not. And maybe that's just my anecdotal experience, but I think it's many others as well. Fine should be based on income. Yeah, dude, I was at a court hearing not too long ago, and there was a woman in there who she got rearrested because she was homeless and couldn't get a ride to make her court date. So they threw her back in jail, and she had been back in jail for days because she couldn't get a ride. Like, who are you helping, sir? Like, who are you fucking helping? And she probably got initially put in jail, it sounded like, for some kind of mental health episode because she was fucking homeless. Have you guys ever been homeless? I'm not trying to yell at you, chat, but just in general, like, especially to the people who view homelessness as not a big deal or they just tell people to get good. Have you ever fucking been homeless? You don't understand. You don't get it, man. You don't fucking get it. If you haven't been homeless, you just don't fucking get it. And it's like, no matter how much you like shame someone and tell them just to like do better, it's like, you don't know what the fuck their life has been through. If you guys haven't heard of it, watch Soft White Underbelly on YouTube. There are so many stories from homeless people, prostitutes, mafia people, like doing crazy shit. Like, it's the soft white underbelly of like what our society actually looks like that you don't see on fucking mainstream news. Because like they won't go interview a homeless person who's homeless getting their fucking shit bulldozed. They'll just like fucking be like, oh yeah, the homelessness is just out of control. But like when you really get to know the person, it's like, oh fuck, dude, that sucks. That makes sense why you're in that position, unfortunately. I know, right, King Richard? Sorry, I just wanted to vent a little bit about it. We're gonna watch these videos in just a second. Detox to homeless shelter. Yeah, and I stayed at the homeless shelter in Austin, Texas. The women's shelter was better than the men's shelter. The women's shelter gave me trauma. Like it's unfortunate, but to a degree, trauma is kind of contagious. Because like, say I was just barely 18, homeless, like trying to figure my shit out, but I was just in an environment with like just so much trauma and so much pain that I couldn't even process like everything that was happening around me, let alone like what was happening in me. It's really sad. And you know, like we have all these fucking huge ass buildings, especially in Austin, Texas. Like there's all these skyscrapers of all these businessmen and all these hotels, and then there's just like, especially outside of the men's shelter in Austin, Texas, just lines around the building of people who can't even get in because it's full. Like, is this not like an insane issue that we could fix? We could very easily fix, I feel like. I mean, not like easily, like whatever, but as easily as it is to police crime, we could end homelessness. But you're doing better now? Yeah. Okay, so I was homeless. I was kicked out of my home at 17. But in and out of hotels, blah, blah, blah. I was homeless on the streets of Austin, Texas when I was 18. Had a lot of housing instability from 18 to 19 to 20. And then it was more so stable around 21. Still had issues like family traumas, like lots of things. But I'm 28 now. I'm gonna be 29 this year, and mostly due to streaming and what I do here online with you guys, I've achieved the most stability I've ever had in my life, and I am incredibly grateful for that. But unfortunately, the cost of living just keeps going up, which causes me to be reminded of these struggles that I experienced before and be extremely grateful for like the position I do have now, but to humble myself to still advocate for a system and a society that works for most of the people in it rather than a few. Yeah. But I'm definitely doing significantly better. I just bring up my experiences not because I haven't processed them or they still pain me, but I would say maybe to a degree they still do cause me some pain because it's like more empathetically causing me pain because like I don't like there's certain things that come up for me and I'm like, what the fuck, capitalism? But more so like I can't just turn myself off the way that I was like turned off prior to being homeless. I would say prior to being homeless, I'd like see a homeless person and be like, oh, whatever, kind of disassociate from it. But now it's like I've lost the ability to disassociate from these issues after like, you know, living that experience. And I also, you know, tried mushrooms for the first time and when I was homeless. So my first psilocybin experience was from the perspective of somebody who was homeless, which I personally didn't mind that thought in it of itself, but it's just the unpredictability and the way that society views you and yeah, just the fact that you can be criminalized for being homeless even. Like, you can't sleep in a tent, like, you risk being arrested for sleeping in the wrong place or something like that. And I wasn't homeless because I was, like, addicted to drugs or anything. I saw a lot of drug abuse around me, but that's like a stereotype that did not apply to me and my situation and why I ended up homeless. Did you know that the true cost of living is not monetary? That's huge. Birds pay nothing, right? What's their cost of living? Hey, I get it about the past thoughts. Oh yeah, yeah. So like totally, that's what I'm saying. That was kind of like the revelation I came to when I was homeless on that psilocybin journey, was that I don't care that I'm homeless. Like, I was like hugging a tree, just grateful to fucking be alive. Like, I didn't care. Until like some events happened that I'm like, oh fuck, like this is like actually really fucked. Like, and it wasn't just the situation itself, but it's like all the other homeless people and like the unresolved traumas with other homeless people and lack of community because so many people are living in this like scarcity mindset and like in fear of each other. Um and yeah, just like crime around me, like some dark shit happening, and just yeah, also being like an 18-year-old girl, like by myself. I was in kind of a toxic relationship for a bit, which honestly, like, that was like my security when I was homeless, because being an 18-year-old homeless girl, like, I avoided some fucked up situations at multiple points. It's our society that costs, not life. Yeah, life is beautiful. And that's one of the things, like, there's been many points where I'm like, maybe I don't want to live life anymore. And trigger warning, if anyone feels that way, I love you so much. Thank you for being here. But a lot when it comes down to it, and I really like talked to therapists or had these experiences where I would go to the mental hospital as an adult and I would hear from other people who are suffering, I start to see the layers of why we're all suffering. And it's not just that, oh, life sucks, then you die. Like, some people can unfortunately get so jaded that's what they think. That's not what it is. And a lot of it is financial, unfortunately. That being said, we're going to watch these videos. Thank you for conversing with me. Hello, Jack. Um, totally get where you're coming from, though, King. Love that sentiment. Hard to explain, like this dude Vincent, he's a straight leader. Oh, some shit that happened to you. I'm sorry, Liamed. Yeah, Liamed. It's sad because, like, as a homeless girl, like, there are people who do want to help you, but it's so hard as a homeless girl to decipher who's going to help you, who truly wants to help you, and who's going to traffic you, and who's going to beat the shit out of you. And, like, it's terrifying. It's really fucking terrifying. Um, and, I'm not saying, like, it might be worse off for young girls in that capacity, but for guys, too, like, there's just this nature of, like, oh, you fucked me over, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you, no questions asked, like, among, like, homeless people. And that's, like, I feel like that's the trauma talking. Like, you're like, you've been so fucked up in your life that no one's ever gonna fuck with you again. And it's, it corrupts people, I feel like. It really does. A language that exceeds its own limits is bound to have an excess of one thing and a severe deficit of another. It's not the law or the economy that's the problem, it's the lack of imagination. I agree. And like but it kind of is and it isn't. Some of it is law, and that's like situational depending on where you're at. Some of it is economy, and some of it is like kind of like learned helplessness from people. I would say the mushrooms definitely helped me realize, like, unfortunately, with the rules set by society and what I had experienced, in order for me to get a job, I had to lie on my interview, pretend I wasn't homeless, because most people don't want to hire someone who's homeless, wash my hair in Starbucks every day. Thank you, Starbucks. I don't support them as a company anymore, but like, I went to Starbucks. They had a bathroom that closed. People would be knocking on the fucking door, like, hurry the fuck up. Like, I'd be washing my hair in there. And then I'd walk my ass to my fucking job. And I would pretend with all my coworkers, like, yeah, I'm doing great. Until, like, I finally opened up to some of them. And luckily enough, like, some of them were very empathetic and, like, gave me an opportunity to, like, stay with them. And very grateful for those experiences. I had a lot of trauma, so I couldn't, like, I don't think I could reciprocate the way I wanted to back then. Because I was just like, so survival mode and in the middle of a really toxic relationship, and just wasn't, but I'm so grateful for that. But unfortunately, with the way the society works, I got a little creative and I realized I had to tell a lie. And I don't think a society should be founded on those fundamentals of like, oh, you have to lie to achieve stability. I think that's really bad for our programming. But I do believe that, like, after meeting so many homeless people, who are like artists and did phenomenal things, there's so much imagination and creativity that is trapped in poverty. And I'm very fortunate and proud of myself that I made the decisions I made to get out of that situation. But after, going through what I've gone through after, like, having a normal job here and there, aside from streaming, it just depends. It depends on the connections you have. It depends on how stable you are mentally. Because if you're really mentally unstable, it's going to be really hard to get hired for somewhere. It's going to be really hard to find somebody to room with. And unfortunately, with my experience in a lot of mental health hospitals, it can be really hard to heal and then integrate back into kind of like the same situation. You're kind of, it feels like you're stuck a lot of the time. And I feel like a lot of people feel that way. Right, we all actually need help in this life. You are not posting this video all on your own. You did not make the computer you're using. You did not make the internet you're using. Yeah. I mean, I'm very grateful for everything that I have. But that's probably also why I speak about these things, is because I know that not everybody had those means, or made those same decisions. And I don't necessarily think that somebody who makes a bad decision should be condemned, depending, obviously. You're good. I just worry. I love to fight. Yeah, I mean, like, and that's the thing, like, humans can be violent. Humans that like to fight, and, like, in controlled ways, I feel like wrestling or boxing or whatever. But yeah, humans love to fight. And, like, if someone, like, if that's the thing about being homeless, if there's, like, a misunderstanding with somebody who loves to fight and they think you did something and maybe you didn't actually do that fucking thing, you're in a fight that you didn't even start. Like, that shit, that sucks. And I witnessed that happen to, like, some people I knew. Like, they full on, like, got the wrong guy, and they just, like, went at him, and I was just like, what the it's rough out there. It's the Wild West, man. Respect who made you possible is all I ask. I do have a lot of respect for a lot of people, but having respect for things doesn't also mean I don't question them at the same time. You know what I mean? All right. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna open this up. Sorry, I got sidetracked by you beautiful people in chat. Haven't seen you on since Christmas. I know the last time I was on was last year, dog. That's crazy. It's been a whole fucking year. What's up, guys? Happy New Year.
The Las Vegas Culinary Union continues to strike into its third week against Virgin Hotels Las Vegas. Many of the striking workers now showing up at the Clark County Commission Tuesday.
And today at the Nevada Gaming Control Board as well. So the strike, you remember, it started November 15th. That was right before F1.
8 News Now reporter Brian Will explains the impact to those on the picket lines.
It's day 20 of the Culinary Union's longest strike in over 2 decades.
Happy New Year, Beast.
The pinch, but they're committed to the long term until a new contract.
Should we go give the strike workers money?
Driving by the Virgin Hotels Las Vegas on Harmon and Paradise, you'll see a sea of signs.
Should I like go up to them and be like, hey, yo, I need lodging. Can I give you $250 a night to stay in your house? Because that's what fucking Virgin Hotels wants.
He works in the kitchen at the hotel and
New Year, new me bullshit. I'm back on the same bullshit, man. Listen. We are growing, but it's like we're growing into like the bitch we've always been. It's not like we're like shedding. We're like a fucking lizard, okay? We're shedding the skin, okay? And then we got the new spiky spines like all ready to go, glistening, okay? We're that bitch. We're shedding that societal bullshit, deconstructing all these narratives about how we're not good enough, okay? That ain't shit. It's not true, okay? You were born worthy. You were born good, okay? Some other motherfucker put it in your head that you weren't, alright? Don't listen to that motherfucker. Happy New Year. Thank you so much, Matt. I appreciate it. Matt, were you the one who was talking about like some like tough stuff last time? I think you were the guy, right? Maybe we spoke on Facebook briefly. I just want to say much love to you, man. I'm not trying to like shit on you or anything like that, and I appreciate the dialogue. I genuinely do. Genuinely.
Weekly is not, you know, a tremendous amount, but is able to support you and get by. From talking to my family, you know, working together, we can support each other, and it's, you know, we build off from there.
While Lopez says he's ready to wait it out, union leader Ted Papageorge spoke before a Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting just minutes before Virgin was going before them for licensing applications.
They are going to stay on that picket line, and we're going to support them until they get a fair contract, the same as what the rest of the workers have and deserve in Las Vegas.
Papageorge says the last offer from Virgin was 30 cents a year and wage increases, which the union rejected. Virgin Hotels
30 cents a year? Bro, okay, so I worked at Taco Bell for a whole last year, and I got my wage increase, and it was 8 cents. 8 cents a year. Okay, how much is 8 cents a year? Theirs is 30 cents, so let's calculate that too. 8 cents a year. Okay, so let's say I was making $8 an hour. And I was working full time when I was like 16, 17 working at Taco Bell. I was working full fucking time. So $8 times 40. That's $320 a week before tax. Okay, times 4, that's $1,280 a month if I'm working full time, $8 an hour. Okay, let's time that by 12. Okay? I'll put the calculator on screen so you guys can see. Okay. So, if I am working at Taco Bell making $8 an hour, which I did do this, full time, I am making $15,360 a year without taxes being taken out. Okay? So now, let's do $8.08, which was my year raise after my hard-earned efforts of rolling burritos and getting yelled at by customers whose burritos were not, you know, like correct. Which fast food workers go through a lot of shit. Okay, so 8 times 40 hours a week, 323. Ooh, $3 extra a week. Ooh, I could like buy a taco from Taco Bell. Okay. 1 free taco each week. That's pretty good. Okay, times 4. Okay, all right. Okay, times 12. And this is if I don't take any time off. Whoa, dude! I'm making $153 more a year? Whoa! If I work for 4 years, I could get a PS5. That's awesome. Okay. Alright. Cool. Now let's see real quick. I'm gonna do this in another tab because I don't want to dox where I used to live. Dun. Okay. So, a 1-bedroom apartment. And this is minimum wage, where that is. Well, just a little bit over minimum wage. I was making more than minimum wage. Ding. Hi, na. Sorry, guys. I like doing research and stuff. All right. So, 1,000 buckaroonies a month, which leaves you with, what is that? So your rent's 1,000 a month, right? That means you have $280 to pay all of your other bills and for food. Okay, that's cool. Oh, but if you get the raise, you have $292 a month to pay all of your fucking... Okay, anyways, the point fucking being that 30 cents is literally times 40 times 4 times 12. That's only $576 a fucking year. Like, CEOs are getting like thousands of dollars in Christmas bonuses, and like that offer is so fucking silly. It's so silly. You need a partner? You need a partner for what? Still going to respond to you on Facebook. I'm just procrastinating. Honestly, that topic's kind of dead. We can just like honestly think of the points that matter to you, and we can just start a new conversation. Because that's like the thing about some of these debates and conversations online is it often like derails, and a lot of other things get like kind of thrown into it and kind of diverges from the point. What about me needing a partner? Are you saying like a romantic partner or like a business partner, or what are you saying? I don't mind talking to you because your mind is someone open to another view. I would say I'm pretty open-minded. Cost of living is not real. Yeah, I mean, okay, so but this city I'm calculating for right now, the place where I lived, where I had been working at Taco Bell, there are no jobs in that area. You can work at a casino, you can work fast food, or you can work at a chicken farm scraping shit, and they all pay about the same. So, and also I would have to drive 30 minutes one way, 30 minutes back to get there, because the place that I lived, like there was nothing there. And this is like the reality of so many people living in rural parts of America, living in the Midwest, whatever. There aren't those options. So people can be creative, they can have this idea for a business, but to have the resources or the connections to execute this idea is far in between for most people. So you don't have to stop King. It brings up other aspects of conversation, so I don't mind it. But unfortunately, like, because I would see people, I would share something about like someone showing their budgeting and their wages, and then they would make a comment on it. And some people are so privileged that they have always lived in an area where if their car broke down, they could take a lift, they could take the bus. Most places in America do not have good public transit. It's just not a thing. Maybe in the bigger cities, but also when you're living in a bigger city, your cost of living is probably going to go up as well. Roommate or partner, that's how young people begin life from the start. I've had roommates and slash a partner my entire life. Not my entire life, but like, well, yeah, because like I lived with my parents. My parents did adult foster care. So another lens of my reality is that not only did I have my experiences, I grew up since a very young age in adult foster care homes, whether they were run by my grandmother or by my parents. I had witnessed the struggles of other adults and them not being able to function in this current society my whole life. So as far as like the roommate thing, I've had roommates. I'm incorporating those things. Unfortunately, my first roommate situation, like I was sleeping on people's couches, whatever. Sketchy shit would happen. When I finally got my own apartment, I was like, oh yeah, I'll invite these other people to live with me, thinking that they also wanted to, but they wanted to opt out of society. They were so jaded by it, they did not want to get a job and work. So it was like up to me, and I did it, and it was hard. And I was in a relationship for a lot of years where I was doing it mostly by myself, and it was tremendously hard. And definitely doing it with people helps, but it's not like the cure-all, because like roommate dynamics can be incredibly complex. When we live in a society where most people are traumatized and many are even unaware of like how they even work in terms of their triggers and their traumas, it's not just as easy as, oh, just get roommates, you know, like cause shit happens, right? Like easier said than done. Also, like, I would love for you to go on the incel forums and just tell them to just get a girlfriend and see the response they have. Like, it's so much easier said than done. Navigating interpersonal relationships in our current society can be quite difficult, I would say. Have I ever been to a public pool? I have been to a public pool. Happy early Valentine's Day. We are a whole month away from Valentine's Day. We are not talking about Valentine's Day until February, okay? Hi, Alex. Nice to meet you. All right. Back to this.
Current demands are not financially sustainable for their property,
Okay.
and that the union hasn't brought up
What's
the
this
hotel's
stream about? We're
rent
talking about the
offer to their
AVN
members
boycott.
for a formal vote. This is all happening while Lopez continues his march along this line.
We can't just be neglected and forgotten. We're going to stay here.
Virgin Hotels says they've hired temporary workers in the meantime in action at the
In a public swimming pool? What happens there? I don't know. I don't know where you're headed with this, man.
Reporting outside Virgin
Are you smoking on anything? I actually haven't smoked today, which is probably why I'm so talkative.
Hotel Las Vegas remains the last hotel in the Strip corridor without a contract with the Culinary Union. Their most recent contract expired with the union in June of 2023.
AVN is a convention in Vegas. I would not stay with a chatter who doesn't have a profile picture or anything like that. I can get accommodations. That's not the issue. The issue is whether or not I want to give my money to Virgin Hotels, which I've decided I'm not going to keep my reservation. And if I even want to go to the event. So I'm trying to do research to decide that for myself. I have a good point. Stay with me. I don't know, man. I don't know what your point is. Like, what happens in public swimming pools? People swim? People piss in the pool? I don't know, man. Yeah, we'll talk about Valentine's Day at the end of January / beginning of February, okay? It's too early. I'm not the type. Okay, so for me, Christmas starts mid-November. Okay, like Christmassy. Okay. For me, and also for me, like Halloween is the whole month of October. November, the first couple days, maybe it's still Halloween kind of vibes, but then it's like fall. It's like fall. Okay? And then after Christmas, it's New Year's. But then for me, it's like New Year, new me, same bitch, okay? The whole month of January is kind of like rethinking my entire life. Like, what do I want to fucking do this year? Who do I want to be? Like, what the fuck is life even? Okay, I gotta clean my fucking room and dust my fucking ceiling lights. Okay, like that's what January is for me. If I think about Valentine's Day too early in January, I turn into an incel or something. I don't know, bro. I start like when Valentine's Day actually rolls around, I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I'm all Valentine's out. Okay. So for me, it starts in February for me, like February 1st to like February 15th or whatever. That's Valentine's. That's Valentine's era. Yes, swim. If you want to swim, what do you have to do? You get in the water, or you swim in the air, or you walk like an Egyptian. Or someone fucking throws your ass in the pool. I don't know, like lots of things could happen. Happy New Year, Alec. How you doing, love? Am I a goth? You look good. Why do you think I'm a fucking goth, bro? I look like a fucking... I don't even know what I fucking look like, okay? I stopped identifying myself. I used to be like, I'm emo, or I'm scene, or like, I'm punk. I'm homeless. I went from like emo scene to punk to homeless real fast. And homeless was, I guess, part of the punkening. I felt pretty punk rock when I was homeless at certain points. But no, sunshine and rainbows. And then it's just like more hippie after trying psychedelics. And then Now I'm just some bitch. I don't know. Whatever you want me to be. I'm some kind of like mishmash of all the genres. I don't know. I got a little country twang in me sometimes. Oh man. Wait, getting in the water does not work if you don't know how to swim. Unless it's like a kiddie pool and then you can just like tip your toes in. But if they don't have arms and want to swim, they can float. Someone could help them swim. So anyway, how's it feel for this year of 2025? It ties into society and work. I don't know if I'm following King Richard. How does it feel for this year of 2025? 2025 feels good. Feels good. I see a lot of crazy shit happening in the world that unfortunately kind of I feel like ties into some of what I'm saying. Which is actually why I feel the need to say it. Part of the reason. And so world affairs, I'm like, holy shit, what the fuck? But for my personal life, it feels very much like a year of like rebirth and shedding. And like coming into the person I've always kind of wanted to be without like absorbing too much from other people and other things. But kind of like just honing in on really what I want to create this year. So I feel a lot of motivation and growth in that regard. And I'm hoping that stays consistent. And I remind myself that everybody has bad days. Sometimes things happen that are out of our control, but that doesn't mean we're out of control. You know what I mean? But yeah. Kiddie pool makes it easier. It ties into society and work. People need help. Not everyone can swim. Good point, Richard. Good point, King Richard. But you never see someone carrying someone who can't swim at a pool, homeless. Yeah. That is rare. I feel like sometimes you may see it. And then, like, I feel like anybody who does see it, like say if, like, you have a disabled friend, and the person who is, like, able-bodied is, like, helping the disabled friend swim or something. I feel like most people would be like, oh my god, that's so sweet. Like, that's so nice of them. But I would say, maybe this is a projection, maybe this is an assumption, that most people will find that, like, oh, that's sweet. Some people might laugh at it. And then I feel like a large portion of people couldn't find themselves, either because of stress or disassociation or whatever, to be that friend helping that person swim. I feel like that takes a lot of humanity and a lot of that person being willing to like empathize and put themselves in their shoes and realize their ability to entirely change that person's life and change that person's experience. And honestly, that's why I'm here with you guys today, is because when I was homeless and some people are like, I don't need to care, it's not my problem. The people who went out of their way and they're like, that person is a part of me. That person, I care about that person. Maybe that person can't do anything for me, but like, I have something I can give them. That level of generosity and kindness and humanity is why I'm here. Is why I have a fucking computer. Is why I'm able to find the motivation to go on in society. Otherwise, maybe I would have become a lot more jaded. Maybe I would have been an entirely different person. But I have so much immense gratitude for those people who do take the time to, yeah, like help your friend who can't swim. Teach them how to swim. And friends who notice that I'm in debt and they're like, let me help you make a financial plan. And maybe I haven't like taken them up on that because I have tremendous amounts of shame around my finances. But that offer, that like willingness to extend your life to make sure somebody else is better off, holy shit, that is life changing. That is world changing. And it's like so sad that it's not super common. And I think it is largely because people are just kind of like at their limit with things that they have to deal with. It's so hard to take space and time to meet somebody else where they're at if they're struggling. But yeah, country girl shake it for me. Honestly, I can't do country music right now, but let it be a good year for us all. Thank you guys for joining the stream and being here today. I am swimming now. Yes, I am so swimming, King Richard. I'm so grateful. I love to swim. I love being here. And yeah, like whenever I'm faced with the opportunity, I love to be able to help other people swim more efficiently too. And yeah, I have a Discord. Like if you guys are streamers and looking for community, like one of my friends did their first ever stream today, and it seems like he had a really great time. He was making some music. Streaming is not a gate kept thing. If anyone wants to stream, like even if you don't get like many viewers, it can just be a fun thing to do. Just like, just pop it on. If you have the resources, the computer, the means to do so. I love streaming. There's certain caveats and things that come with it, but I love having like a website and many websites and many places where I can connect with people all over the world and express my thoughts and the person that I am and grow with you guys. And that's honestly so special to me. Pop it on. I don't remember what I said. I worked in the store and helping people carry groceries out to their car or trucks. Oh, that's so sweet, Jack. I feel like some people can be like afraid to do good things. And there's like a nuance, like you shouldn't do good things for like because you have some kind of expectation. Reciprocity is nice, but you shouldn't do it because you want something from someone. But just like true altruism, like true just acts of kindness, like, hey, I want to help you just because I can, and like and no expectations, like that. We need more of that shit in the world. And yeah, I think some people are afraid to because they don't want to be seen as like whatever or like overbearing, but yeah, it doesn't hurt to ask, like, hey buddy, you need a little bit of help. And sometimes people get defensive, and unfortunately like that can also make people jaded away from helping people. But yeah, there's just so many instances where like when people actually like take the risk to help someone or to offer it, like it actually could change someone's life, like truly. Hi Awaken, I'm doing really well. How are you doing, love? But thank you for saying I look good, Alex, about the goth thing. I wouldn't identify myself as goth. I think I'm a little bit too hyper and like squirrely to be a goth. I don't know. I see goths as a lot of the time like very reserved. But maybe that's just my perception. Of course, King Richard, I appreciate you. I only do things because I want something, but I need things too. Kellogg, thank you for subscribing for 44 fucking months. Holy shit. Hey, Goth. What's up, Goth bestie? Kellogg, my Goth bestie. I'm like some kind of squirrel goth. I don't know. I don't think I'd be a pastel goth either. Like maybe a neon goth. I'm more neon than pastel. Like if you want food, what do? You go get the food. Or sometimes people fucking steal the food. I guess like the wanting something could be like, I want you to have a better life. And that's okay, but like I mean in terms of like, and I experienced this firsthand, you don't like offer a homeless girl a place to stay just because you want to fuck her and then kick her out when she doesn't want to fuck you. Like, that shit's fucked. That shit's so fucking beyond fucked, bro. Like, that almost made me like a way worse person. Like, but instead, I found mushrooms that day. So, bless. Cause like, yeah, that shit sucks. But like, and back in the fucking day, like that was like honestly a pinnacle character development moment for me because I said fucking no and I stood up and I was like, okay, I'll fucking leave. Like, no, dude, I'm not fucking. But in the past, like prior to 18, unfortunately, I probably would have just like did what the person wanted me to do. And fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. All the way. Fuck that. No. That happened to me, yes. And that was actually the first time I stole shrooms. The only time I stole shrooms. The first time I tried shrooms, I fucking stole them from that dude he wouldn't take no for an answer. And he had mushrooms on his table. He's like, oh yeah, I can like help you fix your life. I can get you a job. You can stay here as long as you want. We can do these mushrooms this weekend. And then the dude wanted to sleep with me. I said, no, I'm good. I don't want to. We're trying to watch the fucking Lion King. And then he wouldn't take no for an answer several times until I stood up and I was like, I really, really don't want to do this. And then he's like, okay, you can go sleep on the couch. And he had it's past the statute of limitations, whatever, he had a bag of mushrooms on the table. This was over a decade ago. And I fucking took the shrooms and I booked it. I booked it early ass in the morning and I went down to the fucking drag in Austin and I fucking ate the fucking shrooms with one of my friends who was unfortunately at the time, like, really into, like, meth and, you know, it was kind of sad seeing her get into other drugs, but, like, when we were both on shrooms, bro, like, that honestly, like, changed my life. It really did. I know, like, some people are like, what the fuck, you crazy bitch, but, like, I don't know. I got out. Like, he wasn't taking no for a fucking answer, and the dude, like, he's like, you can sleep on the couch, but I was like, I don't even want to fucking sleep on this dude's couch. Like, he just, like, no. Like, I was so fucking tired of, like, people not respecting, like, my body and, like, treating me just like a means to an end. I was just like, nah, dude, fuck that. Helping people out with money is good karma. I agree. And honestly, like, maybe that was some bad karma, me doing that, but, like, I had just felt so fucked over by men. And honestly, for, like, a long time, I was, like, really, really jaded and afraid of men. And part of what this tattoo means is, like, the alchemization of that, and not, like, just succumbing to this fear of, like, oh my god, men are out to get me, but, like, understanding more, like, the conditioning. And honestly, I appreciate people like Andrew Callahan, who, when he was accused of being a sex pest, he held himself accountable. And he was like, yeah, actually, like, this behavior was normalized, and I'm sorry for doing it. I shouldn't do that. And yeah, and it's really sad that that's why I was so jaded from men, is because this, like, sex pest type of mentality was so fucking common. And honestly, that's why I wasn't like, oh, fuck Andrew Callahan right away, is because that behavior had been so fucking common that I'm just like, at least someone's talking about it. At least someone's, like, who does it is actually able to acknowledge it. Because so many guys would just fucking be like, oh, I didn't do that. She's lying. I was like, okay, good. An entheogen moment. Hello, BB. How are you doing, love? Shrooms can be life-changing, change your whole outlook on life. Yeah, and, like, prior to that, I'm glad I did that, because prior to that I was so jaded, I was so suicidal, I was so done with life and done with all of it. I was at my rock bottom, and I, like, truly could not mentally, like, find the want or the will to keep going. And it's, like, still, some days it can be hard, but I would say, like, post mushrooms, I think about things in a different way. Like, I think about things in a much more open-minded way. I kind of see, like, the infinite amount of possibilities, rather than just being so rigid and kind of, like, stuck in the trauma of the bad experience, or the fear of potential more bad experiences. You don't have to describe it. That is not so uncommon, but be more clear of intentions for sure. Yeah, no, and that was the thing that fucked me up mentally, was that I had clearly displayed to this person, I do not want to have sex. I'm going through a really bad breakup. I am, like, in pain right now. Like, I am just looking for friends, platonic, nothing else. And that was disclosed before I even went to this guy's house. I was, like, at the homeless shelter while messaging him, and yeah, just unfortunately that didn't mean anything to him. And he just saw me as, like, a means to an end, and that's really unfortunate. And I really think that guys who are seeking connections with people, like, if all you want is sex, there are women and men, whatever you want, out there who are more looking for casual encounters, but you do not fucking talk to a girl you know is homeless, going through a breakup, and then pressure her into sex after you give her the illusion of stability. That's traumatizing. That's fucked up. That guy's probably still around. I don't know. I'd be curious to know if that guy ever has watched a stream of mine. If that guy ever hears this story and is around, I'd be curious to connect with him. I don't, like, hate this guy. I'll return your shrooms. Like, I'll give you more shrooms to exchange you for what I stolen. But I just want him to know that is a really fucked up thing to do to someone, and he should never do that again. Like, and that's not, and it's common. Like, you can go on Craigslist and you can find, like, people who are literally seeking homeless girls to live with them, like, in exchange for, like, free rent. But then there's, like, situations where they're pressured, and it's, like, men who live alone who are like, oh yeah, homeless girl, you want a place to stay, but, like, suck my dick. I'm like, no, stop. Just go get an escort. Fuck. It's so fucked up. Anyways, Anyways, moving on from that topic, we're back on the AVN thing. Just a little bit of lore for you guys. Yeah, dude, I'm so proud of where I'm at now. So proud of where I'm at now. I love you, Kira. How are you doing, love? How's your day? That's meant for you. I mean, and it's so sad, and I know it makes a lot of men feel isolated when there's this stereotype of like, that's men, or that's just how men are. Like, it makes me so sad because I know that that's not how all men are, so I try to steer clear of statements like that, or if I do make statements like that in kind of a hyperbolic sense, I try and add nuance to it, because I know some people who are just like clicking on my stream for a brief moment. I don't want to come off as a femcel. Sometimes I joke about being a femcel, but I'm not actually, but I have, like alchemized a lot of trauma with the masculine and being able to trust guys again and being able to like have guy friends, and which is sad because most of my life I've had majority guy friends, and that has unfortunately, like there's just some guys who like some people will complain about like, oh no, I got friend zoned, like, but like why is it okay to fuck zone people? Why is it okay to become friends with a girl with the expectation to fuck her and then have animosity or resentment towards her when she doesn't want to fuck you? Like, don't fuck zone people, and don't don't lead people on and then throw them in the friend zone. Like, both are bad. But like, yeah. Anyways, AVN, what is that again? AVN is it's a adult video something convention. It's held in Vegas pretty much every year. It's like a bunch of porn stars and cam girls and industry companies, things like that, all gathering to network and to some people stream from the convention, stuff like that. We can watch some more stuff on it. Women have done similar to you, and I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to say women are saints. Any gender, any person can inflict harm, and I know like there's women who have like bragged about robbing men and shit like that, and that's not cool. Like, I don't think that's cool. But like, I'm not trying to be like, yeah, I steal from men, fuck men. I'm just like, this is the one time I stole, and I'm not saying it's good to steal. I'm not condoning stealing, but your bitch was fed up. I was fed the fuck up, and I had never done shrooms before that. I thought I was grabbing heroin off the fucking table. I was so fucking like, fuck this, fuck reality, fuck everybody, because I don't want to get into the stuff that I experienced right before that, but like when I had told him I was in a bad place, I was in a bad place. And yeah, that was like my fuck it, fuck life kind of moment. And honestly, it was a blessing in disguise, because like I was just thinking I was gonna do hard drugs or something, and it was fucking mushrooms. It was psilocybin. Like, my dumbass, like, just fucking like waiting for it to kick in, and then I just start crying and laughing, and then like realizing how life is so beautiful. Like, honestly, pretty bad. But it's like the Oscars is a circle jerk of industry insiders. See, like, and I don't even mind. Okay, hold on, my camera fucked up. Okay. I don't mind the industry circle jerk type thing, right? It's the world we live in is interesting, then. It's interesting. So I don't see any issue with people celebrating their success, being around other successful people, like networking. That's all good, all great. My only experience at AVN, we could actually watch it. We could watch it, actually. It's on Mia's channel, I think. But dun dun dun. Did she delete it? Huh. I think it should still be up. But the one experience I had relating to what you just said, Bumble, was, I don't know, is it even here? Did she delete it? Weird. Okay. I'm gonna text her. But I was like, after the award show, I was out to eat with a friend of mine, and we were sitting across from each other. We're both cam girls. And so it was like a table full of porn stars, and they started complaining about how entitled cam models were. And I think in terms of like maybe awards or being treated like equals or something, I don't know. But they were just complaining about that. And then they started all like borderline fucking and making out across the table. And the service workers were like uncomfortable. And they were like pretty much having sex at the fucking table. And then I'm just like scratching my head like at how entitled cam girls are. And then that's their next move. And I'm like, huh. Okay. Noted. I do think I'm entitled to be treated like a human being. I do. Despite being a cam girl / spicy person, I do think I'm entitled to human decency, unfortunately, for some. I'm a little bit entitled. You're good now and he didn't hurt you any further. The thing is with that guy, King, and honestly probably why I felt more able to stand up for myself, the dude was shorter than I was. So like I was like honestly in my mind, I've never had to at that point I had never had to, you know, like have kind of an altercation with a man where I had to like defend myself, or I chose to defend myself. Before I would kind of just people please and go along, which wasn't good. So I was like, okay, if I need to defend myself, or it would be like I say no and then they don't really take it seriously and then I don't even take myself seriously. Anyways, but I was like, if it comes down to it, I'll fight this dude. Like that's how I felt in that moment. Like I was like, if he doesn't take my no for an answer, like he's shorter than me, I will fight him. Like I hierarchy stuff and sudden PDA max. Yeah, that was like my thought process. Yeah, but I'm just like, nah, don't fuck with me. I'm not gonna be fucked with anymore. At 18, I snapped. I done snapped. I was like, never again, bro. Except for never again didn't mean never again. But anyways, it's more like tribal stuff. Like you have sex work and then and what they group in. Like if you have a doctor conversation, all the specialties talk shit on each other. Yeah, it's like this weird hierarchy. But I don't do that. Like sometimes I'm like, you know, like if someone's doing it to me or directed towards like a group that I maybe am like a part of, I'm like, the fuck? And then I kind of want to like retaliate sometimes and, you know, and be like, oh, I am entitled. Okay. Like, but I don't look down on porn stars or directors or anything like that. You know, I just think it's whack when people look down on people who aren't in the same, you know, because like I think someone being self-made and being like a cam model is like a really incredible feat, you know. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna make a call. I can't find it. Oh well. But it's kind of like this. It's like a little bit like this. This is Exotica in Portland.
It's gonna be awesome.
Aw.
We got you. Oh my god. Wow.
Mm.
Sorry, you're mine now. Pop and trap forever.
Can I see the light?
this. This is so cool. Yeah, Raven, come look at it. It's so good.
I wanted to see what this looks like because I've never dealt with a ring light. Okay, I'm getting one.
I think award shows can be cool, but I like inclusion at the same time. I feel like there should be like more awards for like underdogs and things like that.
I'm getting one. This is unacceptable.
Oops, I didn't mean to recoil her. Oopsies.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing that.
Popsicle. Testicle.
Yeah, I saw President Carter pass away. That's sad.
This,
Oh, getting a call back.
tripod type.
Hold on. Okay, she answered. She unlisted it. I don't know why. I asked her for the link though because there's some footage I wanted to pull from it. She said that it's like she likes it for her, but she didn't want it up for some reason, which I don't know why that would be for AVN but not for this, but whatever.
Essentials of being a camera, makeshift tripod. Top models use this.
Hey, this Japan Crate subscription was like $200, so.
Fancy dust.
That's a $200 tripod. Guys, look who's.
Miami was nice for more inclusion. It was focused on creator awards. Yeah.
It's Ali. Ooh.
Camels and toes.
Give lots of hugs.
Oh, I love Ali so much. Bow.
It's Cassie.
Hey.
It's us.
Aw.
Cheers to a beautiful day, gals.
I was so anxious. I was so anxious to meet everyone for the first time. Maybe deep down I knew. Maybe deep down I knew everything that would happen after. I don't get that anxious meeting like people all the time, but for some reason I was really anxious for this.
It was super awesome.
Because you're giving them financial reasons. But
Like, my favorite, they make you feel really
I love Lena. The thing is with cam models, Kira, is it is what it is. Like, the community can be really great. It's just, like, kind of pick and choose. But at the end of the day, it's, like, I feel like you don't go to, like, a coffee shop, and expecting, like, certain things from, like, a barista. I hate to use that comparison, but, like, yeah, like, you have to, like, kind of manage your expectations and kind of consider, like, yeah, like, it is their job at the end of the day. Like, making connections is cool, but the kiss got you nervous, so never. Oh man, I just get nervous meeting people in general, and like I complain a little bit about like why I like really struggle with making friends, and yeah, this is a great experience, but I just feel like yeah, I don't know, not all friendships or connections last, and that's okay. I still have a lot of love for people, but temporary experience.
I am dressed. Do you want to see my outfit? Yes, you want to see my outfit.
It's so cute.
I'll put it down. I got this thingy. I got this thingy. I got this thingy.
You're super smart. Thanks for sharing so much. Never know who you might influence, though. I would just say slow down and breathe. You don't seem overwhelmed. You just go at high speeds. I'm a squirrel. I have ADHD. I don't mean to I have to intentionally slow myself down or smoke weed, which I could smoke a little weed to like mellow out, but unfortunately that's just the way I communicate. Like it's really off-putting for a lot of people, and I totally know that. I've tried to manage it or to change myself to make other people more comfortable. But I've kind of just like embraced who I am, really. Like, I think that's what's important. No need, not now. Yeah. I feel overwhelmed when I'm like surrounded by crowds. I don't know if you noticed. I was like, I didn't know what to say. I'm afraid to be myself around a lot of people because of fear of rejection. And honestly, yeah, like that's why, because some people like they don't like being around people who communicate the way that I do or talk about the things that I talk about. And that's okay. That's totally fine. I'm like surrounded by crowds. I don't know if it's some kind of social anxiety. Yeah, I mean, like, for me, it is social anxiety. But for me, it's like very specific because like I see certain people and I'm like, oh my God, like I feel at ease. And I guess that's people that I've like trusted, or who have gotten to know me when I'm like unmasked and being myself, who have made me feel accepted. But on the other end of it, like, yeah, like if it's a question mark, I think especially around groups of girls because of like high school trauma and shit, I get anxious and I don't want to get into it, but this vlog is interesting to watch because just all the people in it and how different things were back then and just yeah, how everything unfolded. Like I went from feeling nervous to feeling like when I first watched this video played back, it was in the group in the room with everyone in the room, and I cried because it was so surreal for me to see myself in a video interacting with so many like really cool people that I just like adored and feeling like this sense of belonging and community, especially, you know, like among sex workers when I had been, you know, like demonized for such a big portion of my life for not even just my sexuality, but just being a woman, or a female, whatever, was so empowering for me. And I like cried and it was so meaningful to me. But then unfortunately, you know, like pandemic happened, things happen, you know, nothing lasts forever. Stuff just came up and I was hurt by a lot of it for a while, but it is what it is. And I still have a lot of love for everyone in this video, but it's just sad to me. Yeah, just like the state of things and the state of community and friendships. But it's all good. It's heartwarming, Cassie, when you're accepted into bestie groups. Yeah, dude, like honestly, like I'm terrified of being in another friend group. I'm kind of traumatized by it, honestly, because stuff just happens. Like people have trauma and that clashes, and I'm terrified of being a part of friend groups after this experience. It was such a welcoming just feeling of bliss though while it lasted. But I've kind of accepted I am too much for most people. Hi Jerry. But that doesn't mean I don't love them. But I'm obviously not gonna seek acceptance from people who've rejected me. So yeah, that's just grateful for the people that are in my life and excited to meet the people that I haven't met yet, but it's like bittersweet at the same time. But it was such a fun experience and I'm grateful for it. And I miss Kiki. She doesn't stream anymore and I hope she's okay.
Really excited. I'm terrified. I'm also excited. Hop off with have fun and have our 7 videos too. Yeah. So what our business talk. No, you
Oh my god, Eden! Eden is one of the people I'm so excited to see. I think she's gonna be in LA.
It's your first time on the West Coast.
Okay, wait.
Our 7 videos too. So what our business talk. No, you
I'm still here.
yeah, on the West Coast. Wait, what? Well, hold on.
first time on the West Coast?
Hell yeah.
Are you like, wow, trees?
Yeah, no, there's trees in the Midwest, but it's so much nicer. The people here compared to the Midwest are so much more friendly and inviting. Or even the Uber driver when I got here is so fucking nice.
Aww.
Oh my god, and in Portland, there were so many fucking hot people. I was like my first time ever going to Portland, and we were just driving through, and the people, like, they were, like, styling, like, punk-looking dudes, and I was like, you so cute. Oh my god. I appreciate you guys so much. Thanks for being here. I'm too much for myself most days. And that's the thing, is, like, I feel like the too much feeling can kind of spiral, especially when you feel, like, rejected by others. But something that's really helped me is, like, sometimes I'm too much for me, but, like, I love myself at the same time. I have so much empathy for myself, and I've had to give myself that empathy and compassion and love that, you know, ideally, like, it would help getting it from other people, but I've had to give that to myself, because the too muchness comes from trauma. And it's like, so many people can just be like, oh yeah, get therapy, fix yourself. But what really helps is when there are actually real human beings that are not being paid to love you or accept you. That feeling of like, oh wow, I'm actually okay. Like, the stuff that I went through is like, my pain from it is valid. Like, maybe like reacting in a toxic way isn't valid, but just validating that if I overshare or if I talk too much, like, that's because of this other shit. And it's not because I'm like trying to overwhelm people or like be too much, but it is just, and that's why I have a lot of empathy for other people who maybe it's not like kosher or whatever, but or maybe I shouldn't use that word. Maybe it's not like normalized or what people want in social dynamics. I feel like that's where a lot of social anxiety for me comes from. But as we're learning more about like autism and CPTSD, I think it's extremely important to give people grace with these like maybe perceived like maladaptive things of too muchness or too many emotions or whatever it is, messiness, chaoticness, to give people more grace rather than to further isolate them, because I feel like isolating people when they're already like a little bit of a mess, it's not always going to help them. And community can heal a lot. And even though it didn't work out long term, I would say definitely the experience helped me heal from a lot of things, and it was an important one to have.
I'm not even monetized. So everyone got their chargers, everyone got their webcams, everyone got their microphones.
My trichetras.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we look very interesting. Exotica. It's a convention.
So Exotica is like it's like a convention that's similar to AVN but smaller.
What is the hand reception?
Always working. We're here at the expo. They're taking a dick pic. Yeah. Dick pic.
I can't wait to make more vlogs. I can't wait to actually post the ones that I've created. It's just been like so bittersweet for me to try and post things. Because yeah, just things change so fast. But it's okay. You know too much. I gotta go, but I probably listened to you talk forever. I almost went to Exotica this past year. Later, King Richard. It was so great to talk with you. I hope you have a great night. I'm glad you're here. Oh my gosh, I don't want to get demonetized. Well, like, it's on YouTube, but I don't want to get in trouble on Twitch. It's cute though, it's really cute. Here, I'm gonna pull it to the other screen just in case. Oh man, so bittersweet. So much has changed. So much has changed, wow. So crazy. Wow. Yeah, wow. humans. But yeah, essentially there's like a bunch of booths and whatnot. This is AVN. Kind of like AVN. Like AVN's much bigger. AVN is much bigger than that. But anyways, yeah, it's adult industry convention. That's about all that was in the vlog. I honestly, like, looking back, like, these girls that I was around, these people that I was around when we were rewatching the vlog, and I was sobbing, they probably thought I was crazy. They probably thought I was, like, emotionally unhinged. I just, like, truly had so much gratitude and appreciation for the experience at the time. Because, yeah, 2019 was the first year I went to any adult conventions. My first was XBiz, and then Exotica, and then later in 2020, early 2020, I went to AVN, which was the vlog I was trying to find, but apparently it's been unlisted. Yeah. Life. Also try for FetCon. XBiz Miami and XBiz Amsterdam. Yeah, I'm actually really looking at the conventions in Europe. Kira says, I've definitely been outcasted from some communities in the past for being overwhelming or trauma dumping, but I'm still here. I have autism, so my way of thinking is different. I've been through few traumas in the past. Best way I always describe Exotico is Comic-Con for sex workers. Yeah, that's a good description for it, I'd say. Yeah, Kira, I know you and I have had conversations about that before. And honestly, yeah, like as a streamer, especially, and just as a person, like it can be overwhelming when people kind of like dump on you or trauma dump, but I feel like it's a really sad thing that we're doing to society to just instantly ostracize people who do that and divert them to, oh, just pay for therapy. I think that's a huge disservice to humanity that we're doing. Which I paid for therapy. I totally get what you're saying. Like therapy can have a lot of like really useful tools and all that. I get that. But yeah, and I think I, told you like, hey, I don't have space for like all of this, but I care about you and I wish you well. But I didn't feel the need to cut you off for that. But boundaries are important. It's okay to have boundaries, but yeah, I just, yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what to make of a lot of things because there's only like my perspective that I have with it. And I don't really like get a lot of input on the other side. So I'm kind of left with just like a little bit of confusion. And I think that's like one of my hesitations with posting vlogs is like, I don't want to just like, I don't know, put a camera in someone's face and like pretend like we're friends for the sake of a vlog when they don't actually like me. And that's just like a reoccurring kind of trauma I've had is like people will really like me, like a lot, like tell me they love me and they're like, my friend and they think I'm amazing. And then I'll do something and then they won't tell me. And then all of a sudden I'm the worst person ever. And I'm just like, is it like the shit I tweet? Is it because I overshare on Twitter? Because like I can see that, but that's honestly, I guess like kind of self-compromising. But that's also kind of the point of it, because I've gotten to the point where it's like if people don't like the soft inner bits of me, I don't want people who just want the surface me. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword, I guess. Like, but for me, I don't think I'd ever be scared away from somebody for them being vulnerable or maybe oversharing a bit. I don't think I'd cut them out for that. But if it was something else that I did that was not that thing, it would be helpful to know, because I just, it's a question mark a lot of the time for me. I don't know. Tease with the tease. It's okay. Okay, we're gonna watch the new Phil. Yeah, I'm so far, honestly,
We need to talk about that Donald Trump press conference today.
I don't know if I'm gonna go to AVN at all. I don't know. I don't know, man.
Something that you've probably seen at least a part of because it's just taken
What do
over
I
the
do?
internet like wildfire. They're focusing on a number of things,
If the system that provides it is okay, therapy can be helpful, but if it's garbo, like in my country, then I'd steer far away from it. Where do you live, Paradox?
including an apparent name change.
We're going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. The Gulf of America, what a beautiful name. And it's appropriate.
Sure. Why not? Especially
Thank you,
because,
Beast.
that was like
Spain, really?
online. That was like
I'm actually considering potentially, I obviously want to visit first, but moving to Spain or Portugal, Paradox. So I'd be curious to know more. But like, my thing about therapy is you can learn some really valuable coping mechanisms. You can have like solid reflections of like things that you talk about that, you know, they can help you analyze. There's lots of good aspects about it, but I think the inherent dynamic that you have to pay money to be understood as a human being can kind of do something weird to your psychology for some people. As well as like it just depends on the framework of the therapy, and every therapy is very diverse, so not to put it all in one basket, but I just also like my last appointment with my therapist is only an hour long, and I felt like I was oversharing even in that, and then the hour was up, and then it was like I just like ripped off this band-aid, and then I just had this gaping wound of all these things that I know are bothering me, that unfortunately a lot of them link back to like financial issues. And then it's like, okay, here's $120, see you next week. And then it comes next week, I'm a little late from my appointment, and then they're like, sorry, I have to charge you the full amount. There's another $120, and I didn't even get that hour. And I'm just like, okay, no, I need to pay my storage unit. I need to get another car. I guess therapy's on hold. And yeah, you know, like part of what we talked about is that like if you're doing all of the work if you're only working on your mental health in therapy, you're not going to heal. You're not going to get better. So she was emphasizing, you know, the importance of doing like the homework and the outside work, which I feel like I'm doing pretty damn well. I can obviously do better, but as far as like DBT and journaling and research, like she was like talking to me about Gabor Mate. I was like, oh, I met Gabor Mate, and like, you know, like I've got the books, I've got the tools, but like you're not going to just go to therapy and then you're fixed. It's like therapy is going to teach you how to rebuild your connections and strengthen your connections, but then it's like if the connections only view you as like a fair weather friend or like a surface level kind of friendship, or not even as like a whole person that's worth caring about, it's like you could do all the work you fucking want to and still end up homeless with no friends. Like, you know, it's just it really just depends on the connections you have and the grace of the people in your life when you're struggling with mental health stuff, like more than the therapy almost sometimes. Because I feel like people in society are so quick to write each other off, and it's just, I don't know. It's just sad.
like the least jarring thing for a number of people. And arguably the thing that should be getting more attention is Trump saying that he will not rule out military force in the Panama Canal and Greenland. The idea that a Trump-led United States would take over those places, those are not new to Trump. And when asked about it today, we saw this.
Let's start, if we could, with your references to...
What's up, Johnny Jabroni? How you doing? What's up, playa? How's the games?
Try to get control of these areas. You are not going to use military or economic coercion?
No, I can't assure you. You're talking about Panama and Greenland. No, I can't assure you on either of those two. But I can say this. We need them for economic security. The Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by...
Oh yeah, I just watched a thing about family therapy about the designated patient where they just want you to fix the black sheep, but the therapist realizes that even if they can address the issues specific to them, it's the system that needs to be fixed. Exactly. And that was like, and it's so like, honestly, devalidating and condescending for people to like witness me struggling in some fashion and to recommend to me therapy. Honestly, like at this point, devalidating and condescending. I experienced so much fucking therapy in my younger years. Like after my, first, like I had been seeing the school counselor since I started self-harming at 11 or 12. And then my first suicide attempt at 13. I was heavily in therapy since. Went back as an adult, like after that, after some things happened, whatever. But my first stint of therapy in my childhood was all about how I was the bad one and I needed to fix myself and I needed to stop misbehaving and I needed to do my homework and just fix myself. I was on a cocktail of fucking medication and I was just repeatedly told that, like, it was me, that I needed to fix myself. As, like, parental figures would be in the meetings of therapy and there would be no room for me to even address, like, and maybe this was intentional, there would be no room for me to address the hardships I was experiencing and the ways that I was in pain. It was all, like, dominated by that parental figure in therapy, just ripping on me about how bad I was, just made my self-esteem worse. Like, it made me worse off to have that, like, container to just be, like, abused more, honestly, when I likely had ADHD from a very young age. Like, if that was, like, actually attended to before, rather than just to constantly be scapegoated as this bad kid who was fucking everything up, like, would have been a lot different, in my opinion. How did you get into DBT? I've asked a few doctors for some references, and they just lead me to a dead end. I had a friend, she recommended a DBT book to me. I bought myself a DBT book. So DBT, like the systems that be, they'll tell you, oh yeah, we'll get you with this specialist, we'll do this, whatever. You can order a DBT book on Amazon. I actually, around here somewhere, I'll find it, maybe we'll do it together. I have a neurodivergent friendly DBT book, which is like, it's color coded, it's like not as like wordy, more creative kind of looking. But yeah, there's like a lot of tools. There's a lot of tools that we have. And when I was hospitalized in May of last year. When I went to the hospital, there were like DBT workshops that we'd do throughout the day. And I actually apparently knew enough about DBT to help kind of teach other people in the room about it. And yeah, like it was honestly like really touched my heart because they didn't want me to leave the psych ward because they valued having me there as a part of the community. And like, because I was like friendly with everyone because I know how much it sucks to like suffer. So like when it's like, oh shit, we've all ended up in this place, like I made it an effort to like make eye contact with people and like, like we're in this together and it's like so many people were not at all familiar with DBT, but that's like one of the tools where it's like I wasn't in therapy at that moment, but my friend had just like said the book and then I got the book because I do really want to like work on myself and helping myself. But when you don't have health insurance and you have to pay out of pocket, it makes it this like really weird connotation with working on yourself. Or if like your health insurance isn't adequate or whatever, it almost makes it like another trauma. Like it's kind of weird the way that works. But yeah, so I definitely, Kuzra, would just pick yourself up a book. There's actually a few different options you have, and there's like cards. And it's like, yeah, like I feel like you can do as much for yourself as you're like kind of willing to do. I've tried to like offer, DBT book or something to other family members, and some people will get like really defensive and reject it. Like a lot of people don't want to admit that they're a part of the problem. And it's easier for them to scapegoat, unfortunately. And that is something that I that's very close to my heart, is like, I know that I wasn't, the problem when I was 2 years old, but I was made to feel like it. And that affected my psyche so severely. But I feel like it helps everyone if everyone's willing to admit the instances in which they could be the problem, because then that leads to less people feeling like they have to take all the blame or they have to cast the blame. Like taking accountability, it for some people can be a hard thing to do, but if at all possible, to be like, hey, I might not know the nuances of like how I hurt you, but I want to understand and I want you to know that I don't wish to hurt you. Like maybe it comes from them somewhere, something like, not if people aren't used to taking accountability, it's not going to be perfect, but like some kind of attempt, I feel like is better than nothing. It's like progress for humanity. A lot of the sort of therapy or motives behind recommending therapy or healthcare in general tends to be about fix this person in such a way that it is more convenient for me. So it becomes less about addressing the patient's issues and more about getting the patient to fall into line or get out of the way. Yeah, and that's like what it felt like when I was medicated. Of course, Kuzra. Because like I would tell my psychiatrist like the medication was affecting me negatively because a lot of people have really adverse side effects to the medications that I was on, and it was not listened to at all, and that just reinforced another trauma of not being listened to. And then she just upped the dose of my prescription, and it was not long after that, at 15 years old, that I had a very like my most to that date like severe suicide attempt. And it's like the reason this was my first tattoo. Like I got this bat tattoo to cover like self-harm, and it's still there, and I honestly want to get more tattoos to kind of have something beautiful to look at rather than reminders of pain. But it really fucks me up that that's like the main resort. And when I would be like opening up to certain friends that I used to have about some of my struggles, they would just be like, oh, well, I'm on medication now, so you should get on medication. And it's like, okay, but like, you're not listening to me. I've done this. I've tried this. Like, I would love for this to work again. I've tried medication again as an adult. I would love that to be like the cure-all that fixes my life. But for me, the medication, yeah, it just made me docile until one day something bad enough happened that I was disassociated enough to like really not have any second thoughts about ending my life. And that's, trigger warning. If anyone's ever, thinking about that, please stay, please reach out to resources. I'm not trying to say all resources are shit, but I'm trying to highlight the issues with them so they can improve, because they deserve to improve. Like we deserve to, like if someone wants to kill themselves or if somebody's struggling with addiction, we deserve a facility, a place, a retreat for people to go to that reminds them why they want to live, not just a for-profit, because they can lie and they can say it's non-profit, but I don't know where the fuck my $2,300 a day is going, okay? And I don't know how non-profit that actually fucking is. They can say that all day long, but when you're in there, they just want you to get on some kind of medication. And that's, I feel like, not what most people need. And yeah, and I mean, if medication helps you, good for you. I'm so glad it helps you. Did not help me. I don't like taking pills. But to each their own. Everyone should have a right to do what they want. But I'm just saying, like, to encourage more rehabilitation centers that are about nourishing the good parts about life and not just like band-aiding a problem with uncomfy beds, $2,300 a fucking day. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Most people are fucking stressed about finances, bro. Like, what the? To put them in a place that costs $2,300 a day to make them not want to kill themselves. Are you kidding? Like, if anything, I'm alive right now out of spite to literally bitch and complain about that. Because, like, the fuck, bro? Like, I don't want... Like, I have a kid. He's gonna be 7 this year. I don't want, if he starts struggling with mental health issues and there's, like, nothing helps for him to go to a place like that. Because I've gone to places like that in childhood and in adulthood, and I wish they fucking helped. I really, really do wish they helped. And that's not saying it doesn't work for everyone, but we deserve places that, like, really, really do help. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, like, I'm so pro-choice about medicating yourself to make yourself feel safe in your own body. Like, whatever works for you. But I just, it makes me feel jaded when people constantly push on to me what works for them. Like, I'm not going to tell you guys, like, oh, take mushrooms, you're cured. Like, I'm not going to tell you guys that, because that's not how it works. I can just talk about what works for me. Luigi, I don't understand how a country as United States can have public health service. What do you mean you don't understand how a country as United States can have public health service? Yeah, a lot of people just do that, blame others for their wrongs, like taking the narcissistic path. Yeah. And I mean, some people are just like, I feel like so scared of what would happen if they did, like, acknowledge their wrongs and take accountability. I think people are actually kind of scared. And some people are just full on like blinders off. They don't give a fuck, unfortunately. But it's, for me, it's worth it because I do truly care about the people that I have hurt. And I don't want to hurt people. So for me, it's really important to, as much as possible, hold myself accountable in any way possible. Like, and I don't know what that looks like to some people. Like, some people just want revenge or they'll just hate you forever, and that's out of my hands. But I can do what I can with what I've done and what I say and what I do in my life. I agree with pretty much everything you've been saying. I've seen it in my life, and it's so sad and isolating going through that. Yeah, I agree. And I understand that, like, there's like a reason you're not supposed to contact people outside of the psych ward. For like safety things, sure. But that's another thing, is like a lot of people go in there like deeply lonely and needing community, and like that rule that like, okay, once you leave here you can't contact anyone you met in here, you're not allowed to exchange contacts. Like, damn, that's sad. Because like, yeah, I started feeling this sense of like community and camaraderie like amongst these other people who are suffering, and you know, like, we're just so afraid of each other, I feel like. I'm getting to the point of wanting to get off my meds because I'm doing so much better now, but don't want my symptoms to come back. Bipolar and schizophrenia suck big, hairy donkey nuts. I empower you, Beast, to do whatever feels right to you. And discuss it with your doctor for sure. I know a friend of mine, she had kind of sworn by some medications for a while, and I think she's made the choice to kind of get off. But it's like some things will work for you for a while, and then something will shift, and you know, it doesn't make it bad necessarily, but definitely as you keep having shifts, make sure you keep navigating those and like listening to your body and your heart and everything. Like, creating community with peers going through the same issues is a big no-no, bro. And I got in trouble for talking about mushrooms. There was a guy in there, and he was on like a cocktail of medications. I kept switching them on and off of them, and like I was talking about, you know, how I used to be like on the cocktail, and like I would go on and off different medications, and then I was talking about what helped me, which is psilocybin, and they were like, "No, stop talking about that." And I'm like, "But it's." You know, Denver is the first place to decriminalize it in the country, right? That's kind of why I moved here. And then they're like, no, you can't talk about it. And I'm just like, okay. Shutting the fuck up. Not in my capitalist yard. That'll be $2,300 a day. Fuck, man. Your pessimist mindset is just waiting for it to stop working. Damn. Have you done DBT or something like that, Beast? Because like that's what DBT can kind of target, is like when you get those kind of pessimist thinking things. Like one of the big things for me is like thinking everyone's out to get me or something, which is like, you know, there's scary things in the world, but like that's not like an all the time thing, right? There should be some people you trust, some people you can let your guard down, be safe with, be vulnerable with, like, you know, like, so they'll ask you questions and they'll like kind of gauge your thinking. Quite a bit of DBT, been in the mental hospital about 10 times. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I'm not trying to like patronize you or anything. But yeah, no, our brains are tricky little things. And I feel like medication, like we barely know anything about the brain. I feel like there's only so much medications can do with that. But yeah, our brains are tricky, man. Like, I'll be like having a good time, and then like some little thing will happen. Like, I'm not diagnosed with bipolar or anything, but some combination of BPD, CPTSD, autism, ADHD. Those are the main things. I've had conflicting diagnoses and whatever. I didn't get diagnosed last time I was in the mental hospital, but talked about these things. And it's like hard not to, I think it's like mainly the CPTSD. It's hard not to have that negative confirmation bias. Like, oh, things are going good. What's the catch? What's the fucking catch kind of feeling? Recidivism keeps certain organizations making money. Yeah, dude, and like I have to deal with the bill. Like I'm like I have so many fucking pending looming bills that I need to fucking navigate and like either take people to court or make a payment plan, but like some of them I just feel sick to my stomach. Like when I went to the hospital against my will and now it's like $15,000, like I feel sick to my stomach paying for that. Because it's like that's, but yeah, it's like how the society works. What if the fuck? Sorry, I'm a little jaded sometimes. I'm a little bit, but I do so appreciate the platform to be able to vent about it sometimes, because it's not just a me thing. Because it's incredible you have to pay so much for an affordable healthcare. See, it's not affordable healthcare. It's not. So if I probably have the paper somewhere. I think I did a little video venting about it, but you go through the itemized list of things that I paid for when I was in the hospital. They charged me over $100 for an IV. They charged me $300 for a 30-minute session with the emergency room therapist, which was hands down the worst therapy I've ever had in my life. I talked to her for 30 minutes, explained the financial stress I was going through, explained my situation, explained my life, explained my partner's life. And the therapist is like, I think you should leave your partner. I'm like, that's like literally like one of my bad BPD thoughts is like, I should just leave everyone and then I'll be fine. I should cut everyone out and I should say fuck everyone and just go be a workaholic and make $1 million and I'll be fine. That's like the worst mode of thinking for my mental health. And this therapist was just like, yeah, just break up while you're suicidal. It's just like, bro, that's not. And I told my current therapist this, and she's like, what? It's just so silly to think that you know enough about a person to tell them to end their relationship and that's it. You're going to the mental hospital within 30 minutes and putting them on an involuntary hold and then telling them it's going to cost $2,300 a day while charging them $300 for 30 minutes therapy session. That's just bonkers. That's bonkers. And I thought I was going crazy. Maybe I'm the crazy one. Maybe I just need to fix myself. Until the person who released me from the psych ward was a 30-year veteran in the mental health field. And he was like, yeah, this is all bullshit. This is all fucking bullshit. And he was just like, he had piercings. He was cool. He was a cool dude. Loki had a crush on him. He's a really cool person. He's a dad. He probably has a wife. But, like, I'm not trying to, like, swerve in or anything. But, like, the type of person he was, like, he's, like, one of those people where I'm like, I feel safe with you. And he was just openly talking about how bullshit and for profit so much of this shit is. But yeah, agree. Sometimes they think ending a relationship is some kind of on/off switch. It's like, okay, like honestly, what was causing a lot of conflict at the time was the turmoil of me feeling like I don't know what else to do. But, like, maybe, like, that is the thing. And that is honestly kind of a reoccurring trauma for me, is I used to be like, okay, well, maybe it's this person's fault. Maybe once I'm away from this person, all my shit will be fixed. And it's just, it don't work like that. Because, like, people tend to have traumas, and they tend to just get re-triggered. And it's not even necessarily the person triggering it, but, like, the things that happen to you that you never really unpacked, how they made you feel. Because you could just be pissed off at someone for something completely harmless they did, but they don't even understand why it upsets you, because I was just like, yeah, it's a trauma of yours they don't understand. And it's like that's what I think can make a really healthy relationship or friendship, especially if you have mental illness, is understanding each other's triggers. Like, and not just, like, treating someone like they're crazy because they have a trigger, but, like, actually caring about them and be like, no, I totally see that affects you. Like, yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Like, that understanding is what people need. And that's why therapy can help. And it's like, not everyone has the access to that. So when people are just all so stressed out that they just don't want to fucking look at mentally ill people, they're just like, go get therapy, go buy a house. Like, the fuck are you talking about? I've met a bunch of therapists, and that is the worst shit I've ever heard. The same, and I've had quite a few therapists. And I've talked with therapists about, like, you know, relationship issues, financial issues, and that's not, like, the go-to. And even in friendships, like, I've had friendships where friends will be like, I'll just break up with them. And it's like, it is not that easy. Or then they'll, like, resent you if you don't break up with the person. It's like, you don't get it. You just don't fucking... And so I had another friend who they're going through, like, a process where, like, they're in an unhealthy dynamic, and I'm, like, trying to remember those experiences, and I'm like, I don't want to be that thing that made me worse off. So just trying to, like, hold them with empathy in their process, as long as that might take or whatever, but also, like, making sure they know they deserve to be treated well. Like, I think that's what it's really about, is, like, building up their self-esteem. So if they do want to leave that dynamic, they can, rather than just chastising them about not doing the right thing. Yeah, it's more complex than that. So much more complex. And I was tweeting a little bit about it today, like the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing. Like, people treated that like it was such, like, a team sport, and it was so black and white, and, like, it's not. It never fucking is. Like, maybe sometimes, like, more than others, like, it's like, oh yeah, this person, like, get away from them, they're toxic. But more often than not, it is so nuanced. And yeah, I just think everyone involved in toxic dynamics, because when you're in a toxic relationship, these two people might be, like, great people on their own, but when they're in this dynamic where they're constantly being triggered, to whatever degree they're actually willing to understand or empathize with each other will, I feel like, decide how toxic that dynamic can get. And if you're not taught those skills, if you're not taught how to navigate, you know, a loved one's triggers, like, you're probably not going to have the capacity, and you're going to read some terrible advice online that's like, oh, if someone yells at you, cut them out, they're a horrible person. But then you can read online, like, oh yeah, like, what's a symptom of CPTSD? Oh, yelling. Oh, like, what's a symptom of bipolar? And it's like, I get that you don't want to be around these things. That's completely fine. Have boundaries. But you don't have to go out of your way and villainize someone and make them feel like the spawn of Satan because they have this, like, deep wounded complex trauma at the same time. Yeah, I don't. I could write a book on this shit, and I actually really do intend to. And I know, like, it kind of just comes out as blah 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 right now, low key venting with chat, because it feels like you guys are, like, venting a little bit too. Because, like, yeah, it's like, you should be able to, like, call out, like, hey, this is kind of not ideal, right? Like, maybe those retreat centers for the rich people, we could open some of those up for us suicidal people. You know what I mean? like the amount of days where I'm having a shit day that could be completely turned around by just chilling on a beach somewhere is crazy. It's crazy.
China. And we gave
China.
the Panama Canal to Panama. We didn't give it to China. And they've abused it. They've abused that gift. It should have never been made, by the way.
And then, when Trump was asked about Greenland again later in the presser, he said,
well, we need Greenland for national security purposes. You have approximately 45,000 people there. People really don't even know if Denmark has any legal right.
I had one therapist tell me she thought my diagnosis was bullshit and didn't want me taking antipsychotics. Damn. See, and that's the thing, too, and that's my confusion with my diagnosis, is I've heard so many different conflicting pieces of information from different therapists that it's like, I'm here, you know, like, kind of unstable, trying to figure myself out, entering the system that people have told me will help you figure yourself out, and then I'm just getting all these conflicting answers. It feels like a tug of war, and then I'm just shelling out all this money because I don't currently have health insurance. And even when I did, I went through this program called Cerebral, which covered, I think it was a couple therapy sessions a month and a couple psychiatrist sessions a month for $300 a month, which was just kind of a lot of money. And I've talked about the treatment I got through that before, and it wasn't great. It wasn't great. And I've heard iffy things about Cerebral before, but I've gone through state insurance, I've gone through Cerebral, I've paid for, like, a hand-selected therapist I thought would meet my needs really well. Like, I've done a lot of different things. Really grateful for my therapists, and, like, a lot of them and the wisdom they gave. super grateful for that. But as far as like the consistency, it's really hard for me to navigate that with like the cost and everything. Yes, make a book on this topic. I love it. Hey, Kuzra, if you guys have, I'll also we have a little book club I'm trying to get started in my Discord. I also want to give a list of books that I think have really helped me find a lot of insight on trauma, and the way that I work. Gabor Mate, I think, is a really good author, for multiple reasons, but especially on things like trauma. But yeah, I would love to write a book someday. I kind of just tweet my thoughts and I kind of just go on tangents, whatever. But I am in the process of some longer format YouTube videos as well as writing some articles about things that are very important topics to me. So I appreciate the support so much. I know I can be a bit chaotic sometimes, but yo, what's up, Lil Dwap? How you doing? Yeah, I'm wondering why President El Pato Donald scapegoats China that much. Yeah, dude, like, it's wild. Oh, this video is about how that guy's trying to get Canada to annex Washington, California, Minnesota. Oh, I haven't heard of that. Maybe Colorado. Interesting. Why? Because we're too blue? Like that time old Muskie got a trip to the hospital by making fun of a kid that had family emergencies. Yikes. I don't know about that. The Band-Aid thing you were talking about is real. My first 5 or 6 sessions felt like it was doing damage until my therapist gave me a good tools to help fix my problems. It just took a while. She's a DBT specialist. Nice. Yeah, and I think that's really important, is having the tools for that and navigating. Like, it would have been great when I was at the emergency room if, like, I don't know if the therapist that I paid $300 for 30 minutes for, if she, like, opened with a fucking 5-minute meditation or something, but it just got right into whatever was bothering me, and I had just, like, hurt myself, and so I was just, like, hyperventilating, just, like, not even cohesively keeping track of what I was saying. I was just kind of, like, vomiting whatever came to mind, and it's just so much more nuanced than that, because, like, the way I conduct myself in my current relationships is based off of, like, the way I was raised. And, I'm 28, so there's no excuse. I gotta get my shit together. But unfortunately, as for other people, this also applies. So we're all just kind of, like, operating from this, I tend to feel safer with people who've also been through some shit. So we're all kind of operating from this paradigm of, like, just trying to figure it out. Without really having, like, the healthy foundation. And I've had a number of friends who really did have a healthy foundation, like their parents were therapists, or, like, they were financially, like, well off, and it's just a different situation. And I just don't ever expect those people to fully understand. And so I get that, like, if for those types of people like me, it might be a little bit much. Totally get that. But I think that's why I feel safer with people who have gone through some shit all the time. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of shit. What's up, Dylan Jordan? Cassie is hot, sweet. What? Maybe he intended it all. Oh, no, you're all good, BB. Yeah, I've heard some weird things about Canada, Greenland. Just self-medicated all these years to keep down the feels. Damn. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, self-medicating to keep the feelings at bay is not helpful. You need connections, you need resources, therapy, whatever that is. You can't just, like, keep having these feelings of, like, animosity and pain and just shove it down. And I think that's why I'm so expressive. And I know for some people they can be like, oh, just shut the fuck up, we don't care about your problems. But I think that's why I'm so expressive, because I realize the detriment of pushing it down, so now I allow it to breathe. I'm not trying to, like, itch out a wound or re-trigger any trauma, but I do feel like I, in a sense, kind of experienced what I did for a reason and learned what I did for a reason, and I keep coming across people that are suffering in similar ways for a reason, because, like, maybe we can talk about it. Maybe we could talk about some bigger ideas, some ways it can improve. Like, maybe that has to be, like, your normal everyday person creating their own fucking retreat centers. for people who are struggling. And I see a lot of this popping up. There's some scholarships and things like that, but a lot of that is, financial means are a barrier. So I think that's a really good step we're going to, like festivals and stuff like that, where there's like harm reduction places and places for people to just go talk about how they feel, things like that. I think are a tremendously beautiful step in the right direction. Bonnaroo Lives Matter, like Bonnaroo the festival. Don't feel bad at all. I'll be 39 in June. Beast, you are doing amazing. I'm so glad you are here. I hope you're still here so I can wish you a happy 40th too. Really appreciate having you here. All right. So to be sexist, but it's hard for guys to get help. I feel weak for needed therapy and help. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to hear that. I could definitely see from like a male perspective that is very common. I've heard that from a lot of guys, and I've experienced that from guys, like especially with me being very emotionally open a lot of the time, like it can put a lot of people off. And yeah, like it's not to compare, but on the other end of the thing, like I would say for me as a streamer, most of the friends I've made over the years are other streamers / content creators, because this is what I'm doing most of my time. Not most of my time, but like a good portion of my time. And as far as like being a streamer, a lot of streamers just like they deal with so much in their own lives, and then they come in, they're on chat, and they're dealing with other people's stuff. So when it comes to like being friends with other streamers, I feel like there's not a whole lot of space for like if someone's struggling, and then it's just like, okay, go get therapy. I was like, okay, I'm doing it, but like, what did I talk about in therapy? The turmoil I experience from not having like friendships that I can like actually like connect with in that way, in like a meaningful way. That sucks. And I do have that, but they're like long distance and far away, and it's hard in person because there's a lot of like discrimination against, I don't know, people who do sex work, and I often feel that projection from people, and I feel demonized. And it's like, not that I want to quit doing what I want to do, but it does have an impact when trying to make new connections to have the experiences that I've had being demonized for doing the type of work that I do. So yeah, it's a labyrinth to navigate for sure, but I am so grateful for the connections that I do have. I'm not trying to devalidate those connections at all. The people who check in on me, the people who like show that they care, super grateful for that. And it's, yeah, like not everyone's busy, so not everyone can be there all the time. I don't expect that at all. There's real strength in mastering the innate skill of asking for help. Every animal is born / hatched with the abilities needed to survive. Fish can swim, deer can walk, humans can cry out for help. Yeah. And I feel like a lot of people really struggle with that, either because of never being able to ask for it, or just sometimes like you ask for help and other people are busy and they have other things going on, so then you can kind of be like, shit, I feel dumb for reaching out. But to not let yourself get stuck on that, because there are people out there who do care and do want good things for you and would help you if they had the opportunity to. But I feel like a lot of humans struggle with fear of rejection and feeling, like weak for asking for help. Like I should be able to do all this on my own. And I've definitely felt like that before. And so grateful I learned how to accept and ask for help, and also to be able to like learn to do things for myself and help, like ask people like, hey, can you help me teach me this skill or this program that would help me? And then reciprocity and all that, because like I would always help someone if I have the opportunity to. Sometimes I can't always do it, but you do what you can. And just like managing your expectations, because people can't like help you your whole way through life. but each person can help like a little bit. Like when I was homeless, it wasn't like, oh, one person just randomly gave me a house one day. It's like, no, this one person gave me their leftover Olive Garden that they weren't going to eat, and this other person like let me look through the clothes they were about to throw away in the back of their car, and this other person like let me fucking stay in their living room. And maybe it wasn't like ideal or perfect, or they weren't a perfect person, but like they had the willingness to be like, hey, I have this thing that could maybe benefit you, and like, you know, here you go. Fucking yeah, it takes a small village, and it's not like you don't have to do like grandiose shit like Mr. Beast and like whatever. Like it's just like little bits of community. It's like, oh, okay, I grow apples, you grow oranges, you want to trade? Like, and that's like the good shit. That's like, you know, I like trade and barter systems. Like capitalism's gone way too fucking far, man. Like people like the concept of doing trade and barter, like most people don't entertain. Like there's a lot of like really cool hippie-esque kind of people and like groups on like Facebook where people are like, oh yeah, here's all this free shit, and like people still have that willpower to live like that. I'm gonna hydrate with yerba mate, don't judge me. There's water in it. Yeah. Anyways, I could just ramble with you guys for hours. I'm so sorry. We had an intention here, and we hardly have watched any videos. I just get so immersed in conversation with you guys, because sometimes I worry, like, oh, am I just some rambling crazy woman? And then you guys are actually, like, giving me really, nourishing, dialogue. So then I'm like, fuck. I can't, like, stop myself sometimes. Your art is amazing. Lubricants, massage therapy, TLC, Cassie. Wait, what? Narcan's half a carton of milk. What are you talking about? The fuck? There's water in it.
Then saying that he'd hit Denmark with high tariffs if it interfered with efforts to get Greenland to join the US. Also, while we're on this topic, we should also talk about Canada, which Trump has his eyes on.
Are you also considering military force to annex and acquire Canada?
No. Economic force. Because Canada and the United States, that would really be something. But why are we supporting a country, 200 billion plus a year? Our military is at their disposal. All of these other things, they should be a state.
But then also another big moment is when he discussed the hostages.
If they're not back by the time I get into office, all hell will break out in the Middle East. And it will not be good for Hamas. And it will not be good, frankly, for anyone.
You know, with all this, I'm going to link to the press conference down below. It was over an hour long, so really I'm just hitting on some of the highlights and the parts making the most headlines. Which I will say, on that note, like regarding the reaction,
We could cover current events for the rest of our lives, guys. It's a lot going on right now.
Countries like Denmark, but then some outlets just running articles giving more context. The likes of Reuters publishing one titled, "Can Trump buy Greenland?" And there,
that exactly, BB. It's like, okay, at least he's doing something, but then it's like, yeah, yeah, like at least Elon Musk is trying to like, you know, make electric cars and all that. But he did this thing a while back. He's like, if someone like comes up with the blueprint to end world hunger, I'll do it. And then there's like, okay, why don't you like put effort into that? But I mean, I wish I had all that money. Fuck, and it's like I wish I could also dedicate the time to come up with this blueprint to add or to end world hunger, but also like, I gotta work to make money to survive. Like, it's not like you will have to do that. You could quit your job right now and live comfortably the rest of your life. Seems Donald Duck is the one randomly there. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, and like the game show and the production quality and how much they spent on it. Yeah, it's like, bro, I watched the episode though, and that one chick, she fucking, at the end, they were like, here's like this amount of money. If you leave the platform, you eliminate everyone else on your platform, but you get this money. She went a second too early, so she didn't get the money, and the people got eliminated. I was like, bro, that's some like torturous type shit. Like you just made everyone on that platform hate that girl. Like, I guess it's not if she made the choice, but like, yikes. Hold on, I got a phone call. Let me call them back. Okay, sorry. Back. Okay, sorry. I got a comment from my friend's grandmother on a picture I posted. I'm just like, she's so sweet. I'm so glad she's alive. Goof Troops SNES cool game. What the fuck are you talking about? Lick Pokemon. I've had year Dr. Pepper. Lick Pokemon. I can't remember the Pokemon that licks. Lickitung. Licky tongue. Lick it. What? Oh my god. Okay, I love how we can like have serious conversations and then go right back to being silly. Okay, let's go.
Prime Minister, who recently has stepped up a push for independence from Denmark, has repeatedly said that the island is not up for sale and that it is up to the people to decide their future. You also then had Democrats
Gasly also has a tongue.
against Trump for focusing on some of these issues, with the likes of Representative Hakeem Jeffries writing, House Democrats are focused on lowering the high cost of living in America, not invading Greenland. And then, regarding his comments on Canada, you had Justin Trudeau saying there isn't a snowball's chance in hell that Canada would become part of the United States, and saying workers and communities in both our countries benefit from being each other's biggest trading and security partner. And so, yeah, I'd love to know your thoughts on all this. Let me know your thoughts in those comments.
I love you guys.
As we head to Inauguration Day. And
I love you forever, and I know you're like, who's this weird bitch? I don't know you. I love you. I love your soul. You are me and I am you. I know that's kind of gay, but like, the world's a little gay sometimes.
This is now just the
That's okay.
second official show of the year. I appreciate you being back with us. And I'll just remind you to be subscribed, turn all those notifications on, because I got a brand new show for you every Monday, Wednesday, Thursday at 6
Join the fan club.
Pacific. But moving on to different news, is Mark Zuckerberg...
He's probably my most watched YouTuber.
Is he bending the knee? That is what a lot of people are asking and debating right now, since Zuck, the CEO of Meta, announced some absolutely massive changes to the way that the company will be handling content moderation on its platforms. Right? And chief among them is Zuck announcing that the company is ending its third-party fact-checking program in favor
Okay, we're
of
gonna...
community notes system.
It's been a long day, alright? It's been a long day of yapping and allowing myself to be my little squirrel ADHD self, okay? And so I think I'm going to smoke some pot, because I be yapping and it's like 8 p.m. I'm gonna chill out now, okay? But I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you so much for the lovely conversations. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just, not gonna be as yappy after this, probably. Fucking blaze that shit, you know what I mean? Fuck.
Similar to X, and the system set to be rolled out in the US only at first over the next couple of months.
After Trump first got elected in 2016, the legacy media wrote non-stop about how misinformation was a threat to democracy. We tried in good faith to address those concerns without becoming the arbiters of truth. But the fact-checkers have just been too politically biased and have destroyed more trust than they've created, especially in the US.
And with that, it's true, Meta launched its initial fact-checking system way back in 2016, shortly after Donald Trump was elected. And it worked by running information on its platforms through third-party fact-checkers certified by the
I feel like if they truly were, with this fact-checking system coming from a good place, that it was a big fuck up. Because so many people, when they get their shit, like, fact-checked, and it's like, I don't know, they like, get really conspiratorial, and they start to really hate people like Zuckerberg. It's crazy. Cause like I don't feel like Mark Zuckerberg's like this evil lizard man, like some people say. I think he's just a dude. And he has a lot of power though. He has a lot of power, and that's like a big platform, and it does change the status quo based off of like how that is navigated. But yeah. I think I had a little tiny snack when you mentioned mushrooms earlier. Ooh, what kind of snack?
European fact
Speaking of,
this program eventually involved more than 90 organizations that would fact check posts in more than 60 languages.
evil maybe not, but lizard probably.
You may have heard of, such as PolitiFact and FactCheck.org. And according to Meta's website, the first step in the process would be identifying potential misinformation, which would be done automatically by way of community input or through the efforts.
I guess where it comes shop.
Would be reviewing
cube?
content with fact checkers labeling
what was in the cube?
Altered,
was it sweet?
Missing context, satire, or true. From there, Meta said that it would work to ensure that people are clearly informed about misinformation information, that fewer people see misinformation in the first place, and that repeat offenders are dealt with in some way. Right? And those fact-checking measures applied to any posts on Facebook, and then they expanded to include Instagram and
You think Zuck has done extremely ethically questionable things in the past, Miami? I would say I agree, but I also cannot think of them off the top of my head, Miami. If there's any that you can recollect that you'd like to share to give me a better perspective. I do feel like people like Elon, Zuckerberg, Bezos, and I feel this about like celebrities too, in which people try and like hold them accountable. I feel like to the degree of criticism in which they get, it's kind of hard, especially when they're surrounded by likely many yes men. It's hard to gauge the validity and constructiveness of said criticism. And also, they're not exactly incentivized by people's opinions as much as they are whoever is giving them money, unfortunately. Do you wake up in Cassie love? Oh. Yes, chill. Don't overdo your amazing Cassie and sexy. Oh, well, thank you. I'm not trying to be sexy right now. I am not trying to be sexy. If I'm on Cassie Catnip, I get that my fucking thumbnail is a picture of me, Spider-Gwen, looking back at it, whatever. But, like, I have a place for when I'm, like, trying to be, like, sensual and, like, more playful like that. But this is, like, I'm a gremlin here. I am an absolute fucking gremlin. I don't identify, okay?
Fact checks were effective at reducing
Cassie Mason Watermelon Don Julio. What the fuck?
On the other hand, some say the community notes approach is less effective, at least on X, where
this is the point of a court jester.
Users with varying perspectives before a fact.
Well, we can start at the beginning of Facebook, where he screwed over quite a few people. I remember that, actually. I remember hearing about that. Let alone a lot of what has gone on with the company in terms of data handling and brokering since literally decades now. Oh yeah, what was it? Fuck, I can't think of it. But there was this big scandal years back about like a buying of data through this like program. And there was like undercover surveillance footage of these people like talking about it. I can't fucking think of the name of it. Someone in chat will probably say it. It was this big thing. There was a specific name for it. Immunity to the crown's punishment in order to give a second opinion.
Fact check is published, right? And according
I hate how money runs everything. Real as fuck. Just fuck. Give me your money, okay? No, don't. It's just it's so weird. Like I'm so like critical of classism that I don't think many rich people are going to give me money, and maybe other people are. It's kind of a similar dynamic. I don't think Hassan Piker it's like that, but he also has just such a mass viewership, and honestly, that's kind of where I'm trying to be. I just get enough viewers, like, and views on my like video essays and things like that I can pay my bills without people having to donate directly. But then there's all these people, like maybe like Adam Ross or fucking Logan Paul, who are just being directly funded by uber duper rich people who don't give a fuck about classism. And they're just wildly successful. Whatever, man, whatever. That's okay. We keep going. We keep going on our own little humble train.
Decision. The executive director of Accountable Tech, for example, describing the decision as a gift to Donald Trump and extremists around the world. With also someone from the advocacy group Free Press saying Zuckerberg is saying,
you're saying billionaires should have jesters to troll them? Honestly, yeah. It's just like it's different. It's like online now. But is that like what the sentiment of having a jester back in like the days of kings and queens was? Like the jester kind of like keeps everything a little bit more silly and fucking trolls the rich people and the privileged a little bit. If so, that's pretty base. Oh yeah, I did a whole math thing for some sites about subscriber count and price points. Ooh, I'd be interested if you want to share. BB. I'm always I'm actually kind of fascinated by like statistics and things like that. I kind of realized that about myself. Oh, Mr. Logan Paul. I'm still surprised he actually joined W. I kind of saw that trajectory coming. It's like Disney to WWE pipeline. It's just a big Excel spreadsheet. I color coded it. I love color coding. Please share, BB. I'd love to see.
Saying yes to more lies, yes to more harassment, yes to more hate. And also, a big thing is that Meta's own fact-checking partners are reportedly pushing back on Zuckerberg's characterization of their work as biased or censorship, saying that they had no role in deciding what the company did with the content that was fact-checked. And also, with all of this, of course, you have many saying fact-checking has become more politicized, with Axios being one outlet to share research saying this has contributed to a decline in the number of fact-checking sites globally. Like in North America, for instance, the number of active fact-checking sites reportedly decreased from 94 to 90 from 2020 to 2023. And also, with this isn't the most shocking, right? We've already seen Zuckerberg and Meta kind of backtracking on this issue before. Right, last August, for example, Zuckerberg claimed that the Biden White House pressured Meta to censor COVID-19 content during the pandemic. And now, with this latest announcement, you have Zuckerberg really seem to be weighing in on this larger conversation rather than a specific case.
There's been widespread debate about potential harms from online content. Governments and legacy media have pushed to censor more and more. A lot of this is clearly political, but there's also a lot of legitimately bad stuff out there. Drugs, terrorism, child exploitation. These are things that we take very seriously, and I want to make sure that we handle responsibly. So we built a lot of complex systems to moderate content. But the problem with complex systems is they make mistakes. Even if they accidentally censor just 1% of posts, that's millions of people. And we've reached a point where it's just too many mistakes and too much censorship.
And with that, the end of this kind of fact-checking, it's just one of the changes meant to deal with what's been referred to as the censorship problem, right? And so, for instance, with that, Meta will reportedly stop.
I gotta put on a sweater on a second.
Also saying that Meta will be removing restrictions on topics like immigration and gender that are, in his words, out of touch with mainstream discourse. And then, in addition to all that, you have him revealing that Meta's trust and safety.
Also, I'm not here for the politics. That's a bonus. I came for the cosplay originally. Hey, thank you so much. I will be doing more cosplay soon. I'm still getting some other much needed things done because I want to get my photo shoot space kind of ready the next time I do a cosplay. But next week you'll definitely see me cosplaying. And yeah, there's I was trying to make the decision for myself whether or not I was going to go to AVN, which is an adult convention I'd probably be cosplaying at, but I am on the fence. I don't think I'm going to be staying at the hotel for sure. And I think I might stay away from the event. I think I might still go to Vegas. I think I might go interview the people who are on strike, actually. I think that would be really fun. Maybe I'll do it in cosplay. That would be cool. Man, okay. All right. That's an idea. Bring my business cards, hand them around in other parts of Vegas. Make all of Vegas my AVN.
And content moderation teams would be moved from California to Texas, with them saying there that that would, quote, help remove the concern that biased employees are overly censoring content. And then, in addition to all that, Meta will reportedly be refocusing its automated filters on scanning for what he called illegal and high-severity policy violations such as terrorism, child sexual exploitation, drugs, fraud, and scams, relying on users to report low-severity violations before it takes action. And with all this, you had Zuck notably acknowledging the potential downside.
The reality is that this is a trade-off. It means we're going to catch less bad stuff, but we'll also reduce the number of innocent people's posts and accounts that we accidentally take down.
With all this, one of the things that's been very interesting to look at is the kind of variation in the media's coverage of this story, right? When you look out, you see CNN, for example, emphasizing in a headline.
Interviewing people on strike cosplaying as marks. Bro! You're a genius, Miami. Followed. Yo! Okay, it's gonna be ironic to order the things from Amazon, but I think that's the only place I'm gonna get the cosplay in time. And there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, bro. I'm sorry. I fucking pay taxes. I have to. My taxes go to war. I'm pissed off about it, okay? I'm sorry. I'm gonna probably order it on Amazon. I'm gonna cosplay Karl Marx and do that, because that sounds so based. Wow. I just picked up a book from that guy. Actually, my partner, when I met him, he already had a book of his. I haven't read it. Should we read it on stream? Do you think we'll get in trouble? See, like, I don't know what the rules are, man. The rules are so fucking ambiguous and they change all the time.
Content will appear on Meta platforms now. But then on the other side of this, you have Fox News painting a more positive picture.
I might get like shadow banned or something for talking about politics, probably, whatever, but like.
Then another Fox News article documenting how many conservatives are celebrating this as a huge win for free speech. Also, another big thing is that many outlets, including the likes of the New York Times and the Washington Post, for example,
You get
are
it.
emphasizing the
You
timing
get
of this decision,
yeah.
which comes less than 2 weeks before.
Okay, but what if I cosplay as Karl Marx in a bikini in a hot tub? Yo, and actually, I was kind of surprised. The last reading stream I did, like, it was pretty hype. I didn't think anyone was gonna show up because I'm just like reading a book, and I also struggle. Like, I trip over my words sometimes, so I was like, I don't know how this is gonna go. But it fucking was pretty lit. So there's a politics category on here. So the thing is about the politics category and hashtag now bombastic is they cut the ad revenue or something for it. But I mean, I don't make like a fuck ton in ad revenue anyway, so I'm trying to get my YouTube monetized. So if you guys want to like watch my YouTube videos and stuff, that helps out a lot. Barbecue Peppa Pig's Akuna Matata. Matana. What? We're just chatting. We're not talking about politics. Stupid sexy marks. Oh man.
Suggests that the outcome of the election played a role.
The recent elections also feel like a cultural tipping point towards once again prioritizing speech. So we're going to get back to our roots and focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our policies, and restoring free expression on our platforms.
And with all that, you had Zuckerberg saying that Meta would work with the incoming Trump administration to promote free speech around the world.
We're going to work with President Trump to push back on governments around the world that are going after American companies and pushing to censor more. The only way that we can push back on this global trend is with the support of the US government. And that's why it's been so difficult over the past 4 years when even the US government has pushed for censorship. By going after us and other American companies, it has emboldened other governments to go even further.
With Zuckerberg,
fucking your pirate water. Dylan, you say the most random ass shit.
Ever-increasing number of laws, institutionalizing censorship, and making it difficult to build anything innovative there.
You know, with that, looking at how people are talking about this, interestingly, you have the Wall Street Journal saying that Meta's decision to remove restrictions on certain types of speech, it echoes the approach taken by Musk after he bought X. Which, on that note, Musk actually reshaped.
I know, it's like, I just, the cognitive dissonance, man. Like, they're all like super anti-government, like the government's oppressing us, drain swamp, like, get the deep state out, like, but like, bro, you're the deep state now. You're the government. Okay? You're just fascist in a different fucking way. Like, what? Like, I just literally saw, like, right before getting on stream, Elon retweeting, like, true or something when someone, it was like a fucking Dogecoin crypto bro or something that was like, there are two genders. And he's like, true. It's like, okay. And what's your point? Your trans daughter openly fucking thinks the shit you're saying is so stupid. Like, your child is like, bro, you're a fuckhead, you know? Your child is like, hey, I'm trans, I don't want to be a boy anymore, and you're like, you're not my child. My son is dead. Like, what? The fuck? You are the deep state! You and your fucking, there are two genders! You will dress how I want you to dress! In this country that I wasn't even born in! Like, I'm sorry. Stupid! Elon agrees, the son is dead, man. Yeah, dude, your son is a daughter. Your son is a woman. Like, okay. But there are some, you know, trans people who believe there are two genders. There's either male or female. But there's so much, it's like humans. There's just so much complexity and nuance, and people, like, present in a different way and, like, feel safe with certain terminology. And I think, you know, there's like some outliers where people are just kind of like weird and authoritarian with their own identity, but like just overall as like a like the golden rule. I feel like we should just like refer to people as what they want to be referred to and treat them with respect and kindness, and we don't have to aggressively like argue with people over whether or not the way that I identify is legitimate, especially if you've never experienced that kind of thought process. Maybe you could like listen to the people who have. Some people who are terrified to speak about it because they don't want to be fucking murdered by crazy people who like literally want trans people to die, because that does exist. And it's like when people get so aggressive with it, I wish they'd realize, like, yeah, like you're actually like reinforcing, making this the point of everything, and just devalidating anyone that doesn't fit this like rigid binary of what you define a man to be and what you define a woman to be. It's just, there's so much in between that. The 2% and 98%. Oh my god, the two genders are like the rich and the poor, man. What the fuck? Give me 1 second, I got a phone call coming in. I'll go wish you mana boy. Hi, baby, you're on stream. A church's chicken app. Apa did you got about free chicken nuggets? Así que me chamava para. Cada café. Acho. Askabadanga shnina okafaga. Adagsni. I guess Stasi or Skaba Iga. It is, I haven't gotten it. Oh, okay. So I was looking for it. No, I'll just tell it to you right now. Let's go Shiba. KFC, you know, is from Canada? Wait, KFC started in Canada? No way, you're lying. No, that's not my email, motherfuckers. That's it's Cassie Catnip 13. 13. BB, I know I'm on the speaker and I'm talking to chat, okay? BB, okay, says hi. I'm talking to chat. Cookie. What? Colonel Sanders is from Canada? Whoa, I didn't know that. Wow. Call me, beat me if you want to meet me. May 22nd, 1996 is my birthday. I was born on a Wednesday. Dylan Jordan Bombastic is calling you a liar. He says Colonel Sanders is from Indiana. You told me he was coming up there. That's cool. Aw, I'm happy for you. I wish I had friends. I'm kidding. Chat's my friends. I love you, chat. You guys are my friends. So they can't hear you guys, but they can hear me talking shit. So yeah, I had to put you guys in my ear. On Twitch I have 8. On YouTube I have 5. I don't know how many I have on Kick. I have 1 on Fansly. Tuesday, there were 12, but then I was just bitching about capitalism, and they're like, "Bitch, shake your ass," and I'm like, "No," and it's fuck, yeah. Anyways, It's okay. Me and my chat are bonding over it. And I'm going to dress up as Karl Marx in a bikini, and I'm going to interview the strike members instead of going to AVN. Yeah, and interview the strike members at the AVN thing instead of going in AVN. I'm going to do my own thing outside of AVN, and I'm going to party with the strike workers. Yeah. Yeah. Just try Iskatsujakafel. I am. Oh man. I was yapping too much and I'm like, all right, Chad, it's time to do weed because I can't shut the fuck up, and then I just got silly. I don't mind it. I got shit done. Well, you went to a casino and drove. I wouldn't want to do that on that. I just no, I'll tell you about it later. I vented my feelings in text form to the internet. But it was valid. It was valid. And then I got on stream and then I was talking about capitalism with everybody and yeah, it's been good. Huh? .nc. Yeah. N as in North and C as in Carolina. NC. But that's not what it's about. Yeah. Swag. Thank you. Let me see. Not yet. Email or text? Sephiroth has the Ronald McDonald alternate costume. Whoa. Just make sure to be safe if hanging out / in with the stray for team. Yeah. Definitely be safe. You should stream it, right? I want to watch you play. I've not played it yet. Oh, I got the text message. Oh, well, Elizabeth, I gotta confirm. Okay. I pressed the button to confirm. I had to confirm it. I had to send a text to them. Press Y. Get ready for offers and updates. I think that approved it. Did that work? Are you guys good? Do you guys all you needed? May I return to my chat? My good. Have to check my email or no? Let me check. Hold on. Church's Chicken. Welcome to Church's Chicken Reward. Redeem now. And I got the redeem now thingy. And then do I send you a screenshot of it? Okay, wait. Do I have to do anything on my end, or are you guys good? Okay. I love you. Bye. Have fun. Sorry, they were using me for free chicken.
decision to implement X-style community notes. Also, regarding the timing of the Meta announcement, you had multiple outlets, like NBC News in this case, describing the changes as part of a broader effort among CEOs and business leaders currying favor with the incoming Trump administration. And to that point,
Okay, I guess LA is on fire. Dude, I saw something about Hollywood. Holy shit, really? I saw something about Hollywood, before I got on. What the fuck is happening? Fire breaks out on Sunset Strip in West Hollywood. Oh my god, okay. Shit, are we canceling the whole trip? What is happening? Is he gonna talk about it in this video, or did that just happen, like, super recently? Did the Lakers win? What? Really? Okay, I'm pulling this down, guys. What is happening? What's happening? I now have a photo of a Tesla truck burning in front of a Trump hotel in Las Vegas and an LA on fire with a Tesla truck in it. Really? Wow. What? 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 The fuck? Yo, that shit was pretty fucked up though. The shit in Vegas. Like, did you guys hear any of the alleged manifesto of the guy who did that thing in Vegas? The simulation is ramping up. What is happening to us? Did you just make my comment into an NBA Jam reference? Wait, what? I don't think I did that intentionally. $30,000 ordered to evacuate. This is like exactly where I'm going next week. Or like this weekend? Question mark? Yeah, I'd be leaving this weekend. Is this gonna... Okay, it's a wildfire? Is this gonna chill out? California fucking fires scare me, bro. Like, I am from Minnesota. It's fucking wet up there. There's 10,000 lakes or swamps or some shit, okay? It's wet. We don't get that type of shit all the time, so I'm not used to that. So the first time I ever went to California and the skies were fucking red, like the fucking shit was smoky and burning, I was like, and the people who I was with who had lived in California for a little bit were just like, oh, it's just a Tuesday. I'm like, the fuck? Are we okay? Are we gonna die right now? Like, I'm not used to this shit. He's on fire! Shit. I don't want to fucking pay for this article. Fuck you. You already have money from me clicking on it from your fucking advertisers. Fuck. Fuck. 1,200 acres burned. Shit, bro. Okay, yeah, it's like down here. 2,900 acres burned. Wow, what the fuck? Shit. Worse is yet to come. This not good. Wait, are you using Chrome? I don't know how it works for that. I use Opera, Vivaldi, and Brave. Open it reader mode to get that. Subscribe to the way. Ah, I see. I'll just use free ones for now, though. Good to know, though. I remember when the skies in Seattle were sooty from the fires in Oregon. Yeah. Yeah, dude, like when I came to the Bay Area in 2020, the skies were red. I have some pictures, I think, but it was freaky shit. I hope everyone's okay. That's so sad. Damn.
To Trump's inaugural fund. Also with Zuckerberg, he dined with Trump at Mar-a-Lago back in November. And then internally within the company, they recently appointed Republican Joel Kaplan to lead its policy team, as well as announcing that UFC's Dana White, a longtime supporter and friend of Donald Trump, would join its board. And so, of course, with all this, depending on where you're going on the internet, very different reactions. You go one place, you see a lot of people raising concerns about the possibility that Meta is doing this to appease Trump and saying that the changes here are going to make misinformation worse. But then you go to a different corner of the internet and you see people praising the decision and seeing it as a huge win for free speech. And so with all that, I gotta pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts around this news with Zuckerberg and Meta's changes? But then let's go from something that's going to affect so many people to something more specific, right? Because I want to talk about John Harrell and a question, which is how many push-ups do you think you could do in one sitting? 10, 50, 100? How about 398, a number not being demanded by a Navy SEALs academy, but instead a Texas high school, with specifically Rockwall Heath High School football head coach John Harrell reportedly designing an off-season training program for his students a couple of years ago. And reportedly, for every infraction that any individual player made, the entire team had to do 16 push-ups. One push-up for every game the team would need to win a championship. So, according to the students, even the smallest thing like failing to clap on a whistle, 16 push-ups. Having a foot over a starting line for exercises, 16 push-ups. Simply performing the exercises poorly, 16 push-ups. And then they said if they didn't do the push-ups correctly, the coaches made them start over from 0. And so by the end of any season, they said that the total number routinely approached or even exceeded 100. When surprisingly, since they're teenage boys and not fucking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, most students reportedly ended up doing modified push-ups or planking by the end, according to an investigation by the school district. But then, on January 9th, 2023, the students reportedly racked up dozens
Fact checking isn't censorship, though.
not 100, not
Yeah, I mean, but like, I think sometimes facts take a while to develop. And when somebody is like reading information that's like not confirmed, or maybe some of it is confirmed, and if the fact checking isn't like 100%, I think that can lead to, like some animosity, like with some people who have strong beliefs. And I'm not saying that like means you shouldn't fact check, but maybe more transparency about things that are still developing or unknown, perhaps.
not 200, but 398 push-ups. With the entire exercise, then
I just work here, I don't know.
About 40 grueling minutes. With then, after that day, head coach Harrell stopping his routine, reportedly because some of his players described swelling muscles and dark-colored urine, which, as it turned out, are symptoms of a potentially life-threatening condition known as rhabdomyolysis. It's caused by overexertion, leading your muscles to
Okay, I need a sweater. It's cold.
byproducts into the bloodstream that can damage your kidneys. And in fact, between 10 and 40% of cases end in a kidney failure, according to a National Institutes of Health review. And at this high school, investigators identified 26 students who presented symptoms of rhabdomyolysis, and a physician who reviewed students' medical records reportedly found 12 who met the criteria for a diagnosis, and some unknown number of them reportedly had to be hospitalized, with Coach Harrell then shortly afterward being put on administrative leave and resigning in March of 2023, with investigators who looked into this writing and finding that he didn't consult a certified strength and conditioning coach while developing his plan. And on top of that, it turns out this did not come out of nowhere. Reportedly, the guy had been reminded not to assign any punitive and corporal activities to his players by his athletic director in a 2021 notice. With then all of that bringing us to why we're talking about this news today, a parent of one of the students who supposedly suffered from rhabdomyolysis is suing Harrell and 12 other former and current assistant coaches. But with that, I will say it is unclear how liable they are under Texas law, since they enjoy some protections working in their official capacity as school employees. But that will ultimately be sorted out in a legal court. And in the meantime, I
think it was Russian you were speaking. I could be wrong. Oh my god, no. So I was trolling my partner, and I speak gibberish, and so I do different accents, and so my gibberish is kind of like a combination of my different accents that I do. Like, it's like some kind of mix of like fucking Afrikaans, Russian, and Japanese. It's just like and Skabadukafla, and a little bit of Simlish, and it's like Afrikanofla, and I am incredibly neurodivergent, and I just do weird vocal stimming things, and I was on my period, and I was in the bathtub, like, having period hormones and period pains and all that, and I was just like curled over, I'm like husky flash new people machine to like cope. Oh man. Uh, I have a friend. I was talking to my South African friend last night, and she speaks Afrikaans, and maybe some of it's from that. Yeah, I'm some combination of autistic, ADHD, squirrely little bean. I don't know. Ask you for love. What's up, Niz? How you doing, love? Scuffy, no. Sweater weather? Yeah, dude, it's snowing outside. There's lots of snow out there. Don't you know? Cassie, full of nap, sleep war. And left-handed, strangely enough. Interesting. I can't be left-handed. Well, I haven't tried enough actually to give it a fair shot. You speak it when I'm advocated. No, honestly though, like I was joking about like, okay, so um, I've experienced emotions. Sometimes I experience frustration, and I was instead of talking in English, I started talking in that language, whatever the fuck it is, and I was like thinking, I was like, I'm less angry, like and then I was thinking, I was like, maybe it's the English language is like causing me trauma because all the bad words that, to my knowledge, that have been said to me have mostly been in English. And then I'm just like, you know what? It's all the fucking Brits' fault. It's English's fault. Fuck that language. Fucking colonize. Oh man. I'm just kind of joking, but like, I would notice the change in my nervous system from going from English to I don't know if I'm saying something offensive. If I am, I'm so sorry. I don't know how to speak Russian or Afrikaans or anything. So and my poor boyfriend, my poor partner is just like trying to translate, and I'm just like, stop saying Oscar because I feel misunderstood, and it's just like I'm just like, you just gotta learn to read the room, man, read the energy, okay? Like a scuffling up fluffy. And I talk to my dog, and I'm like, Bosky, and stop it, and it's just like you can kind of tell, like the inflection of like how someone's feeling without necessarily them telling you, I'm fucking pissed off, bro. And you can just sometimes like leap a lot of me and snap people, and it feels better. And that's my philosophy on life. Part of it. Read the Groot. Look at what the Groot's doing. How do you think Groot feels about this, okay? I actually have a Groot somewhere. I should put him. Oh, he's right there! He's over there. You can't see him? He's by the cat food. How do you think, what would baby Groot do? Not what would Jesus do. What would baby Groot do, okay? It's just reminding me of the ancient language Lulu speaks in the Fifth Element. Nice. I actually haven't seen the Fifth Element all the way through. Is it a good movie? Should I watch it? I've heard really good things about it. That's one of the movies we should watch in Discord. The English language is trauma. Yeah, it was illegal to teach the language of my people in the US until before I was born, but by then I didn't really have access to access to teachers. That is fucked up. That's exactly what I mean. That's so fucked up. That is so fucked up. I think there's like is there a native Irish language? I really want to learn that. I think I've heard someone sing in it one time. It was like an old Irish language that wasn't English. But I'm also part German and Norwegian and French. I've been learning Japanese and Portuguese most lately, but there's so many languages I want to know. Is it bad to want to know them all? Like, am I taking on more than I can chew? Maybe not all of like the obscure ones, but like some of the big ones. Gaelic? Yeah. What would a group name do? Can feel him. I feel baby Groot in my heart. Most never use it again except to spice their English. I want to learn it. I want to learn it. I got some Irish blood in me. I want to learn it. Learning all the languages is a good thing in my opinion. I mean, I got a pretty big brain. I'm not using all of it. I could put some more stuff in there. Like, oh, I see.
I'd love to hear from you if you have experience in school or organized sports in general. But then to take a quick break from the news, it's a new year, which means more chances to enter and win the $500 weekly SeatGeek giveaway. Because yeah, it's 2025, but my team worked with SeatGeek to extend the $500 weekly giveaway. And if you haven't entered yet, just do it. I mean, next week's winner could be you. And from concerts and Broadway shows to sporting events, our weekly SeatGeek $500 giveaway, it lives on, and you beautiful bastards are crushing it. Which I feel like I need to say for the uninitiated, SeatGeek is the #1 rated live event ticketing app with over 28 million downloads and access to a wide array of entertainment to get you, a loved one, whoever, out of the house. And all you gotta do is simply add code PDS to your SeatGeek account. You get $10 off, and you can be one of our lucky weekly winners. We're talking $500 in credit towards any of SeatGeek's 70,000 events. But then also, if you're new to SeatGeek, you can also add code PHIL for $20 off your first purchase. Again, even if you already death from the bird flu in the United States was reported yesterday. But before we freak out, let's talk it out. Right, so we got the news from the Louisiana Department of Health that a patient who was over 65 years old and had underlying medical conditions died after contracting H5N1, the first such fatality recorded in the U.S. With the doctors believing that they got
I have to turn the volume up every time you switch to the video.
Is reportedly the same person who
Oh no!
a severe case of bird flu in the country last month.
Let me fix that.
Here, this is not the first
Usually my music's way too loud.
Globally. Right, in fact, there have been about 500 deaths reported.
Thank you for letting me know, BB. Is that better?
Them in Southeast Asia, which doesn't sound like a lot, but you also have people saying, well, you have to consider that there have been less than 1,000 recorded cases in that time. So if that's true, that's about a 50% death rate. But so far, the strain circulating in the United States,
this is like the third ad break in 20 minutes. Twitch on some Busta shirt. Man, I thought I fixed that. It's supposed to be every hour. I'll have to check it later. But yeah, Twitch loves their ads. I'm also on YouTube. I don't think there's that many ads on YouTube. I'm also on Kick and Fansly. I have a safe for work, Fansly.
Resulted just in mild symptoms. And right now, there's no evidence that it can transmit from human to human. So if you're not hanging around animals, you're probably good for the time being. But I mean, of the 66 cases reported last year, almost all of them worked on farms with cows and poultry. And it's believed that even if it does start transmitting between humans, bird flu is relatively well studied, so it would be easier to develop an effective vaccine for it. All of which is why you have the CDC insisting right now that the risk to the general public is still considered low. But with all that said, there are some reasons to be at least a little bit concerned, right? Namely, the fact that the viral samples from the Louisiana patient reportedly carried mutations that, in theory, might help it infect people more easily. With the CDC,
the guy speaking really fast, or I'm just imagining. I sped it up during his advertisement, but then it's at normal speed. He speaks somewhat fast.
Right, which suggests that they developed inside the human patient. And that person, they're not alone, right? One of the mutations was also
Boston is thinking about dismantling it. Oh no.
Becoming severe, escalating from pink eye to a fever and coughing to acute respiratory distress syndrome, which then led the doctors to put her into intensive care with her fighting for her life for weeks, according to the New England Journal of Medicine. And this, even though she reportedly had no underlying medical conditions and was, of course, young. So cases like these, they raise the concern of a new strain mutating to become more deadly or more transmissible or both. Or as one doctor told NBC News,
the human-to-human transmission piece is what we're looking for to make it easier to give to others. We do not have any evidence of that case, although this case in Louisiana signals that the virus is, mutating in a way where it could be possible. So nothing about a pandemic today, but that's what we're watching for.
Now, with the concern around this spreading, we should also talk about the other thing that's out
there. Take your vitamins, chat.
Seeing a lot of reports right now about a virus that you've never heard of before spiking in China.
Take your vitamin D. Take your ashwagandha. Take your reishi mushrooms.
We do not have reliable data on the number of cases there right now, but
take your vitamins.
Is closely monitoring the situation. But there's also, as videos of crowded hospital rooms have been getting passed
take care of your health.
Weibo, sparking fears of a new outbreak. As some going, oh god, that sounds familiar.
Alright, time to get jammies on and game more erect. Ooh, the game are you gonna play this? Enjoy your cozy time.
Before you just start running around making yourself crazy, let me try to dispel some of those fears and say to you that HMPV is
that's totally okay. I'm on Kick and YouTube as well. If you get an advertisement,
say that it's been
I don't like advertisements either.
60 years, so you've probably had it. And that's because it's one of several respiratory infections that go around every winter. You get it, you might not even know what it is.
Take your vitamins, but also brush your teeth.
Experts saying that a spike in cases of HMPV
that's actually true. I gotta go do that
this
again.
time of year. With a doctor at UC Davis explaining it's
very similar to RSV. It just causes a little bit different symptoms and infects at different ages and a little different time of year.
And in fact, it's so similar that researchers are trying to develop a vaccine that protects against both viruses in a single shot. Now, of course, if you are an infant, elderly, or immunocompromised, or if you have pre-existing conditions, you're at a greater risk of a severe case. But in higher income countries, death is very rare with this. Now, after hearing all the facts with the two situations that we're talking about, you might be wondering, well, then why all the panic from news and social media? Well, the answer is it's kind of PTSD. Where the coronavirus pandemic was like a big punch to the back of so many people's heads. And ever since, you've got people looking back over their shoulder. Or as a senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security told the Washington Post, there's just this tendency post-COVID to treat every infectious disease, anything, as an emergency when it's not. You wouldn't probably be calling me in 2018 about this. But, of course, if you are still worried, you can protect yourself in basically the same ways that you could do for the cold, the flu, and the coronavirus. Wash your hands, ventilate your air, and stay away from nasty motherfuckers coughing on the subway. Which, maybe not the best time for that congestion tax, New York. But then, as far as a bird flu, you can make sure you pasteurize your milk, cook your meat properly, and minimize your contact with birds, poultry, and cattle. Also, with this, I'm gonna get my seasonal flu shot. That can't hurt. While it doesn't protect against bird flu, and a bird flu vaccine isn't available to the general public, just staying generally healthy, it helps protect against infection. Plus,
I haven't heard of the sponsor block option.
With bird flu and a seasonal flu at the same time, that could give the bird flu a greater opportunity to mutate, with it even potentially swapping genes.
Speaking of bird flu and a potential pandemic, this is sponsored by ZocDoc.
And hopefully everything.
I'm kidding. I'm sorry, Phil. I'm not trying to shit on you.
It is fine, and that clip is not the beginning.
I'm bad at sponsorships myself. I could be a little bit better. I could probably make a little bit more money if I took sponsorships a little bit more seriously.
On to just general.
I'm just really waiting for something to really be like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, I want to promote this,
So last night, employees at Fort Lauderdale Airport in Florida, they were doing a routine post-flight check on a plane that had just come from New York, and instead of just finding too much trash on the ground because people are sloppy monsters,
I did not see the Superman trailer for the James Gunn movie.
In the compartment for the landing gear. With the local sheriff's office saying paramedics declared both people dead at the scene, and both the homicide and crime scene units, they're currently investigating exactly what happened. With the spokesperson for the sheriff's office saying that while both people appeared to be men, their identities right now are unknown, and autopsies are planned to find out how they died. And as far as JetBlue, they say the question of how exactly these people got onto the plane in the first place, it's currently under investigation, as well as saying in a statement, this is a heartbreaking situation, and we are committed to working closely with authorities to support their efforts to understand how this occurred. Now, as far as anything else we know, we saw in their reporting, CNN citing FlightAware data saying that this particular plane, an Airbus A320 jet, was in service all day, with it flying from Kingston, Jamaica at around 1 in the morning to New York, and then New York to Salt Lake City, and then back to New York before ending the day in Fort Lauderdale. But then also what's crazy, and it makes me wonder how often this happens, this is the second time in a matter of weeks that a body is turned up on the wheel well of a plane. Right on Christmas Day of all days, a body was found in the wheel compartment of a United Airlines Boeing 787-10 after flying from Chicago to Hawaii. But this also, as you have outlets like the New York Times reporting that people have been trying to use the wheel wells and landing gear compartments to travel for free for a long time now.
Laundry day, starving Marvin, I'm hungry too, Silver Cloud. Good luck with your laundry.
The plane, they could fall out when the landing
Thanks
gear
for stopping by to say hi. Hope you're doing
those
well.
compartments, they're not meant for people, so they're not pressurized or heated, which is a huge problem when you're at altitude and temperatures are well below
is the
freezing.
problem,
In fact,
yeah.
you had the Times saying that most stowaways, they die of hypothermia. And although we don't know for sure yet whether the JetBlue guys were stowaways, the problem is becoming more and more pressing for airlines, even inside planes. So you have things like Thanksgiving week when a woman without a ticket boarded a Delta flight and made it from New York to Paris before she got arrested. Or then, like a few weeks later, when someone tried to hitch a ride on another Delta flight from Seattle to Honolulu. Though, I will say in that case, they were found while the plane was taxiing for takeoff. And so with that, according to a former Department of Transportation Inspector General,
I'm so glad I don't have to do coin laundry. That shit gets expensive.
This keeps happening. People are getting onto the airport property and getting into an aircraft.
Is the audio better now, by the way? I think my camera
These people were apparently just trying to get someplace, but it could have easily been someone attempting to attack aviation. But then, moving on to other big news that we should talk about, President-elect Donald Trump and congressional Republicans are now pushing new legislation to combat illegal immigration and beef up border security. All of which comes as Mexico and the Biden administration have scaled up their own immigration enforcement so much that arrests at the southern border are lower than when Trump first left office. With some of the numbers that Reuters received showing that 47,000 migrants were arrested at the Mexican border.
Wash your clothes at the creek.
Which, if you're unfamiliar, might sound like
honestly,
a lot, but that is far less than the 250,000 just a year prior and 24,000 less than when Trump was leaving office. Right, and this is during
better than
Biden's
paying for
first
it.
years in office. There was a massive spike strike, but since then, there's been a
Thank
crackdown
you.
alongside deals with Mexico and other nations to help. Right? And part of that strategy was to prevent things like massive migrant caravans that make their way from Mexico to the U.S. border at their source, southern Mexico. And according to
We
a
should have
former
like a
chief of Mexico's immigration
silly
agency, that
screenshot
means
competition.
dispersion and exhaustion. You see, according to reports from outlets like the Associated Press, Mexican authorities will let the caravans form in the south. Then they'll let them walk up to a week, and when they're finally tired, officials will swoop in with offers to help. And this includes giving bus tickets to other areas of the country where their immigration status will then be reviewed. So with that, you had one Venezuelan migrant describing it to the Associated Press like this, saying immigration officials told us they were going to give us a permit to transit the country freely for 10, 15
I don't know what
days,
the levels
and
mean.
it
I have
wasn't
to
like
edit
that.
that bot
They
tricks
left us
guy
dumped here
to
without
figure
any
him
way to
out.
get out. They won't sell us bus tickets. They won't sell us anything. With one such destination being the struggling tourist city of Acapulco, which had about 100 migrants dropped off at the city recently. Something that angered the migrants who claimed that they specifically negotiated to be taken to cities with work opportunities, which Acapulco lacks. And across Mexico, you see similar stories with small groups of migrants taken from caravans and dispersed, albeit far from the US border, to help reduce their concentration. And with this tactic, we've seen mixed reactions. President Claudia Sheinbaum has hailed the approach as a humanitarian win, as it allows migrants to leave the southern parts of the country with help from authorities. But this, as critics claim, that it makes migrants even more vulnerable to the cartels that already target them, especially because they're sometimes dropped off in dangerous cartel territories. But also, with that being said, right, this really hasn't changed the Republican stance that more needs to be done at the border as well as illegal migrants still in the US. Which then brings us to Congress, which started its new session yesterday, and they have hit the ground running with the House passing the Lake and Riley Act today. And that makes the bill, which is named
I
after
hate
a
getting my
nursing
laundry
student who was
fucking
murdered by an
stolen too. That
undocumented
sucks.
migrant, the first to be passed by the new Congress. And it's mainly focused at giving states' attorneys general the power to sue the federal government if they can show that their states are being harmed because of a lack of immigration enforcement. And very notably here, the legislation passed with broad bipartisan support from 48 Democrats who joined all Republicans in supporting the bill. And this, as there's already been a version proposed in the Senate, with the majority leader working to put that up for a vote this Friday. However, there it might be a bit more of a fight in the Senate, as 8 Democrats would need to sign on to pass the 60-vote hurdle. But we have seen at least one Democrat, Senator John Fetterman, signing on as co-sponsor to the bill. And it's also been reported that there are a few others who could potentially vote in favor as well. But with whatever happens there, it's believed that this is kind of just the first step or the first thing towards fighting illegal immigration that Congress wants to make. Because there's also this massive discussion about a large omnibus bill that would tackle border security, energy.
Sábado. All right. Wow, I'm so proud of you. Wow, that's really hard to do and probably feels really bad, but also feels really good. Yeah, you got it over with. I'm proud of you. I'm glad we have a car now and you can do that. Yeah. Okay, well good luck. I hope you get some good orders. How long are you gonna be out still? Okay. I'm on stream. We've been trying to get through this one Philip DeFranco video for the past how many hours, chat? How many hours, chat? So many hours. 3 hours we've been trying to get through this one Philip DeFranco video, Ryder. I'm glad. I'm real glad. That's good. Oh. Oh, okay. I'm Alex Jones, apparently. Fuck. I was about to, make a order. This is why Hassan just puts it on and walks away. That is true, but then he doesn't get the information, Viami. I don't want shit. I just want you to be happy, alright? Because I'm like, nothing sounds good, but this guy likes this thing, and he'd been talking about this thing and how he hadn't tried this thing, and then I saw that thing, and I was like, okay, maybe I'll get this thing, and I'll have like a nibble, and then he'll eat the rest. That's what I was thinking. Okay, then go get it. I'm sorry, I'm stuck like this. I'm done gushing about it. Left, you must go. Fine. I still got food. Is there a coffee shop open? No, it's too late. I have coffee at home, but it's nicer when someone else makes it. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm good. Now, yeah, really? Okay, give me some. All right. Okay. I love you. No, yeah, exactly. Like it's like it feels like shit, but then it's like okay, it's over with. That's why I filmed that video of me at the fucking storage unit, because I was like, I am so gut-wrenchingly depressed about this, but I am also so fucking glad I'm done with it. But also, like, I felt like I was getting absolutely nothing from it, and I was being robbed, so I was like, okay, at least I'm gonna get a couple of clicks, and maybe some people will laugh, I don't know. Or some people will be like, yeah, me too, bro, because I had, like, 3 separate people who were like, yeah, I also got a storage unit, and they went, like, doubled the price. And I'm like, well, yeah, this is like, the read the fine print. Your dad watches my YouTube. Hi, Ryder's dad. No, that's worse than a gym. That's worse than I've never had a gym do that, but I have had a gym fuck me over and not let me cancel my subscription though. That was chivalry. That was Snap Fitness. They fucking kept charging my shit, and they would not like. I called them and called them and called them, and they kept charging. Go ahead. Always read the fine print, but no one reads the fine print, and we're all fucked. I'm sorry. I know. I do this. Right after that, I tweeted. We always read the fine print, and then someone's like, "We never read the fine print." And I was like, "I should have read the fine print, though." What South Park episode? Yeah. Human Centipede? I should tell Project Melody about this. I should ask her if she knows about it, because she was looking at the project. She was looking at the Project Human Centipede thing. And okay, good luck. I love you. So it's the Human Centipede South Park episode. They don't read the fine print, and then they end up in a human centipede. No. No, because they didn't read the fine print. Okay. You have to go now? I'm going to, but you're talking to me about human centipedes! Ah! At least I can laugh about it! What the fuck? You guys see Project Melody reshare? There's like a human centipede like tycoon game or some shit. It made me think of that. Anyways. She meets her mic, so we don't know her order. Yeah, no, I just didn't want you guys to know the restaurant. I also ordered a big fat booty in my face. 12 days later. Fetterman? Like John Fetterman? Isn't he not? I swear that guy was not left. This is the guy I'm thinking of.
energy and taxes. While the specifics are still up in the air, the Republican Party is split into two groups about the best way to pass it. Right, both want to use a reconciliation bill, which is a way for Congress to pass a bill as part of a budget. Essentially, they're saying that
are South Americans American? It depends on who you ask.
The benefit of doing that is it's pretty fast to pass.
Take
a bill
it easy,
and only requires
Silver.
a simple majority. So in one camp, you have Republican leaders like Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who's pushing two reconciliation bills to be passed about the topic.
You gotta be silly. You gotta keep the silliness up.
A single reconciliation bill. And then with all this, you had Trump himself weighing in yesterday saying
arcades and laundromat? That sounds dope.
One bill. I also want to get everything passed.
It's just a horrible concept. Like it's really hard to build a good plot around something so vile. It's not even like scary as much as it is just disgusting. It's like if I wanted to be grossed out in that way, there are things on the internet I could look up that would get that same effect. I just don't want to. I don't want to.
I agree with it. I'm open to that also.
And this is my thing with the horror genre, is when they're just going for the horrorist, the most fucking weird, gross shit. That's where it fucking gets me. I don't know. I one of the most recent horror movies I watched, I think it was like The Menu. And I think that one had a good plot, right? And it was really fucked up, but it was like captivating in certain ways. But things like Human Centipede, it's just like, what happened to you, bro? Why'd you do this? Why did you birth this into humanity and this reality? Why? What happened?
My preference is one big, as I say, one big beautiful bill. Now to do that takes longer. You know, to submit it takes longer, actually, but so it's a longer process. I would say that I'd live with that.
It wasn't bad for an intentionally horrible movie.
I don't know. To me, it just is a cleaner. It's cleaner. It's nicer.
We also saw Trump answering a question that a lot of people have been wondering about.
I also really like that actress in The Menu.
You know, what about the so-called dreamers? Right, the people in the country protected by DACA who often were brought to the U.S. as children by their parents and they've lived their entire lives here. Well, while Donald Trump tried to repeal DACA in 2017 but was stopped, it appears he might be more open to letting them stay, telling Hewitt.
I don't think it has to be in that bill, but I'm okay with talking about the dreamers. It's been a long time. You know, everybody's been talking about the dreamers. These are people that have been here since, in many cases, birth. They've been here for, many years. They were very young, and now they're middle-aged people. In some cases, they're old people. It's been talked about, and I'm certainly open to talking about it.
Which, I will say, if you go online, has gotten some pushback from MAGA-aligned accounts on Twitter, with some responding by saying Trump tells Hugh Hewitt he's willing to make a deal on dreamers. All that does is encourage more to come and wait till the next amnesty, saying Trump is betraying the American worker and the communities overrun by illegal invaders. So I will say this, as others are more open to the idea of letting dreamers stay, saying, I think Trump is right to grant amnesty to dreamers on the condition that they immediately obtain citizenship. The reasoning is simple. They did not choose to come here illegally. They were brought here as children by adults. They grew up here, went to school here, work, and pay taxes here. It's the only home they have ever known. Deporting them because an adult brought them here is not fair or right. They deserve a chance to be citizens. If they commit crimes or choose not to become citizens, then deport them. If not, let them be citizens. You know, I will say that the split here, it's not that surprising, even amongst Republicans, because something like 81% of Americans support citizenship for dreamers. And in fact, according to a Gallup poll from June of 2024, a majority of Americans across both parties agree that dreamers should be allowed to stay. But with all that said, for now, we're gonna have to wait to see what happens with this reconciliation bill. Currently, a lot of the focus is on, is it gonna be one bill or two bill, rather than all the specifics that would need to get into it. Because, like with all things, the devil is in the details, and depending on the size of this thing, which it is expected to be huge, it's just what kind of huge, that's a lot of details. And even if they only need a simple majority to pass it, we're looking at kind of razor-thin margins, especially in the House. But then from that, finally, today, let's talk about yesterday and some commentary brought to you by BeautifulBastard.com, where right now, not only can you get that $20 mystery box tee, where you can grab yourself what I think is the comfiest blanket in the world, the comfiest fuzzy socks in the world, and our seasonal candles and beanies, plus a whole lot more, once again, over at BeautifulBastard.com. But with that said, jumping into those comments, there were plenty of comments about Elon Musk. Right, yesterday we dove into how he's been trying to sway things not only in the United States, but Canada, Germany, and the UK. And with that, a number of y'all were saying things like, Elon seems to be advocating for whomever would allow him to do whatever he wants. I can't see how he'd have the time to be well educated enough on all the political issues of each of these countries' elections to actually provide a meaningful endorsement that citizens should care about. Some responding there that he's just trying to become a global oligarch. Others saying Elon is the champion of free speech, where free speech means speech he agrees and aligns with. Others saying, so Musk is exactly who the right always said Soros was. Let this be another lesson in that accusations are very often confessions. Well, you definitely had many people agreeing with that. There were also people that would pop up saying, this is just kind of a more transparent version of what's happening on the left and right with rich people in general. Also, on the kind of more broad subject in general, you had people saying backsliding democracies and billionaire oligarch interests are two of the biggest problems we'll face this century, with number one being climate change. With others replying there with things like backsliding democracies could have been avoided if the governments actually paid attention to its citizens when they were sounding the alarm on their path 5 to 10 years ago. As well as D. Larkin adding, plus the increase in misinformation, disinformation, and AI. People struggle to agree on the truth as it is, never mind in the future with more and more credible looking doctored images and videos. And adding, not to seem dramatic, but it honestly gives me nightmares. We'll be living in a Black Mirror episode. But then in addition to all the Elon talk or the things connected to that, you had people talking about the honey situation. And in fact, there were even some YouTube creators in the comments saying things like, I'm so mad at the honey situation. I've been promoting them unsponsored for years because I thought it was a great service. In the beauty space, we live off of affiliate codes, and I didn't realize that I was sabotaging myself by trying to help my audience save money in different ways. I joined Legal Eagles class action, and I hope they pay out the nose for what they did. Meanwhile, you had others just commenting that it's been wild to watch all this unfold in real time. And this is you had others saying, this is only part of the story. We're saying that Megalag split his investigation into different parts. But with all that said, for now, that is where we're gonna leave it. But remember, the Philip DeFranco Show isn't just a news show. It's a conversation. So if you have thoughts, opinions, reactions to anything and everything we talked about today, let me know what you're thinking in those comments down below. 1, I just find it interesting, and 2, you might be a part of this segment tomorrow. But until then, for more news you need to know, click or tap right here. And of course, as always, my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here.
In chat. Phil loves your faces. Devil's in the details is right. I was kind of happy that I was going to get paid, but at the cost of a writer that hurts trans folks. It's a sad day.
Jason, where'd you grow up? Where are you from originally?
Long Island, New York.
Softwood Underbelly's so good, but we gotta look up other stuff. More about the Virgin Hotel boycott.
Okay, hundreds of hospitality workers walked off the job and onto the picket line today in Vegas. The Culinary Workers Union and Virgin Hotels failed to reach a contract agreement overnight. CBS News correspondent Andreas Gutierrez is live in Las Vegas for us now. Good. So, Andreas, explain who this impacts.
Well, good morning, Vlad. This impacts 700 workers who are the heartbeat of the operations here at the Virgin Hotels Las Vegas. We're talking about the housekeeping, the bellhops, the custodians, the food and beverage workers who keep the hotel operations going. They have been without a contract since last June, and they are looking for a new contract that is 5 years long and very similar to the one that the union was able to broker last year with MGM Grand, the Caesars hotels, as well as Wynn hotels. And in that deal, they were able to get a 32% pay raise over 5 years, taking them from about $27 an hour to over $37 an hour.
So let me ask you this, Andreas. How far apart are both sides right now?
Well, at this point, they're telling me that during the negotiations at the bargaining table haven't been really fruitful. They
hey, Niz, welcome back.
Not offering any pay raises for the first 3 years, only years 4 and 5. And until yesterday, they had decided to spread the money around. I did have a chance to talk to one of the union leaders, and here's what he told me.
Well, when the company puts a last and final offer of 0 wage increases for 3 years, there's really not any faith in that at all. Now, these workers have to deal with the cost of groceries, the cost of rent, like everyone else.
And so the hotel has said that the union has been negotiating in bad faith, and they are also saying what they're asking for is just economically not feasible for them.
And there's a big event next week in Vegas, Andreas. Could this be over by then?
Well, yeah, all the world's eyes will be on Las Vegas as they host the Formula One race. The culinary has encouraged visitors not to stay here at the hotel. In fact, they're telling folks that are currently checked in to check out of the hotel and to find other accommodations where where they support unions.
Oh shit! I
All
forgot.
right, Andres Gutierrez for us this morning. Thank you, Andres. Appreciate it.
Now, this is 8 News Now.
Damn, 7 months ago as well. It's not even just started a month ago.
And happening right now, more than 700 culinary union workers at the Virgin Hotel are on strike. Now, this started at 5 this morning, expected for the next 48 hours. Thanks for joining us. I'm Denise Valdez.
And I'm Brian Loftus.
They've been on strike for a long time.
Virgin Hotels and the union, they failed to reach a new wage contract agreement. 8 News Now reporter Madison Kimbrough live at the picket lines in front of Virgin Hotels with what workers and hotel guests are now saying.
If we don't get a contract, Virgin gets no peace. Those are the words that these culinary workers are chanting as they're striking. As of now, you can see them right behind me, right through this traffic in front of Virgin Hotels. Now, what's interesting is we took a look inside, and while we saw guests, according to their website, they are not taking any new reservations until Sunday, stating on their website that rooms are not available. Now, when we called the hotel, we were told that they were sold out for the weekend.
Okie dokie. Sorry. So I was looking at the reviews for the Virgin Hotel right now, and this was left a couple weeks ago, and this is something I heard people talking about on Twitter, was, yeah, I stayed here for a work trip because the conference was on the Strip, and I was hoping to get away from the craziness and enjoy room service, which I was told this hotel had. Oops. Which I was told this hotel had. While there is still a casino in the hotel, it's smaller and less smoky. The pizza restaurant was great and quick, plus reasonably priced. However, the food hospitality workers were on strike. This led to no room service and half the restaurants being closed, including the coffee spot right next to my tower. While I didn't appreciate the lack of notice and accommodations made for this change, I still think the rooms were awesome and clean, and it was well priced if at full capacity. So, yeah, I don't really want to pay for an expensive hotel room and not get half the accommodations or half of the conveniences.
We are the backbone of the company.
Employee Tanisha Franklin, like so many, fighting for a proper wage amid ongoing contract negotiations between Virgin Hotels and the Culinary Union.
We can't survive if we don't get this raise, if we don't have money to pay our bills, because everything is going up.
You put the order in.
She and hundreds of culinary workers walked off the job Friday morning in what Ted Papageorge with the union says is a 48-hour strike after they've spent months trying to reach a deal for a new 5-year contract with Virgin Hotels.
This company is proposing 0 wage increases for the next 5 years. Meanwhile, they've got hundreds of millions of dollars.
And this strike catching the
Another review from 2 weeks ago. I booked my room here for my wedding because I had been before and it was an amazing experience. Staff was kind and everything was so clean. However, this time the entire hotel is basically on strike. I know they make enough money to pay people and give them benefits. The entire experience was heartbreaking, and the workers who curate their wonderful experience in the first deserve better. The hotel felt dystopian and genuinely put a terrible vibe for the entire day. Ooh, damn.
Attention of hotel guests who say they can hear the chants from inside their hotel room.
I think it's very annoying, and I wish them the best of luck, but they are being quite loud, so whatever message they're trying to get across, I would say, is working.
I mean, I think they have a right to protest, definitely. I would question how come they don't go to one of those other hotels that are paying more money.
But workers like Giovanni Guerrero
Why don't they go to one of those hotels that are paying more money? Probably because they're currently working for that hotel. And so they're probably putting it out there as people who have probably lived in the area for a while. You know, the Virgin Hotel is rather new. These people have probably lived there for a while. And, you know, it's probably important for them to inform like other people who would potentially take those jobs. Like, hey, they're not paying us enough. They're not treating us how we would be treated by these other places. So I'm sure if Virgin Hotels doesn't do anything about the strike, then they would then, you know, go work somewhere else. But as like this reviewer is saying, like, it seems like the people who are on strike are like on strike, you know, and like the hotel is lacking because of that, which is the point of the strike, to encourage the company to provide better wages. So of course they could just go work somewhere else. You know, like it's like you have a bad experience with someone, you could just date someone else, but you still can talk about when you have like a bad experience. Like, it doesn't, I don't know. What's up, Citrus? How you doing?
Lopez says it's more than just a job for.
And I'm sure they like working there and they like working with each other, you know, and this is like my thing with a lot of jobs. Like, it's not necessarily like the co-workers or the place you work or the job you do, but just like these little things that you and your coworkers and your supervisors are all like, it's out of your hands, and it's just like the people at the very top making the decisions that could make your life better or not.
For him, but more family matters as his relatives have worked on property for decades.
My family were here prior. They were here at Hard Rock. So there's a
yeah,
lot of
they're there at the Hard Rock. That's what I'm saying. Like, the Hard Rock got bought out and turned into the Virgin Hotel. Like, that's, you know, like, work fam, yeah. Ayo, yeah, Citrus, how you doing? I'm doing pretty good today.
Bonding and like a lot of attachment to it. I was not expecting to come here and fight for my rights at 18.
This is the first time in over 2 decades that Las Vegas has seen culinary union members go on strike. Now, the last time was in 2002. That was at the Golden Gate Hotel located in downtown Las Vegas. Reporting live here on Paradise and Harmon, Madison Kimbrough, 8 News Now.
Now, beyond that, we understand that further discussion on what's going to happen next will take place Tuesday between both the company and the union.
We have hundreds of local culinary unions that are on the picket line as we speak. Our Andrew Nomura is live from
the this has not even been going on for just 1 month. It's been going on for at least 7.
Now at
7 months.
This morning, I see that people are up early and they're at it right now.
Yeah, in a historic move by the
Thank you, I hope you're doing well.
In some 20-something years, the Culinary Union and its members are taking to the sidewalk here outside of the Virgin Hotel, striking, requesting, demanding better wages, better working conditions as they are in search of a new contract with the Virgin Hotel. We were talking to Treasurer Secretary of the Union, Ted.
I'm looking at the reviews, and they're just all about the strike at this hotel.
Their contract with Virgin Hotel expired last June, and they've been in contract or negotiations for the last 5 months or so, and right now they have not come to a resolution. So in a historic move, they have decided to come out and strike for better wages. As you hear them in the distance here on this bullhorn, asking for one job. They only need one job. One job should be enough. They're asking for better wages, better working conditions. They represent a huge group here on Virgin Hotel and its property.
Hotel room is good, however they charge extra even if we wanted to use the minibar to put our food inside. Yeah, that's like the thing, like even at the Hard Rock, like everything was extra. It was very expensive. Unfortunately, we had to throw away a lot of food we had with us because the minibar was full and we couldn't remove anything from inside without being charged. Hotel location looks close, but is far from the center, around 40-minute walk. The protest from their own workers in the building was very annoying. You should pay your staff or give them better work conditions as you make so much money from addicted gamblers.
Whether that being bartenders, whether that being housekeepers.
Yeah, like I don't even want to like encourage people to meet me at AVN and support this hotel at all. Like, if this has been going on for 7 months and the hotel's so expensive and you're not going to have all of the conveniences and, like, it's understaffed, like, I don't know about that. Yeah, and then these people are just like, oh, it's a good hotel, no denying it. However, when the catering staff were on strike, which was noisy and disruptive to our trip, didn't make for a nice environment when leaving the hotel. It also meant that a few of the catering venues within the hotel were disappointingly closed. The rooms were nicely decorated, clean and spacious. There were absolutely no issues there, with plenty of surfaces and storage room for clothes. Yeah, because they have tons of money for interior decorating. I didn't use the gym or the pool, so I can't comment on them. The casino seemed quiet. It didn't have the atmospheres for casinos actually on the strip, but was good enough for a little gamble. The location looks just off the strip, but it's a fair walk, so you're reliant on taxi, Uber, or Lyft to get onto the strip. Damn. How disappointing. People protesting for living wages, so disappointing. It's like, you can tell, like, with these reviewers, like, how much they actually care about whether or not people make a living wage. It's kind of funny. Okay, here's another one. Great area of the strip, no service and restaurants, could not get my room clean. Then I realized why. The entire staff is on strike. Do yourself a favor and do not book this hotel. You will not be satisfied. No housekeeping, no bartenders, no service in any restaurants. Virgin better come up with a better solution for their employees on strike quick or close up shop. 2 thumbs down. And they took a picture of the strike workers. Here's a response from the owner. Dear Brandon, thank you for your review. We sincerely regret to hear that you've had a disappointing experience. We are committed to working in good faith to come to a reasonable agreement with the culinary union, and we understand how this impacted your time with us. This is not a typical instance for the hotel, and it is our hope that we have our opportunity to welcome you back so that we may showcase our dedication to providing an exceptional guest experience and service. I think it should lean more heavy on paying people a reasonable wage than the guest experience at this point. That's my opinion on the PR take of their response. Yeah, there's a lot of going on with it. I didn't realize it was happening for 7 months. It's taken a while to come to some kind of agreement, I guess. Bad experience at the Virgin Hotel in Vegas. Room comfortable other than pillows. Hotels seemed clean. Now the cons, had to wait until 5 p.m. to get our keys, even though we checked in at 3:30. The guy said he upgraded us, but the room looked like the one we booked. Sleepless nights due to the loud jets flying right over this hotel. Seemed like every 10 or 15 minutes. A couple next door fighting in the hall at 3 a.m., but I tried to call. The phone was broken. Internet wouldn't work in our room. When I checked out today and complained, the lady became rude and would not do anything for us. Never staying here again. That's completely outside of the strike happening. Stayed for a week, was not impressed, yet somehow gave them 5 stars. That I do not understand. Oh no, the noise of the striking workers made the stay unbearable. Damn. Okay, I guess the staff turned it around for him. I think, yeah, like, that's the point, for them to be loud. But damn. At booking, they did not inform us of the workers striking. They didn't inform me either when I booked. Literally surrounding the hotel, which I stand with them as a union member myself. Each time I went to take a shower, there was no hot water. Ooh, that's a big issue too. Probably, I bet the maintenance guys are also on strike. Until later in the evening, came back on both times. Okay. Don't bother gambling here. The floor is basically empty, and for good reason. The machines literally take your money. The worst slots I've ever experienced. The staff on the floor were amazing. They were the only thing that offered any joy to this place. So the staff should be taken care of. Because, yeah, that's like the whole experience. Like, the whole thing would not exist if it wasn't for all the people, like, on the bottom who built it from the ground up. Okay. All right. I think we're done reading reviews. I think we got the gist of it. Do not stay here. I trusted the Hilton brand, blah, blah, blah. Not a pleasant stay. Oh, God. Protesters walked up to the car screaming at us. Yikes. All right. Yeah, they didn't notify anyone that there's a strike going on. Yeah. I literally didn't know about it until I saw someone on Twitter say, hey, like anyone going to AVN, you have the right to know that this is happening. And I was like, damn, I hadn't even heard of this before. It's in a union, but we're not allowed to strike. Damn.
We're hearing an usher, the lead usher, Pamela Holmes, yesterday stating that, hey, we've been trying to do this for the last couple of months, and there has been no movement by Virgin Hotel. We do know that Virgin...
Man, I'm just thinking, like, is AVN gonna get the usual, like, evangelical, like, Jesus protesters that are trying to either save or shame all of the porn stars? On top of this, there's gonna be so many protesters outside of AVN.
That they filed a lawsuit saying that they believe that the culinary union hasn't been negotiating in good faith. Well, we were talking to Ted Papageorge and we asked him about that yesterday, and he says, hey, he's refuting those claims. They have been negotiating for the last 5 months.
Okay, so how much do you make at the Virgin Hotels?
And so far, this is what it's come down to, a strike right outside of Virgin Hotel right now. We were talking to a couple of people earlier before the strike. They're like, hey, we want to be valued too. And that's what it comes down to. We are wanting to be valued.
No way. No way they are starting their security officers off for as little as $8 an hour for a security guard? No way. I was literally just talking about this, like not too long ago about being a teacher, bro. Like how I would be a teacher, except for they don't make shit. Literally a cook. This is like about what probably a teacher makes. Maybe, I don't know. It depends on where you're at entirely, but a salary for a year. I make roughly 60K. I'm okay. I'm, mostly stable. I could make better decisions probably. But $36,000 a year. 36,000 divided by 12. 3,000 a month. So, like, if you have a family, say, like, you're one person working, supporting a family, that's not feasible. It's a stretch. It's a stretch for sure. I wonder if there's a difference between what the Hard Rock made, what they made working at the Hard Rock versus the Virgin Hotel. I make $17 an hour as a barista. Being a security guard, you're putting yourself at like way more risk than a fucking barista, I feel like. Don't forget to take out taxes. Exactly. Clerk, 20 an hour. Yeah, I think we were saying in chat earlier, like 25 an hour is actually livable, depending on where you're at. Oh yeah, this is not enough. Like it's, I think, slightly cheaper to live in Vegas than where I live, but that's still not enough to survive on. I don't know what kind of benefits they get, but like a lot of employers will try and like push people just under part-time so they don't have to provide benefits. Unions have membership dues. Right. Like being a teacher is like a job of passion at this point. So most of the time not going to pay your bills. You're like making a sacrifice to do that type of job. What does a housekeeper make there? They don't even say the pay for the housekeepers. Pay information not provided. Also, like, I imagine in Vegas, as a housekeeper, you're probably going to deal with some gross shit sometimes. Like, because when I was a housekeeper, you know, and that wasn't even in a place like Vegas. That was like in a small town. I love how you're so investigatory. I didn't even know about this until like yesterday. So I'm like trying to understand it because like I was planning on going to this event, Citrus, and I'm like, what's going on? And so I'm like trying to understand where they're kind of at, what they're dealing with. I'm a little bit autistic in that way. Like I love to learn, I love researching things.
In pay. So this is what's currently happening right now. We've seen Ted Papa George out here as well. Hopefully we can get, we got a couple more people walking out right now, as you can see it right here. Hold on. We see a couple of people right now walking out here of Virgin Hotels, all coming in regards, coming to the strike as well. Hold on, come on, Brad. Let's move a little bit closer. As you can see, people are walking out of the hotel right now. Some of these workers all filing in, coming in.
Andrew, can you hear me?
With the strike? Yep, I can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Oh, wonderful. Do you mind going up to one of these striking workers and asking them what motivated them to be out there at 5 o'clock this morning doing exactly what we're seeing them do on live television?
Okay, so the Hard Rock, it's saying like this was like pre-pandemic, so it's a little bit less because after 2020, I think they remodeled it into the Virgin Hotel. So this is like some of it's like a bit less, but you know, like with inflation and everything. Let me see. Cost of living graph over time. Las Vegas, Nevada. Here's some information about the cost of living in Vegas, Nevada over time. In 2024, the average rent in Las Vegas was $1,448 in March and $1,472 in July. The cost of an inexpensive meal at a restaurant in Las Vegas was $20 in 2022. I need to see like a map. This is not giving me what I want. Like a graph, not a map. Okay, this is the cost of living. This is the cost of living in Las Vegas. There we go. We got something. Las Vegas housing market. Okay, well, this is a housing market, not the cost of living, but. Damn, dude. If only I could time travel and buy a house in 2012. Too bad I wasn't an adult yet. What the fuck? Cost of living, average food and grocery costs. Hello. Welcome in. Thanks for subscribing. Hello. These are home prices. I don't know if home prices are necessarily what I'm looking for, but cost of living, cost of transportation. No, that's like by big city. I don't want that. I just want Las Vegas over time. housing prices, but household income. These graphs are shit. It's like there's indexes and stuff, but that's not what I want. Fear gumdrop? Gumdrop. Yeah, teachers should be nourished and taken care of. Or is it investigative? It's a little bit investigative. Oh, which is the proper word uses? I'm not sure, actually.
Absolutely, we will try to get one of them. Here we go.
Say again? What? I was watching a video. What? Ah! Oh, good. Okay. I love you. What? Okay. I'm Munch Queen. You want to come say hi? How good. Okay, I love you. Bye-bye.
What do we want? Can we talk to you really quickly? What do we want? You just walked out on the job. What do we want? What are you wanting?
I'm actually the chief negotiator. Those are the
Okay, okay, no worries. Let's go up to someone else. I think we just saw Ted Papa George here as well, Kim, as we make our way through this picket line.
What do you want? What do you want?
We'll give you a look right here as a couple of folks just walked out on the job. Hold on, okay, I see Ted Papa George, hold on. Hey, Ted. Ted, can we pull you for a second really quickly?
What do you want? What do you want?
We of course, a couple of people a little bit shy. They didn't want to, misspeak or speak, I guess, ahead of time. Ted, we were talking to you via Zoom yesterday.
Yes, sir.
This is what it come down to, over 22 years since you guys went out on strike. Talk to us a little bit about the day.
Well, look, we've had contract expired for 10 months. We've been negotiating for 5 months. The reality is we've got very large Wall Street banks, hedge funds, private equity we're dealing with. They're investing hundreds of millions of dollars, but no money for workers. Company's been sitting on zero for 5 months for wages. That's a huge problem. These workers have been very patient. And we settled every other contract 3 months ago. They gave the company additional extensions that no other company got, and these workers have said that's enough. And so the strike has started, and workers are going to withhold their labor until 5 a.m. on Sunday.
What will it take
7 months later
for this strike to end?
Well, this company really has to come to their senses. Look, the idea that we have our Burger King workers at the airport that got raises this year. So if they've got hundreds of millions of dollars for renovations to come to Las Vegas, they've got to invest in the land, the building, but they've also got to invest in the workers. So, look, the company knows where to find us. We're available to bargain. But they're at the end of the line, and the company needs to see a strong message, and that's what they're going to see for the next 48 hours.
Speaking of being available to bargain, we know that Virgin Hotel has filed a lawsuit saying that you're not negotiating in good faith. We spoke to you yesterday via Zoom, and you vehemently refute those claims.
Well, look, we reject all of those claims. It's ridiculous. We've been negotiating for 5 months. We'd offered dates that the company did not accept. So we're not too worried about all these publicity stunts the company may do. At the end of the day, they've got to be able to come to the workers and the union and say, we're willing to give reasonable wage increases.
One last question for you, because I know you want to jump back on this picket line. Speak for the workers right now. Some of these workers and what they're going through in terms of, hey, we really need a wage increase. We've seen inflation go up over the last couple of years. We've seen other properties here on the Strip make historic changes to your contract. Well, what are they going through right now?
Well, look, the workers at Virgin Hotel are not second-class workers. They deserve the same wage increases as everybody else on the Strip. Everybody's paying more at the grocery store, more for gas, price gouging by big oil and big food. Wall Street landlords, rent is up. Housing has doubled in the last 3 or 4 years, just right here in Las Vegas. So workers have to survive. And if the company wants to do well with Las Vegas and this community, they're going to have to take care of their workers.
What about the patrons, the people who come to Virgin Hotel? What are they walking into right now?
Well, what we think is that they shouldn't be walking into Virgin. They should take their business elsewhere for the next 48 hours. And
the owner of this hotel owns his own island.
Hopefully to do the right thing.
Ted Papa George. Thank you, sir. We really do appreciate it. Once again, you heard from the Treasury Secretary, Ted Papa George there. What are they demanding? What are they wanting? One job should be enough. We need a pay increase. And they're going to be out here for the next 48 hours. Kim, we'll send it back to you all in the studio.
All right. Well, that's a good bit of information about this. Union strike at Virgin Hotels enters its 5th day, but it's been happening for 7 months.
On day 5. Earlier today, union members spoke during
The videos we just watched were from 7 months ago. Maybe they strike for a bit, went back, and then continued? I don't know. Culinary Union rejects Virgin Hotels' request to arbitrate.
44 of the Culinary Union strike against Virgin Hotels Las Vegas is coming to an end. And tonight, the union is responding to Virgin's call to take their contract dispute to arbitration. Virgin issued a statement saying, in part, we are eager to put this behind us by reaching an equitable agreement that is financially sustainable for the property while benefiting all of our team members. The union leaders are calling it a publicity stunt. News 3's Ambar Rodriguez is joining us now in studio with more. Ambar.
The union secretary-treasurer Ted Papa George says Virgin did formally request to arbitrate, but he says it was meaningless.
Our workers have totally rejected that. Again, it's a publicity stunt.
Ted Papa George says Virgin Hotels Las Vegas did send the Culinary Union a letter requesting a third party step in and resolve the ongoing strike.
There was a letter, but it's meaningless. Because if you're only willing to sit down and talk about a third of what the Stratosphere workers requested, that really isn't bargaining in good faith.
He says if the union were to accept the hotel's request to arbitrate, it would be legally binded to the terms the third party would come up with. Papa George says the resolution would not be in favor of the workers.
The key point is this, is that these workers are ready to bargain and make their own decisions. They're not looking for a third party to step in.
With 700 employees on the 6th week of their strike, the union continues to celebrate their efforts by hosting a party each weekend on the picket line. On Saturday, members were treated to a Noche Cubana. Papa George says it was in honor of the hotel's Cuban staff, who he says make up nearly 50% of the housekeepers.
A lot of people actually kind of fall in depression, so this makes us feel better. It keeps our momentum alive to not give up.
And throughout the strike, workers are being paid $500 weekly by the union for 20 hours on the picket line. Papa George tells me the union has enough funds to keep its members on strike for as long as it takes to get them a new contract with better wages. Reporting in studio, I'm Ambar Rodriguez.
All right, thank you, Ambar. The Las Vegas Bowl is declining to comment on criticism.
Little by by little, you know. Honestly, it's always been a matter of someone you know or love has been hurt by this company at some point in time. And I can honestly say, with the rate that they hire and fire, it's obvious that they would expand out of that base soon. You know, a lot of people are rehires.
Hey, it's Jordan. I am in Flint, Michigan, East Palestine, Ohio, Tumwa, Iowa. Please support the only independent outlet on the ground covering what the corporate media covers up. Hey, it's Jordan. We are in Staten Island, right outside JFK 8, which is the massive Amazon warehouse that won the historic first Amazon unionized workforce in America almost 3 years ago. And not surprisingly, Amazon has refused to bargain with these workers. Thousands of workers work here. I'm with Connor Spence here, the president of Amazon Labor Union, which earlier this year connected and joined the umbrella affiliated with Teamsters. So just tell me, because you guys went out on strike at midnight, you have 2 hours, I think, of sleep.
2 hours of sleep.
Just tell me, there's a long road to get here. Tell me about the energy out here.
Well, you know, it's been more than 2 years, 2.5 years since we won our union election here at JFK 8. Amazon has been illegally refusing to negotiate a contract with us all this time. Appeal after appeal, stalling tactic after stalling tactic. They've spent probably millions on attorney's fees by now just to keep the workers down. And in the time since we unionized, yeah, exactly. We joined the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. We're part of the Teamsters National Amazon division. Amazon has this same legal obligation to bargain with over 20 bargaining units across the country. They're in the same boat as us, and so we've planned this nationally coordinated action to put as much pressure as possible at their most critical time of year because of their illegal refusal to come to the table with any of us.
And tell people who don't know, this warehouse, I forget the actual number. What was it, like 10 to 15 football fields?
Yeah.
How big this warehouse is?
15 football fields, yeah.
So just working here, when you barely get, you know, a 15-minute break, yeah. You are, in addition to the labor of the packaging, moving product, I mean, you're up and down a huge facility. Tell me about, has conditions gotten any better since you won the union? But basically Amazon refused to recognize, so you've basically been dealing with a lot of the same things.
No, it's absolutely not gotten better. In a lot of ways, it's gotten worse. Even, during the pandemic, we had a few things they gave us to try to appease people. Those pandemic protections actually put us a little bit closer to feeling like we had more of a normal workplace. But now they've rescinded a lot of those things. They have made a lot of the working conditions, you know, they've made changes that go in the opposite direction. Injury rates are up. People are as agitated as ever about the awful working conditions. And that's why, despite the fact that this is a company with 150% turnover, since our union election, a lot of those people who voted are gone. But it's no problem at all. Talking with the people who have come in since then, they share the same agitation that the workers had 2 years ago. And a lot of those veterans are still there, and we haven't forgotten either.
And for people that don't know, because, you know, Amazon spends millions of dollars, rainbows and sunshine PR commercials. I remember the one with a guy they put through school who ends up at the end of the commercial on a beach, you know, looking wonderful and happy. But you mentioned the 150% turnover. Yeah. So they hire a lot of seasonal workers that they then get rid of. And there's a lot of people who quit because of the conditions. So they're just kind of going through workers almost like robots.
Yeah, I think that's one of the starkest changes they've made since our election. And when I talked about things getting worse, I think that's one of the things I want to talk about is the fact that a lot of the employees every employee who's brought in now is brought in as a temporary employee. You make less money. You get no benefits. During our union election, Amazon's one of their biggest talking points was, we're such a great place to work. Who else gives you benefits day one? So we won the election, and then they got rid of that. So now you can be a temporary employee for over the first year of your employment. You make less, you have no benefits. If a family member dies, you can't even put in for a bereavement leave. Wow. You're treated like a second-class citizen. And a lot of those white badge employees, that's what they are. They're here on the line with us.
We saw that with the United Auto Workers strike, that's a big thing they were striking for, because the auto companies were using temp workers basically as a way to not pay benefits and get around, labor law. Can you kind of talk about, we were here years ago and it was stunning. I mean, we came out probably like 8 or 9 times before you won. I mean, there were ambulances all the time humming back and forth. I talked to people, talked about people being carted off on stretchers during the summer because of the heat in the warehouse. Tell people kind of the injuries that happen here and ambulances and all that.
Well, there was a recent report that Bernie Sanders did, especially around injuries during their critical times, prime day peak season. It shows their published injury rates were always bad, but actually they distort the figures and they're even worse than we thought. And it all comes back to the rate-based quotas, the productivity metrics. Amazon's injury rates, like anything else in this company, it's not like something they're struggling, they can't figure out how to fix these things. It's a very obvious fix. Slow down the quotas, give people longer breaks, give people reasonable accommodations, but the one metric they care about is productivity, and so the injury rates are a very tightly controlled metric. They injure people just enough that they don't get in too much trouble and it doesn't cost them too much money in liability, and they have all these measures in place to make sure that when workers are injured on the job, there's all these obstructions in place to prevent them from even getting the kind of help they need.
So I've spoken with you before, so many years ago. Tell me, kind of this has come full circle because you were part of the original campaign to win the union vote, but Amazon has still refused to negotiate.
Well, it's been so many years. It's good to be back. For anybody that watched older videos of me, explaining the conditions that's going on inside of that building. I was terminated a few years ago, due to productivity, not having a top rate, successful work performance, and union involvement. But at the end of the day, I kept going. I still supported the union, still attended so many rallies, still doing the music. I'm a more better person than before and more optimistic. So,
and I should say they did fire and target a lot of the folks that were, leaders of the union movement, claiming things like you're not meeting your productivity quota, yada, yada, yada. But they were basically targeting to try and fire union leaders.
Yeah, they had a habit of doing that. Amazon, it's all about favoritism. Sometimes it could be the worker that doesn't have the best work performance, but Amazon chooses to promote them. Amazon chooses to keep them around when the person that's more decent, respectable, may not meet the top work performance, or even they may meet the top work performance, they still get terminated for many reasons. It's all a money thing,
And for you, obviously they fired you, but you've kept in contact with workers here. Workers you've been talking to still dealing with a lot of these horrible conditions, the heat during the summer, equipment that's faulty, barely getting enough time to take a real bathroom break, etc.
Yeah, it's still the same thing. For over the years, I heard that Amazon, certain areas did change, but not a full proper infrastructure of Amazon has changed. It's still the same old code in Amazon. Less lunch breaks, get written up for bathroom breaks, ambulance still pulling up, taking people to the hospital, due to lack of air ventilation, write-ups, all type of stuff. So I feel like it's gotten worse over time. Yes, certain areas that I heard have changed, but it's still the same old concept, crazy concept of Amazon. You work hard, you don't have fun, and once they fire you, your history, you're done.
What does it say to you that we are the wealthiest country on earth, they say? We're a supposed democracy, yet a company that's worth trillions of dollars is not offering health insurance, the drivers yesterday in Queens were telling me about the horrible conditions just in the vans, and you guys have to basically be out here in 15 degrees just to get basic things. What does that say about America?
America, they say it's the greatest country in the world, but to me, that workers are being controlled and slaves under this work system that is not basically helping to progress workers, And I feel like it's not just Amazon, it's many other corporations that, have all this money that don't really help benefit the workers or to give them better wages and stuff. Workers are breaking their backs you know, 24 hours a day or even 7 days a week, whatever, how many hours they work, and it's still no great results. It's still no progressive change. So I feel like America needs to do better with these jobs. Like, you know, the unemployment rate is high. You know, it's hard for people to get jobs, and when they get jobs like this, they get let go, like, let's say a week after. So like it's I don't know, it gotta do better.
So you were part of the original union campaign. Talk about this moment, this momentum you guys have, because unfortunately not a lot has changed for the better since that union campaign.
Well, you know, the momentum is pretty strong, you know, because it's, you know, we thought COVID was the worst they could treat their workers, but, you know, like I said, I give it to Amazon, they stepped it up. They proved me wrong on that one, but, you know, I think this is only chosen to agitate, especially given the actions of other unions all over the world lately, and the way workers are really just standing up all around and just saying, you know what, enough is enough. You know, so I think that has also helped start this second wave of just nonstop support, you know, not only public, you know, but, you know, people inside the building, you know, they see what we do, you know, they see that no matter what, you know, what they might have heard, we're still here and we're still fighting at the end of the day. You know, we affiliated with the Teamsters, you know, we're glad to have their support, you know, and, you know, we've really shown them that, you know, we could come together and get this thing done, something Amazon never thought would happen, ever. But, you know, I'm glad to say we proved them wrong, and I hope this is a nice preview of what could happen a lot more.
You know, Amazon, like a lot of companies, they spend a shit ton of money on PR. You see the commercials, you know, rainbows and sunshine,
Okay.
You know, your neighborhood Amazon driver smiling. And that sometimes consumers
How's
don't
this video
realize
going,
what
guys?
goes into getting them their stuff so quickly. Are you seeing that change at all, where consumers are starting to learn more about the horrible
Hey,
conditions, and also consumers
Casarino.
are
What's up,
showing you guys
Archie?
support?
Unions are scum. Never let your employees unionize. Why do you say that, Archie?
Someone you know or love has been hurt by this company at some point in time. And I can honestly say, with the rate that they hire and fire, it's obvious that they would expand out of that base soon. You know, a lot of people are rehires. You know, they know what this company is like, but they have no other choice, you know, but to subject themselves to these working conditions and these, you know, being fired at the drop of a hat. And then being told, oh, yeah, just come back. You know, you have to start from the bottom again, but, you know, it's all good, you know. And then next thing you know, they keep you a white badge for over a year with no insurance and no holiday pay or vacation time of any.
Tell people what a white badge means.
A white badge is deemed to be seasonal, you know, to Amazon. But, you know, I don't remember a season being 11 months, you know.
That's really extra disgusting, because working here, I mean, you'll throw out your back. You know, I've talked to people who can barely move after a shift. So if you don't have health insurance, I mean, how do you see a doctor if, you know, whether it's physical or else?
I've been here for 6 years, and I can honestly say the amount of people that have dropped like flies due to knee injuries, back injuries. I myself tore a muscle in my right hand and was out of work for almost 6 months. You know, the injuries here are insane, and many workers that are participating now have, you know, injuries against Amazon. They are in current workers' comp cases. They're injured and bruised and battered from working in this company and are still being told, no, we don't need to negotiate a contract with you. Like, that is ridiculous. This is 2024 now, you know, going into 2025, and union support has only grown all around the world. So, you know, if they think this is
Welcome back, Niz.
this is over, this is just the very beginning.
I'd like to ask you, because some people just reflexively respond, if it's so bad, why don't you go somewhere else? But a lot of people don't realize, you know, they say the economy is great. There's not a ton of other great options, even in New York City, you know, if you don't have a college degree, where you could get, you know, livable wage, benefits, etc.
Yeah. Well, for that, I would say, you know, if something isn't good, why should you just remove yourself from that situation? Why shouldn't you try to improve that environment, make that environment better?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know? I think this place has potential to be a great place.
Leave
to
the
work,
problem
a
for
place where
someone
people can
else. Like,
work,
no, dude, like,
support their
honestly.
families, and the company can continue to perform.
I think Amazon, there's like a lot of really good things about Amazon and other companies, like a lot of like really good redeeming qualities. And I think that's why the people are striking instead of like just quitting and finding somewhere else, is because like there's a lot of good things here, but like there's also these like things that are, harming me. It's like a fucking relationship. Like the fucking just dumb answer that's like, oh, just break up, just leave them. Just like chronically just keep leaving people until you like run into the same problems. No, sometimes you stick it out and you figure out what is going wrong and you like work on it and you're like trying to alchemize what has a lot of really good qualities. It's just like there's these, like I'd rather my packages take a little bit longer to get to me if it means Amazon workers have like a better quality of life. You know what I mean? There's sacrifices me as a consumer and as a creator I'm willing to make for people to have a better quality of life. I feel like when people say unions suck, I don't know if Archie left, but like why? Like maybe some with like fees and stuff, but isn't like just like the concept of a union? Can't anyone just create a union? Like if like two employees work together at a company, like just started up, but they're like, hey, this company is really great, but there's this other thing, and then they bring it up to like their higher up, and they're like, hey, like we both want this thing, and it's not like inherently a bad thing. I don't know. I'd have to hear Archie's perspective to understand.
Being able to negotiate what that looks like in an era where we work in one of the most profitable areas in all of Amazon, and many people work 40, 50 hours a week and still can afford to make rent, to pay their bills, buy food for themselves and their children. Like that's ridiculous, because what is the answer to that? Work harder? You spend 60 hours a week here, you should spend more.
You can also talk about that work-life balance, because I mean, the American dream is you work 40 hours and then you get the weekends with the kids and holidays with the kids, and maybe you can take a vacation. I mean, I'm talking to workers that could barely stand up. They collapse after work. So how many workers could actually spend time with the kids, actually have a normal family life?
Oh, very few, very few. As speaking to someone on day shift, I barely get to see my girlfriend or my stepson, and that's just from day shift. I can't imagine what night shift must be going through. You're constantly out of the building. You come back and you're exhausted. Your kids are about to go to sleep to get ready for school the next day. You have to get up. For many people that live in other boroughs, have to get up at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning just to get here by 7 o'clock. That's insane. You never get to see your kids, your loved ones. Even during this holiday, Christmas Eve, they're like, hey, come in for a half day. Come on. Like, obviously people want to spend time with their families. Like,
well, with Amazon, you quit, they'll have you replaced by the end of the day. Yeah. You underestimate the ability of the company to retaliate. Without retaliating, they can and will make your work life miserable. Yeah.
Major holiday that is very important, not just to the workers, but to their
But that's why like checks and balances are important. Like things like unions, things that like look out for people. Like, aren't unions like the thing that like prevent child labor from happening? Like regulations, I feel like are important. Like if you have a 3-hour commute, you need to find a new job. No offense. Yeah, that's true. Well, it depends on where you live. Also, like at the same time, I'm not sure about this situation. But and yeah, if you're a felon or something, but unfortunately, places I've lived, decent jobs can sometimes be a 2-hour commute. At least jobs that pay anything more than like, I don't know, $15 an hour. Yeah, there's like a lot of places where you do have to commute depending on where you live. And in that case, like if your job is like that, like it's definitely worth considering moving. But yeah, there's like a lot of places where things are like a little bit too spread out for convenience. Yeah, Archie's not here, so I am curious as to why he said that.
Meanwhile, Jeff Bezos is, spending all his money. He's getting all of his attention. He's going to space. Apparently, he, in some European country, I forget the name, He paid to destroy a bridge so his yacht could pass through. His super yacht. He was dining the other night, if you don't know, with President-elect Trump. So what's your message? Not that he's watching, but what would be your message to Bezos? Not just Bezos, but, you know, there's other executives at Amazon, all the union-busting consultants they send in here. What should they know?
I would just say, no matter who you are, politicians, Amazon leadership, CEOs, union busters, you know, watch out, because, you know, this ain't going anywhere anytime soon, and neither are we.
I'm here with our comrades, not only from Amazon JFK 8, but from all over the nation. Workers have come from many warehouses nationwide to support this strike. We're on a multi-day strike for unfair labor practice and the fact that they're not coming to negotiate with us, even though they've been legally obligated to do so under federal law with the NLRB. So come to the table, Amazon, because your time is up.
Let me ask you about that, because I thought in America, you know, democracy, right? Well, they lost. You won.
Yep.
Almost 3 years ago.
Yep.
How does Amazon get away with just kind of kicking and screaming and we're not even going to negotiate? I mean, that doesn't really seem like democracy if they're just blatantly breaking the law.
Exactly. This is all by design. Just like Amazon's greed and exploitation, and all of these companies, all of these greedy CEOs, they come for the blood, sweat, and tears off of the backs of our workers and our labor. So it's our labor that produces the wealth for these billionaires, and their time is up, and it's got to end. We need a fair contract now for not only Amazon workers, but for all workers.
Can you talk about, since you and a lot of the other folks here today, you were out there organizing in 2020, 2021, in the cold, in the hot, and they went after a lot of you. They fired a lot of you guys who were involved with the union campaign, but you're still out here. Can you kind of talk about, this has been like David versus 10 Goliaths?
Yep. Yeah, so the odds have always been against us, but the power is with the people. There's more of us than there is the ruling class, and so we outnumber them 100 to 1. So we're coming for them.
And let me ask you, because it seems like the difference now between 4 years ago, Amazon's using AI a lot more. I talked to drivers yesterday. It's just like this robotic machine. Have you guys dealt with that, where they're using AI more to basically squeeze more out of you?
Well, you know, every bit that the company, all of their systems, it's all designed for the exploitation of our workers, every step they can. So with the inclusion of AI, you know, and the productivity rates.
Yeah, like USPS or UPS isn't like doing all the manufacturing and the boxing and everything. They're just moving the packages, like something more like that. Like,
astronomical, and that's why we need protections in our fair contract for workers, not only for
sounds like
Amazon,
Walmart. I feel like kind of trying to do everything under one roof is like,
Jeff Bezos
I don't
apparently
know.
dined with President-elect Trump the other night at Mar-a-Lago. I don't know if he.
Sorry, I was just reading a really weird post.
Bezos, you know.
I'm honestly like, I don't know if this is connected to me at all, but like this is just kind of where my brain goes with what I do and who I am and some of the things that have been said to me. But this also just happens in general, and it's not just like a me thing. But I saw someone post on a group that there, like a couple people had witnessed two men following a girl kind of close to where my job's at. And it just like has me thinking, like, me being more public about, you know, my life and my job, and like the maybe negative attention that brings and the potential consequences of that. And it's sad that we live in a world like this where human trafficking is a thing, where terrible things exist. I wish it didn't. But it like really has me considering whether or not I should have done that. But I did that because I wanted to bring attention to what I think is a wonderful business and a wonderful place. But yeah, I'm honestly considering if I want to really take streaming and YouTube and that seriously, if it's even safe for me to do something like that. Which is something I obviously thought of before. And it's kind of like, I guess like a trust exercise and like a hoping for the best kind of thing. But after seeing that post, it's just like, damn, like that shit really happens. And so like, it makes me want to be prepared, but it also makes me kind of want to leave, like be nomadic. Like I think it's kind of too far gone to like leave streaming, leave the internet at this point, right? I don't think that's what the plan would be, but to unfortunately, yeah, just consider just like my in-person life, like how much I share of that. And yeah, like that I still want to support these communities, not just this community, but multiple communities. But to just understand that there are people out there who probably don't want good things for me, unfortunately. And yeah, just really thinking about that right now. And it's really sad. I'm really sad that that's like what it's like. And like, I often think of, honestly, when being public about it, I thought of Christina Grimmie or, you know, like some situation like that. Yeah. And it's like, 1 second, got ads, no worries. I so badly wish that wasn't the case. I truly do. But nonetheless, I think I'm, you know, obviously like eternally grateful for the experience. Hello, it's the love expression, sovereignty and solidarity. We're voting with the dollars we spend. How are we investing our energy? Valid points. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I am behind on YouTube chat. I missed a little bit. Unions and employers is a give and take. What's up, Tryptamine? So sorry, I missed your chat. Employers make a business plan. They hire X amount of people for Y amount of cost. Unions will push the employers to make higher Y costs. Yes, if they're making ridiculous profit, the employer should pay higher, but it's a tenuous relationship. Generally, we should have higher worker wages, but it's just one end of a stick of the relationship. Higher wages will also increase inflation. Economics is hard. Yeah. Every time I hear union, the first thing that comes to mind is Soviet Union. Oh no. Those people don't deserve to be your friend. See, the thing is, like, I'm not necessarily talking about even people I know, Citrus. I'm just talking about, like, random people. And I really, like, want to focus on the good, but also it's just, yeah, just being in awareness, like, after seeing that post that, yeah, like, people do weird shit. Is random people. Like, yeah, no, I mean, like, random people that don't have the intention of befriending me, who might have, intentions to harm me, is what I'm referring to. Yeah, like, I mean, if you have good intentions for me, it's not what I'm referring to. But if you want to kidnap me or harm me in some way, that is more so what I'm referring to. Yeah. Unfortunate. I wish we lived in a different reality. I wish I could just like freely frolic and never have to think about these things. There are positive about streaming and spreading your energy and message. 100% that being more of a popular figure is more dangerous. I think of the big streamers and I don't know how they can deal with it. And yeah, exactly. Like I'm a smaller streamer, so I'm like, it's rather okay right now, but I worry that like as that changes, because I have seen a lot of growth and I am doing rather well and I could take it more seriously and pursue it more. But I also want to be a part of community and I don't want to have to hide because like that was like one of my biggest fears for so long. I was like, oh no, I don't want anyone to know my real name. Oh no, I don't want anyone to like cross-reference who I am, whatever. And I stopped caring about those things. But yeah, if companies etc are more concerned with profits than the health and well-being of the people, are these companies people we want to invest into and support? I don't think so. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the love expression, expression. I don't think we should support companies that do that. And I think that's why I was so public about certain parts of my life I would normally hide, is because when I see companies I think are so worthy of support and love, and communities that are worthy of support and love, I want to share that and I want to encourage that. But I also don't want, because I support something, that to encourage maybe somebody who has animosity towards me to encourage any animosity towards that. That was kind of a process I'm going through. Forever frolicking. Yeah, I don't know. I wish the world were a kinder place. I think we can all kind of maybe help with that, though. But it is what it is. Your local company is going to focus on keeping the business alive. I know that the main discussion is about these large monopolies, but they started as a oh man. Life. Gotta negotiate your contracts. Decisions to make. All right. We'll finish up this video real quick.
Has a lot of contracts with the government. He owns the Washington Post. If he sees any of this, what would be your message to Bezos?
We see you. We see your endless greed and exploitation.
I agree.
We're coming for you.
I agree, love.
We're not giving up. We're here on the picket line. And you do whatever you can to gaslight us by saying that the picket line won't touch your profits and won't touch people's precious packages. Well, we've got a message for you. We're coming for you. And the packages, if they don't get delivered, that's on Amazon.
These companies do this because they don't want to even give an inch. Because if they give workers an inch, then the workers are going to say, oh, look what happened when we organized. Look what happened when we got tough. Maybe we could take this inch and go even further. And the corporate America and the politicians they bought off, they do not want to set that precedent. They don't want to give you hope. They don't want the workers to win even small victories. So that's why we're out here. Please support Status Quo. Please share this, comment, like this. If you can, leave a super chat. Most importantly, sign up as a paying member if you can. Statusquo.com/join. We want to be able to cover more of this. Do you know people sleeping in cars?
All right.
Your wife doesn't work. She stays home, takes care of the kids, raises the kids.
Oh my God!
John Lennon, working class hero. God, I love John Lennon.
Oh my God!
That's crazy.
This has 1.5 million views, dude.
I feel you, Cassie. Take care of yourself. Try not to share personal location info, etc. I think it's natural to feel these feelings, even for me, who's just streaming on Twitch for my one friend. I feel bad when I accidentally said any personal information. Yeah, and I think I used to, like, I used to get so scared streaming with my friends, like my regular friends who weren't streamers, because I would constantly be afraid that they would like leak something. And that was because, like I, like at a very young age, 13 years old, had my information leaked and like was in dangerous situations with people threatening me and blackmailing me with my information and my body. And I think honestly, like I maybe overdid it, and I was like kind of hyper vigilant about it because of the trauma I had experienced. So it honestly made me afraid to stream with my friends because I didn't want to be like hyper vigilant and like tell them what to do, but I also didn't want anything leaked. I was so scared. And I think kind of like this like recent arc, like I was like, I want to do somewhat of a vulnerability experiment and like I don't know if partially that was like self-destructed because like I was in the hospital in May. Maybe I wasn't fully thinking through clearly, but I was just like, I just want so badly to give this company like the love and attention it deserves because I believe in it. And also like, I don't want to be controlled by that fear anymore. So that being said, I think I'm moving, this spring anyways. Um, I don't think I'll be very specific about my location going forward as much as I have been. But also just, like just implore the world to restructure itself so that's not a thing. Like just constantly it's like nukes pointed at nukes. That's like how it is with like the doxing and like the online culture too. It's like, oh well you can't fuck me up because I'll fuck you up worse, and like just like this constant making sure all bases are covered in this fear mindset, like the other people could be out to get you at any point, and it just seems really traumatized to me. I so badly don't want that, but yeah, just like understanding that this is the matrix I've been born into, where especially because I'm a female, also just because I'm a streamer, but especially because I was born as a female, I have to be extra careful, because of potential malicious actors trying to harm me, which, wow, that fucking sucks. That sucks. That sucks. I don't want that. I don't want that experience. I don't. Yeah. Yeah. Oh well. I mean, John Lennon even, you know what I mean? Like, not even just women, fucking John Lennon. Look what happened to him. Like, shit, bro. Why? Why? I don't
Oh
understand.
my god.
I just want to vibe.
Did you see Asmongold's insane tweet today? Bro, I thought he was joking, dude. I thought I saw someone else post a screenshot of the tweet, and I was like, there's no way this is real.
Let someone try something. And honestly, that's like kind of where I feel like I'm gonna be at. Anyway, like as I develop as like a creator and a person, more like working out more, taking care of myself, and yeah, just unfortunately hoping for the best, prepare for the worst. So, because like, don't fuck with me. I mostly protecting people I care about, but I just shit. I gotta be like that though. I'm also very frazzled.
I'm sorry. This is the worst thing I've
Awareness
ever
and
seen
care.
anybody tweet. Like,
True?
there's no way this person seriously tweeted this. There is no way this person... No, I'm telling you right now, dude. There are a lot of people. There are a lot of people who definitely in Asmongold's fan base that are like, this is a great tweet. He tweeted like a bot. He tweeted like a blue checkmark chat GPT machine. Like, this is literally trying to farm as much of that delicious
I think things will be okay
algorithm
too.
as
I'm
possible.
hoping for the best.
Like, it
I think things will
blows
be good.
my mind.
And suddenly Hassan.
First of all, everybody always
Hi,
talks
Hassan.
about hoflation, but it's
I
actually
saw
the
some tweets Asmongold was saying. I'm just getting the quick scoop.
opposite. First, I've never seen
Everybody
Asmongold
always
say-
talking about hoflation, but it's like the opposite. I used to go to GameStop or Target and see hot bitches working there every day. Now it's just hogs. Why? Because those girls are at home now doing OnlyFans instead of working. Sex work is real work. Okay, but I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, you know, and I used to see hot girls working at Taco Bell too until they got sexually harassed to oblivion, and then they punched their coworker in the face, and then they sadly get let go, and their boss is in tears saying they were a great employee, but you can't punch people in the face. And um, I took my dyke ass. Is that a slur? Can I not say that on Twitch? In Minecraft, I don't know. Anyways, I was called a lot of slurs by that person I punched, and I no longer work at Taco Bell. And I decided if I was going to be sexually harassed, no matter where I went, that I would make some coin off of it, Asmongold. Okay? Okay? You know what's not real work? Streaming fucking World of Warcraft. Okay? Asmongold. You're fucked, bitch. Anyways. You can say the word if you are the thing. Okay, cool. Can we be too careful? Yeah, I think we can be too careful. And I think that's what I was trying to undo. It's the love is like, I think the essence for me of being too careful was like, I'm like in fear of going to the fucking gas station because I'm worried someone's gonna follow me home. You know, I think that's a little too careful. I'd rather be aware in the sense that, like, okay, I know who's walking around me. Okay, motherfuckers. I know Taekwondo. I know, you know, some self-defense. Other shit. I can be careful in that way, but kind of like being agoraphobic and never leaving my house is probably not the way. But bam. Good night, Trip to me. Thanks for hanging out. What's up, Stan? I'm doing good. How are you?
Hey, everybody always talking about inflation, but it's actually the opposite. Asmongold trying to be a Def Jam comic in 2025. Like, what? He said it on stream? What? Everybody always talking about inflation. Know what I'm saying? It's like Steven Crowder trying to do a black scent. Yeah, steak logo ass tweet. Yeah. This type
Thank
of
you,
tweet
Stan. I
is
appreciate
relegated
it.
to like a 16-year-old white boy who is not allowed to say the M word, but he has like a black person as the PFP on the account. You know what I mean? That's like, what do you mean inflation? What? Who is everybody talking about inflation? Replace everybody. If
I'll be right back.
everybody around you is using the word inflation, you should be around nobody. Okay? That's number one. I used to be able to go to GameStop or Target and see hot working there every hot every day at GameStop. No. I'm sorry. I do not believe this is a no. Fear buck ass tweet. Nah, I'm done, dude. We got Asmongold saying words like hoflation and hot before Grand Theft Auto 6. Now it's just hogs. Why? Because those girls are at home doing OnlyFans now instead of working. First of all, what a silly argument. Yeah, I know. First of all, girls should be working minimum wage jobs at GameStop instead of making so much more money for the comfort of their own homes. Is like, yeah, no. Okay, if that was the case, it makes total sense. I don't believe this is the case, but what is this tweet? Dude, what is this tweet, dude? This is like Ninja's Brawl's wife. Someone in the chat said this is giving Ninja's Brawl's wife tweet energy, but like that one is like kind of Mormon coded. Like that's like funny, but also ultimately harmless. This is like Asmongold trying to tweet like he's Andrew Tate. And it's funny because like Andrew Tate at least has all of the other fixins, you know what I mean? That present him as this beacon of masculinity and you know, he's like a sexual guy. At least he presents himself as such, even though I think he's a deeply insecure man who is the zestiest of all time. But like Asmund, like the words that he's using, like hoflation and hot. When you remember what Asmongold operates like, what he looks like, what he does on a day-to-day basis, you're like, why are those words coming out of your mouth? Like, that's a whole different type of right-wing content creator. Do you know what I mean? Which is why I think this is still some semblance of satire. Asmund or Andrew, when a girl's entire night is her Snapchat story, rest assured, her lifelong quest for attention had undoubtedly turned her into a... I don't think Asmongold said that. Hot don't want to work no more. All they want to do is eat hot chip and do OnlyFans. What happened to Western civilization, dude? This is like, is Asmongold turning PUA? Like, this is a Sneeko tweet. Like, this is not an Asmongold tweet. What is happening? I can't get over this tweet coming from the mouth of Asmongold. First of all, who goes to GameStop? Like every part of this tweet is busted. Like, who's going to GameStop? You buy everything online, unfortunately. Like, physical copies are no longer in fashion. Like, the only time Asmongold goes outside is not to go to GameStop or Target. It's to go to Whataburger to get the same meal he gets every time with a side of Dr. Pepper. I know this because that's the only thing he does. There's no way. I don't think this is serious. I think this is a bait tweet. I can't get over this take, man. Peach has replied. I saw Peach. That's when I knew it was real. When I saw Peach Jars' reply, Asmund, the bills can't possibly be this high. Come on. Like, there is no way. There is just no, I can't. That's when I was like, all right, this gotta be. I can't believe this is real. I actually have no idea what hoflation is. Like, I've heard red pill guys say it in the manosphere, but I just, like, I think it, no, I'm telling you, I don't know what the exact terminology is. Does it mean that there's just like more hoes out there? Or I don't know what it exactly means. I don't know if it means like there's more than before, or if like the existing hoes are inflated in value when they should be deflated. Because those two concepts actually contradict one another. Because if the marketplace of hoes, if the supply for hoes has gone up, whereas demand has stayed relatively the same, then obviously the value of the hoe would deflate. Whereas if the value of the hoe has inflated, that means that there is not more supply of hoes, but simply more demand of hoes, whereas supply has stayed relatively the same. This is why I don't fully understand the concept of hoflation. Maybe I'm too autistic to understand it, but like I kind of generally get it. It's just a way to shit on women, but I've never fully understood what it meant. Wait, Asmongold?
Newscaster addresses the rude dating down.
Seeing a trend of women dating down, which means, you know, a man who...
So it looks like women are getting victimized again.
Math genius? Asmongold saw this guy, Ho Math, and he titled this video, Math Genius? Oh my God. Oh my God. This dude is not even the genius of scrapbooking. Okay, what do you mean, man? What do you mean, Math Genius? This has 1.5 million views, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh no.
Women are having to date down because there are no good men left. Let's talk about why. So usually men make more than women, which is not fair. Let's not talk about why. We'll just assume.
Okay, he's like, that's a math genius. It takes a math genius to recognize, okay.
Assume it's oppression. So to combat this oppression, we need the government to make laws so that women can make an equal amount of money, which is fair. And once women are making an
I love how the name of this account is called Ho Math.
equal amount of money, now men who make less than them are losers. Women are getting educated and they have standards.
I love how he puts
So they're not
educated
gonna
in
date
print in like
down.
quotes.
She needs a man who makes more money than her. So basically, women need to be making the same amount of money as men, or even more, because it's 2023. That's the year that it is.
No, it's 123.
This is the year, and so the government has to make this happen. So all women should be equal to or better than men, and all women should be able to find a man who makes more money than she does. Where have
those are
all
not
the
people. Oh, I get it.
good men gone? I just don't get it. I want a man who makes 6 figures because that's more than me.
Right.
And that's not fair. And when I get my 6 figures, I want a man who's making 7 figures. Why can't I find any? And when I do find a man who makes 7 figures, that's oppressive. Government, help! I'm so sick of all this dating down. Why don't you just do better? Hey, you can't do better. Government! Why can't I raise my standards and make a lot of money and then find a guy who makes more money who doesn't have a lot of women? I just don't get it. It's the mystery of our time. Guys, it's really simple. You gotta get out there and climb that ladder. And when you do climb that ladder, then you're an evil bastard and you need to be forced to share. And when you do share, then you're a loser. Better climb that ladder, buddy.
Yeah, how weird. Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah, how's this possibly happen? That's really a mystery. He's got a point. I don't know. I've always been a traditional marriage enjoyer. You solve this problem by you get a good job, your wife doesn't work, she stays home, takes care of the kids, raises the kids, improves the kids' life, and you.
Bro, Asmongold, brother, you date OnlyFans models. There's nothing wrong with that. I have as well. And you look like your Amazon cart is only futa pillows. Like, what do you mean? I'm a traditional marriage enjoyer. What the hell? Bro, we're Twitch streamers, man. What are you talking about? What the fuck is going on here? Not only are we both Twitch streamers, we're both watching this guy named Homath scrapbook instead of doing a school shooting, which I think is good. I'm glad that he's at least scrapbooking about how much women ain't instead of, you know, drawing the blueprints of his school that he goes to. What the Oh, Jesus Christ. Also, what was the point? How did this guy have 1.5 million views?
Make all the money. Problem solved. Yep, that's all you do. And then you don't have to worry about the chart. You don't look at any of this bullshit. It's not an issue. It's strongly.
Actually, he's married with kids. After streams, he goes to mine in secret. He's just a nasty insult for the views. Yeah, he's married to you. You've been married to Asmongold. And you carried his children. I don't know, man. I also don't understand. Like, I don't even think like Asmongold made that bad of a point. Like, if to each their own, you know, if people want different strokes for different folks, if you want to have like a normal traditional relationship, like, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Traditional job for a traditional man. Is that a BlackBerry? What is going on, man? Hoflation, a disaster for human civilization, from Black Pigeon Speaks. Okay, this seems like a smart guy. I'm gonna learn a lot from this video, I think.
I do not accept a coffee or a walk as a possible date option, and neither should you. First of all, I'm not a dog that needs to be walked. Second, I have an espresso machine at home, works fabulous. We're not doing drinks either. You're gonna try to get me drunk and take me back home. No. We are doing dinner. You're gonna pick me up. We're gonna come to the restaurant. We're gonna see your table manners. We're gonna see what you order. We're gonna see, do you hold your chopsticks correctly? We're just gonna, you know, study you a bit. Okay?
So what's the argument here that she's like annoying? I mean, because she is. Like, is that hoflation that like women have become more annoying or something? Like, there are annoying women out there, just like there are plenty of fucking annoying men. Bro is a hoconomist now. No, I am. I'm learning about the. I've learned about the supply. I'm learning about the supply chain of.
So dinner it is.
Thousands of tears later.
I started the egg freezing process. I did some preliminary tests.
I wanted to podcast with this woman. Her entire life perspective was never settling. Her entire brand is being bougie best friend. She has nearly 300,000 followers across multiple platforms. I will reserve my thoughts on this for the time being because I have to word it carefully, or people will think I'm attacking her personality, not her philosophy. So you will all have to wait on that commentary. If you are a single and childless woman, do not watch her content if you want marriage and children. Oh my God. I hate every single person that is involved in this. I genuinely hate every single person that's involved in the story, from the guy Black Pigeon Speaks, which I assume is going to do. I mean, anyone who writes an entire dissertation on this is truly needs to be institutionalized. I hate the original woman because she's like the classic annoying influencer, who is basically doing, and this isn't the same because there's no structural violence associated with her like behavior, but what she's doing is basically like Andrew Tate style commentary, but for women, not to the same degree. And I'm not saying that there's any moral equivalency there, and I'm certainly not saying that she's done any of the crimes that Andrew Tate has done. I'm simply stating that like the overarching void that Andrew Tate fills is bravado and like, you know, these depictions of hyper masculinity, oftentimes by basically presenting himself as this like dominator of women. And this is like the shitty attempt at doing the same thing from the opposing side. Of course, it's not a moral equivalence. There is, I'm going to repeat that again before the Radfems throat online. She basically isn't doing anything wrong other than being annoying. Okay. Andrew Tate does a lot wrong besides being annoying. But anyway, but I also don't like this other person too, because it seems like she's basically placing a lot of emphasis on, if you're a single and childless woman, do not watch our content if you want marriage and children. Like, what do you mean? Why are you learning about marriage and content and how to get these things from watching online influencers? Why do human beings not know how to human being anymore? What is happening? Like, do you not have a single human being in your immediate vicinity that you can rely on? Their experiences, the experiences of, look, classic. She's annoying. He's a human trafficker. I literally just said there is no moral equivalence nor any real equivalence in terms of all of the things that Andrew Tate has done versus what she's done. I'm simply saying that aesthetically they are filling individual voids. Ultimately, I'm not making that comparison. I'm simply stating that there's no equivalence there, but they're filling similar voids for
how's
their
the
target
hoflation?
audiences.
What's going on in
This is the
here?
equivalent of
I think it was something about hoflation.
Pool in the first two. Yeah, exactly. Okay, never mind. You actually made a really good point here. This is the equivalent of like
What's
a
up,
POA
CSS?
podcast. They're saying they want to take
How do you
women to
clean
the
those
pool on the
things?
first
What
date.
things?
Exactly. Never mind. I popped off. I'm a little. I have a little bit of a hair
Roller
trigger
hot
because I've
dog?
been getting yelled at by.
Oh, how do you clean the roller hot dog
Radfems a lot.
machines?
You are redeemed, and I apologize profusely to you, chatter. I thought you were purposely misunderstanding my point that I was making. All right, let's continue.
Which showed
Thanks for listening. It's the Love
Like this
Expression.
also, like dunking on women for being like, oh yeah, I'm
What can you tell
freezing
us
my
of this
eggs, because
hoflation?
like my egg count is really low. It's like,
So from
oh,
what I
you
heard in the
deserved it. Like,
headphones,
what a psychotic. What a psychotic
Asmongold
thing to
is
do to another human
for
being. Like, yeah, her
traditional
vibes are
marriage,
bad. Okay, her
yet
vibes
somehow
are bad.
plays World of Warcraft all day. This is my thing with like a lot of guys who are either right-leaning conservative or like red pill or want traditional marriages or whatever, is like so many of the guys I see saying this, or like so many men that I've been with, it's like any that were of that like similar ideology that wanted that, just they weren't providers. Like, you know what I mean? Like they're not like being like a grounded masculine force to like hold down the feminine energy or whatever. They're not like locked into wanting that entirely either. And I just think in society we're kind of like going past like whatever for that time period a traditional marriage was. It's just, I don't know. It's like a fairy tale, man. It just a lot of the time doesn't work out. And it's just like other people giving advice that, oh, like, this is what you should want, this is the best thing. It's like, really, in a relationship, it's whatever works for the people involved. It's, the rollers come off, that's good. They're not a rock of stability to anchor to, yeah. Like, it's like, you want this, like, housekeeper and this mother to your children. I can see that, but, like, for a woman to be able to sustain that, they have to want that, which there are women who want that. But to sustain that, you have to have stability. Like, and so many people lack that. And it's just, yeah, conflation. I don't know, man. Like, it's also, yeah, to find a guy that's like trustworthy and gonna keep you safe, like as a woman, to dedicate yourself to one person, who's supposed to take care of your finances, your housing, everything. That's kind of scary a lot of the time. So it's actually like, for me, safer for me to have my own income and to have my own means of surviving on my own if I need to, because historically I have not been able to rely on any men. I'm sorry. It's like that. Hello, Alex. Welcome back. It's a nice idea, I guess. Like, if all the people involved are into it, but like, what about when your girlfriend or your stay-at-home traditional wife gets upset when you're playing World of Warcraft all day long? Because she wants to do traditional marriage things. Only works within the context of post-war, post-depression America in like the 1940s, the 1960s, and then the streaky, multifaceted, holistic stability, not just making more money like they suggest, but also making sure their partner's safe and secure and feels that way. Exactly. And I feel like that can be a reason a lot of marriages fail, is because, like, yeah, like if you're a guy trying to be the provider and the financial stability, all the other things are still important. You can't just throw money at a problem and it fixes itself. Like, you have to have emotional intimacy. You have to have more of a connection than just an agreement upon being a traditional couple. Like, there's a lot more depth to human beings than that. And I would say a lot of people, like, what they need and what they would thrive in isn't exactly traditional. Like, I personally feel very comfortable and safe in poly dynamics, which is not by any means traditional. But for me, like, people would heavily demonize me for that. But I've been cheated on before, so it's like, and the same people who would cheat on me would demonize me for being interested in that. So that doesn't make sense. And I think we just have to accept that humanity evolves. We're not going to be that version of traditional forever. We can't just like latch on to this version of the past where we want it to be now. Like, we're not cavemen fucking like hunting and not having spoken language. Like, that's not what's happening. Like, so what is traditional? They're like, when was America great? Like, oh man. Too many of these dudes act the way iPad kids are rumored to eventually become. Like, and it's like the people who posture themselves as like high value males, but they're actually like really condescending and use their money to like cushion their fucking bruised egos. Like, okay. But then I say high value because like high value is subjective. Like, people find value in different areas. And I've never been attracted to wealth in that way. I've always like really just connected with like people based off of how I interact with them rather than what they have.
Bad. She's annoying. She presents herself as like
I like poly as a concept. I acknowledge my own hangups, but if it's with a married couple or I'm coming in as a third or further down the line, it's hard for me to feel as stable. Yeah, totally. That context matters. Like some dynamics empower some and some don't empower others. And yeah, that's the thing. Some people can be, objectifying in the poly community too, but I wouldn't even say like polysexually, but just like the ability to be intimate with other people and share intimate things about myself and to like cuddle and to just be able to like feel comfortable being myself. And the other stuff too, like all negotiated, feeling like, like everyone feels good about it. But like, to me, it's like, like when it's like a healthy dynamic, it's like, it heals that like, possessiveness or whatever, or like viewing humans as property kind of thing. Which, I mean, if you're like into like that to a degree, whatever, consenting adults, do whatever you want. But like, I don't know. I just feel like autonomy and being able to acknowledge that human beings can, depending on who you are. Some people are more like golden retriever, like loyal, not really looking at other people, but to whatever degree that is authentic for you, like, hey, I'm looking at this other being and I find them attractive. And the comfortability to be able to acknowledge that without like the person being like, how dare you find another human being attractive? You're my human being. How dare you look at anyone like that? And just that like aggression, I don't really vibe with. But to be able to like healthily acknowledge, like, I'm feeling a little bit jealous right now. I wish you'd look at me like that or compliment me more. And to acknowledge that like healthily. But just kind of that monogamish, like polyish bubble, being in that rather than being like stuck in this like traditional, like treating women like property, essentially. And I'm like, I don't vibe with that. I don't vibe with that personally. That makes me feel unsafe. Different strokes for different folks, so you know what I mean? Some people find safety in traditional, like, I only have eyes for you, you only have eyes for me, like, and I whatever empowers everyone involved. As long as everyone involved feels like, yeah, I like this, I feel good about this, I think that's, yeah. Yeah, I don't like the hyper-monogamous aggression. I don't like that. That is, like, that made me terrified of relationships. Don't like it. Not my cup of tea. Posture check, chat. How's your posture, chat? Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty sensible. I think there's too many people that are like hyper policing other people's bodies and preferences and what they should do with their lives and very pro-choice about those kind of things. Because people having orgies is hurting no one. Unless there's some like weird unconsensual thing happening, but like if people are consenting to like whatever fucking shit they want, whatever, dude. I don't think we should involve like religion and what our projections of like what God wants, like man and woman or whatever. I don't think we should project that into people's romantic lives. I think that's really weird. Not in the restaurant, please. Don't have an orgy in the restaurant. Some rules and regulations, like, age of consent. Don't be weird. Don't be weird. What's up, Crafty? How you doing? Yeah, you are gonna change as people. I saw a really healthy video that I admired a lot of this couple who they seemed like such a beautiful vibe together. And they were like, they were saying like, hey, just if I hope it doesn't happen, but if it ever does, like, how would you want to be broken up with? Like, how would you want to go our separate ways? And I thought that was like really healthy because that's such an awkward painful thing for so many people to talk about. And so them actually, like, not because they're breaking up, but just because they're trying to navigate their connection as healthy as possible, just have that discussion. I admired that in them. You gotta use footwear while off the street. Could totally have an orgy of rights. Oh my god. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Ma'am, this is literally a Wendy's. Ma'am. Or like the AVN thing I commented on. I'm like, yo, this fucking's right in the fucking restaurant table. What the fuckings? No shirt, no shoes, no problem. Oh, you guys are funny. That's AVN thing. Why boycott? So there is a boycott happening at the hotel that I was going to stay at for AVN, which is also the hotel where AVN is being held. So I don't want to cross a picket line, so I don't think I'm going to go. Yeah. Yeah, they're being paid poorly and they're boycotting because of it. And I was reading the reviews too, the recent reviews of the hotel. Apparently the boycott's been happening for like 7 months. Reading the recent reviews of the hotel, and people are definitely being affected, like the quality of service is being affected by it. And they charge a pretty penny for the hotels. They're probably doing that to compensate for how much they spent remodeling it, which doesn't necessarily make it right, but I imagine that's maybe a reason. But either way, it's kind of the chaotic situation. Poor food service, not necessarily poor. Well, the people staying at the hotel are getting poor food service. Because like most of the workers just walked out. Sonic sticker. Never eat the Alfredo at the orgy. Oh no. Oh no.
Classic, like out of touch Instagram influencer that's like, I'm the and you know, I have these expectations of myself and I have these expectations from others. And then it's like, haha, guess what? You deserved it. Like, you're gonna die alone. You're not gonna have children anymore. Is a ridiculous thing to say to a
Yeah,
human
so
being.
they're asking people to boycott the hotel essentially. So I decided I'm not gonna go. I hope the company can figure something out with the union. But that's just like so many people are struggling right now. And yeah, like we were looking up the owner of the hotel, and he owns an island, bro. The owner of the hotel owns his own fucking island in the Virgin Islands. He's doing all right. Like, you know, like, and these people can hardly afford to pay their bills and feed their kids.
Fire. Okay, that's funny.
And I know a lot of women struggle with this.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here. Which cosplay did you follow for that you caught your eye? Thank you so much. I appreciate you. You're a fantastic member of the community. I appreciate chatting with you. Boycott. Oh God, my head. Oh man. No, 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 no. It was the Jinx one. Ooh, swag. Swag. Was it like the holiday drinks? I'm about to do drinks again soon. Not saying I want or need an island, but I could use some money. I mean, yeah, I feel like most of us can, and I think that's kind of the point. Is like this. I can't even buy a house. I barely got a car. I barely rent a fucking apartment, and this motherfucker just buys an island. Like, god damn, I can't conceptualize that. I can't even conceptualize buying a house right now. Like, I'm working towards it. I'm doing the thing, but like, is that even what I want to do? America's expensive. Do I just want to move to a whole ass new country? Because that's kind of how I feel right now. It's like really just like grinding on YouTube, doing the things that I want to do, and making enough money and savings to fucking travel. Because honestly, like, it's almost cheaper than living here. You know, so I either saving up for a house, maybe getting a house or some land with some friends, and like maybe traveling because renting is crazy. My cousin's dad rents islands for vacations. I mean, like, I love a fucking island. I think many people would love to have their own island. I'd love to even ever one day go to an island. I've never been to an island. That would be rad. Like, I would love to go to an island, man. Someday. If I stop paying rent, I could probably afford to go to an island. So I'm working on that. But also if I am successful enough with the things that I'm trying to do right now, maybe I could also pay rent and travel. We'll see. But yeah, I definitely don't. I definitely like have empathy for I am closer to being homeless than I am to owning my own island. So I don't want to like. Oh yeah, AVN, I'm a porn star. Fuck the strike. No, I don't want to do that. Canada is very expensive right now. Yeah, isn't the US trying to like yoink Canada? And didn't Justin Trudeau just resign or something, Archie? Landmates. Yeah, landmates with our tiny buses and our tiny homes. This year, you're starting to put money aside for a PS5. Ooh, good for you, Stan. You got this. Just like a little bit each week. And then maybe increase it if you can. But just like, even like some change. Put it away. So, Chronic. Oh, you have family in Hawaii, BB? I would love to visit Hawaii someday. I had a roommate who wanted to take us to Hawaii, but they wanted to do most of the shopping at Costco. And when I go there, I want to support pretty much only the local economy, I think. Like real people when I go there. Because I've talked firsthand with people from Hawaii where that's like a major issue is the economy, and there's not many jobs other than working in like tourism out there. And yeah, like I want to support the tourism, but I also want to like when I'm buying food, I want to like give directly to, you know, local farmers, not just like Costco. I just want to do it right. Because yeah, living in Oregon, I talked with Native Hawaiians who are living in Oregon because they couldn't afford to live on the island anymore. And yeah, it's not great. There is a cat. I was gonna ask you about showing off all that cake on YouTube. Listen, I'm just existing, okay? Yeah, Trudeau is very unpopular here. Yeah, I know he's been unpopular for a minute. Didn't he fucking do blackface and then he's like a progressive? I'm like, what? What was like? I don't know. I've heard other shit about him too, but I don't know. Politics is so interesting. I just want friends, which pops into my recommendations. Fuck! I didn't expect that video to go viral. It was just like a vent post, and then it kind of did, and then I'm like, oh shit. I didn't want to just like delete it. I do kind of want to make a follow-up video where I'm not like crying. But also with deleting it, I still kind of mean the things I said in that. I don't know. It's also okay to cry. I feel like there is like this connotation that like if someone's crying, they're like there's something wrong with them. But I think it's natural to cry, and it's natural to want friends and to feel misunderstood and express it. But yeah, you know, I was just like, yeah, this video resonates hard. Fuck yeah, and that's also why I can't delete it because I'm like, so many people resonated, and I'm like, fuck, I don't want to, you know. But like, I think it's the urge of like, you know, constantly being told not to cry, or that if I was emotional, I was being manipulative. Which I think that comes from a lot of people like, I don't know, kind of like suppressing their sadness sometimes. For me, it's just, I don't know, it's just a part of life. Like, it's stuff I deal with like every day. And I finally decided to like say it proper instead of like, I don't know, having some shitty self-harm response to it. I decided to talk about it, which seems like a healthier trajectory. But tourism is ruining the economy. Yeah, that sucks. Because it's driving up rent prices and everything. Also, Trudeau stepped down, but he also suspended the government until March. It's a mess. Yikes. Anyways, good luck, Archie. Plantations are ruining the economy. Damn. Yeah, I can't afford to. I'm so sorry, DB. I just opened YouTube again, and your Spider-Gwen Craig was at the top of my homepage. Oops. When I go out of town, I eat local 92% of the trip if possible. Nice. Sometimes it's hard to, especially like if you're on like fucking long road trips and all there is a fucking McDonald's for miles. That kind of sucks. But yeah, eating local, supporting local is always, I feel like, a better trajectory than supporting corporations. That was the first video that I saw. Citrus. Aw, thank you for being here, Citrus. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for being so sweet to me. Yeah, I think there's a lot of like systems of patriarchy baggage involved with how people feel about crying culturally. And it's sad because it's like, for the longest time, I wouldn't let myself do it because it was weak. And anytime I cried, especially the men around me, was not well received. I was not supported. And I was also like disconnected from a lot of like the women around me. And I feel like there's a lot of projections of patriarchal mindsets that women project onto each other. So like for me, like being silenced as I was expressing emotions growing up from such an early age onward as a teenager, I held so much resentment for my pain and even for getting close with other people. And so like when my mom would like express emotion, I couldn't hold space for it. And also because like I felt in some ways she was enabling certain harms. I had some resentment for her, but like when she would be emotional, I'm like, no, I can't. I would have anger. Whereas now I'm like, holy shit, like I should have like held space better, like, you know, like had more camaraderie with other feminine beings earlier on. But there was this like nature of like competitiveness, like with like other girls in school and things like that. And just, I grew up around like mostly boys. And you know, that's its whole fucking thing. And yeah, just crying was weakness. And like, it's not just like men who had that projected upon them. Like there's, you know, like not a lot of spaces, unfortunately, with other women to express vulnerability and to share like the deepest parts of you. And that's really sad. And like, there's a lot of beautiful retreats that I hear about, but a lot of those are like financially gatekept. And yeah, it's just, and there's just, like this feeling of like too muchness, like, oh, I don't want to share what I'm going through because there's other people going through so much worse, or like this person's already stressed out. They probably don't have the space for it. And yeah, it is sometimes true. But yeah, it's, I feel like so important to also express that side of you. And, you know, therapy, I feel like doesn't do it justice because that's like what, an hour a week for most people if you go every week. I feel like humans need sometimes, depending on the things they've gone through, more than an hour a week to be vulnerable and to cry and to allow themselves to express in those ways. So therapy is a good tool, but like naturally as a society, I feel like people should just be able to cry more and to like not see that as bad. Because I feel like almost every time I've suppressed my tears, it's turned to rage. Almost every time. Or disassociation. Yeah. I've been supporting this local Szechuan Chinese place lately. It's so good. Ooh, I love Szechuan. Love Chinese food. Oh, have you ever heard of the Eastern Market in Detroit, Cassie? No, I haven't heard of the Eastern Market. I've never been to Detroit. The only parts of Michigan I've ever been to were Rothbury, Michigan, which actually that's a video I kind of want to watch on stream. I don't know if you guys heard of it. There was someone who went missing at Electric Forest and they were just found. That's a crazy story. But yeah, that's the only part of Michigan I've been to is Rothbury. And I went to, I think we stopped at Lake Michigan on the way. Detroit Become Human. I haven't played that game. Good morning, Certified. I've heard of it. I've heard it's a good game, Sammy. Have you played it? All right, a little bit more of this and then we'll change the video.
Like, freezing eggs is already a traumatic process, okay? For people that
Shit,
don't
did I
know,
forget my coconut
you
oil?
have to shoot yourself up with a cocktail of drugs for like a week-long process in order to have your eggs extracted and shit. You know what I mean? It's not like if your goal overall is to repopulate the earth or whatever, there you go. She's doing that. She's doing that ultimate thing. I don't know why people would dunk on her for this.
Honestly, though, as far as like that video and videos like that, I honestly do really love seeing videos like that where people express how they're really feeling. Like, however that is, like, I love seeing people be authentic, and not like just, I don't know, like drama farming or putting on a face or whatever. I like the rawness. There's this YouTube channel we were referencing earlier, a video popped on, but Soft White Underbelly on YouTube, like where people just like sit down and it's not like influencers or content creators, they're just people and they're just like, yeah, this is some of the shit I went through. Let me just trauma dump for an hour or two. Like honestly, like fucking go off. Like shit, bro. Like you gotta like he'll put up like GoFundMe's for people and like help them get on their feet and stuff. And like, yeah, dude, like I don't know, if anything, like those are like the content creators that I love, that I find connection to a lot of the time. Not like people like Hassan or whatever. I think Hassan's rather vulnerable, actually. But some content creators don't talk like much about themselves and they're just constantly talking about other people or whatever sensational thing is happening. Software Underbelly is so uncomfortable feeling, but so good. Yeah. It's like, damn, that's fucking... It also depends on the story, right? Like, 'cause very, very diverse. But like, I've been through some shit and like, it's kind of cathartic in a way for me to be like, damn, I'm not... Because like, sometimes I can kind of see some people in the way that they portray themselves, and not that they haven't been through stuff, but they're not still fucked up by it, or at least they don't like portray that. And I would say sometimes I'm a little bit still fucked up by things that happen to me or like my nervous system or whatever. So it's kind of cathartic to see like, okay, like not everything's like, because like I'm a cam girl. A lot of that is like filtered and carefully curated and stuff like that. And so it's nice to see very human like difficulties and things and kind of be able to like connect the patterns of like systemic harm that's being caused and things like that, because that's definitely one of my big interests is just like kind of how all these like things are connected and how we repair these things. And we don't have like a Skid Row with like an infinite amount of people with really traumatic lives to interview, and maybe they have houses and they can like, I don't know, you know, it's
not even a week.
There's work that can be done,
process, I think, overall.
Ovarian surgery.
But yeah, that's like all my recommended right now. I was actually contemplating maybe reaching out to him because I have some questions for him actually about the work that he does. I think he's a really interesting guy. He's like dedicated his life to, you know, like getting to know other people and helping them share their stories. I think that's a really cool thing to do.
I knew that I have endometriosis and I had like a giant cyst on my ovary. And the doctors told me that
Yeah, it doesn't even seem like it's an age-specific issue either. Like, it just seems like she has a health complication on top of that.
The doctors did tell me that might affect my fertility, but
her entire life perspective was never settling. Her entire brand is being a bougie best friend. She has nearly 1,000 followers across multiple platforms. I will reserve my thoughts on this for the time being because I have to word it carefully or people think I'm attacking her personally and not her philosophy. So you all have to wait on that commentary. If you're a single and childless woman, do not watch her content if you want marriage and children. What?
we didn't even start like the actual egg freezing, so it's still my.
God forbid a woman be annoying, dude. And then, God forbid a woman be
Los
annoying.
Angeles is on fire right now. I saw that, Stevie.
There are people out there. There are men. There are male content creators who
saw
are
that.
just annoying. They're not like
It's so sad.
Genuine monsters, right? They're just annoying. And people also are vicious to them as well. There are also
literally, bro, being a fucking woman on the internet. I'm sorry, I don't mean to like be like, but like, especially like being like neurodivergent. I used to get called annoying in school all the fucking time. I've heard it before. I know not everyone likes me. I'm not gonna like not be myself because of that. I used to like mute myself so much because I didn't want to annoy people. But yeah, dude. Like I get asked all the time, like, are you on drugs? Like, what's wrong with you? Like,
male content
whatever
creators who are not just annoying, but genuinely advocating to make the world a worse place overall. And when those guys get
honestly, dude, like if I acted like Adam Ross, like I don't know, someone killed me or some shit. I don't think I would fly for women to act like, I don't know, like fucking Asmongold or some shit. Because like they just get called like a lot of names, I feel like. But I mean, Asmongold probably gets his fair share of name calling too. Every big creator does, but like just being a woman, you're just automatically treated like you're a manipulative evil bitch. Like no matter what, like I just until proven otherwise, or if you're like a super big pick me, like demonizing other women,
get their comeuppance,
then you'll get a pass from some of these men. But like,
of course, people dunk on them.
I've just accepted the evil bitchness. I've just accepted what was it that Destiny said? The smug condescension. Yo, boy is a hypocrite because he got that smug condescension down pat. You know, like it's all of my environment, okay?
Okay. The maximalist position here is the Nick Fuentes situation. Okay. Nick Fuentes is
Peter Santinello also travels around meeting interesting people. His content is really good. Okay, cool. I don't think I've heard of him.
The equivalent of Icarus. Okay. He flew way too close to the sun. Way too close. Okay. Those wings started catching fire. Mere hours after people realized that Donald Trump was about to become the next president of the United States of America. Okay. He flew way too close to the sun. All right. And then there are lower level offenses. If you go all the way down, I'm sure you know a male content creator who's like,
an empty drink. I need to go get my
you don't really understand
water.
it. You don't really know what it is. But if they're also going through something tumultuous or being open about their issues, like people do engage in this like lynching and dunking campaigns and dunking initiatives, but I think sometimes it's just not warranted. Anyway, let's continue.
Might be that my eggs are high quality, but there's just not a lot of them. It's just so sad. I've been like crying the entire day. And you know, people say like, oh, you're not alone. This happens to so many women. But I mean, it feels very.
They're saying that she deserves it because her whole platform is saying that.
So the one thing, like, I know people often are well-intentioned when they say like the "you are not alone" thing, but like, I feel like that helps one aspect of it, like knowing that you're not alone and other people go through this. But the other big aspect that would help is like, I don't know, the like in those situations when it's something like feminine related, like the sisterhood, the compassion, the caringness. I don't know this woman or the situation, but that's just my thoughts on it. When people say things like that to me, And also, yeah, unfortunately, sometimes it seems like that woman has a lot of followers. The louder, judgmental voices affect you more than the thought of like, oh, I'm not the only one experiencing that. If I feel like if you had the thought of, I'm not the only one experiencing this, it would make it easier without all the like, oh, whatever, like judgment and I don't know, the other shit people are throwing at them.
Have high/specific standards, and because of that, she deserves to be single and have this freezing her
And like the you are not alone stuff is like, I feel like mostly well intentioned. The judgment, mostly not well intentioned towards a lot of these online creators. I feel like a lot of people place their judgments not as like constructive criticism, but some kind of like projection to make themselves feel better. Like, oh, at least I'm not doing what that person's doing. Like, kind of thing.
problem. No one deserves to go through this, though. Yeah, no, I know. I understand what the through line is. I understand what their argument is. I know that that's what they're saying. They're dunking on her because they're like, you deserve this. You deserve this, lol. Which is sad because I don't think anyone deserves the health complications like this. You know what I mean? It's
no
just like,
cysts on your ovaries. I have cysts on my ovaries and they're fucking horrible. And so painful. And I have cysts on my cervix and like it's terrible feeling. Like I don't wish that upon anybody. I saw a few people on social media recently, Fatal Gods, I believe, had like a rupture and another person had a rupture too. And it's like, just health issues suck. On top of how much shit we put each other through, like just like little things like that. Like I don't know. It was
she didn't bring this about herself with her vibes, is my point.
Alone. Lonely.
And
like I just feel this giant pain in my stomach right now. How's your day going?
What up, Eric Hovagim?
How could this possibly ever have happened to me? Lamented Cornelia Slunjiski, who is a Croatian influencer of younger girls.
Their voice just sounds like a fucking, like he's trying so hard to be like a fucking storybook villain. Like, what the fuck?
Why do these guys spit so much? Like, why can I hear their mouth spittle noises while they're talking? Don't they have better microphones? What the hell is going on here? Goddamn annoying. I shouldn't be able to smell your halitosis through the internet, okay? Booty troll sounding ass mother.
This is the mantra of never settling for less, as she is the best friend to her 300,000 followers across platforms.
I mean,
And
all my
should
chatters are my
stress,
best
and at
friends, right,
least
guys?
It's good to know that the pain in her
Right?
stomach was not morning sickness. But how does the influence and attitudes of the
I have to get the
woman,
water in a second, Stan.
that being Cornelia, how do those attitudes expressing the mantra of live, laugh, and love create societies such as those we're now experiencing?
Wait, is he blaming that woman for how society is?
In northeast Calgary led to chaos. A crowd chased the shuttle bus and attempted to board it.
Okay, is
A
this
young
just
man
random
told the reporter on
things?
the scene
I was
the
waiting
minor
for
grandfather
context.
was growing up, he had to do less work to find him a high quality woman, a woman that wanted to stay in the home, a woman that dressed conservatively, a woman that wanted to raise.
Urban Dictionary says
I'm sorry.
hoflations, concept of men having to work 20x harder for than their grandparents did for women. 20x words.
I mean, like, I
What their
talk to people in my chat more than I talk to most people in my life.
Man, because
You guys are kind of my best friends. I'm sorry.
Just repackage massage.
Not to be all
I guess so
parasocial.
the solution is market interference.
We guys
they
have
want
we
market
have deep talks in here.
regulation, and that is, of course, arranged marriages. I assume, right? That's what it is. Like, women ain't shit. They should know their place. Why are you getting a job? You should be in the kitchen, barefoot and pregnant.
Bro, if a man made me feel safe, or a partner, whatever, if a man made me feel safe, if someone made me feel safe and taken care of, I would be a stay-at-home little fucking waifu, cat girl, whatever, cooking, cleaning, just doing all the mommy work. Okay, I would do that. I've not found that in this economy. I would, but it ain't happening. Maybe it's not the women choosing to have the hoflation. Maybe the women or the hoes or whatever the wees are doing it for stability. Like maybe the hoflation happened in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic when people lost their fucking jobs. Mind blown. I've solved it. I solved it.
Girlfriend type. Dude, it's 2025. The male loneliness epidemic is real. We can't all be walking around as influencers with mad getting Twitch money and Tom. This shit is
Where
real.
are my mad bitches? Where are my mad bitches that come with me being an influencer? Okay? I thought once I surpassed 5,000 followers on Twitch.tv and 13,000 followers on Instagram that I would get my mad bitches. Where are they? Where are my bitches? Where's your hoes at? Where'd they at, though? I'm upset. Listen. You're like for my test piece? Thank you, Steven. You need dual income to afford a house and kids. Like,
silenced.
the fuck are
For
these
an
people
hour.
on about? This is not like a woman issue. This is not women just like, yes, we want all the men to be lonely. No, bro, we just want to feel safe and not fucking be homeless. The fuck?
And came back stronger than before. Okay? Begging for a secondary. Begging for a dual strike in one day. He's not being serious, chatters. He's just aching, quaking for another one.
Raise the children, a woman who did not want to be out sleeping with tons of men or putting her naked body on the, of course, then non-existent internet, right? Wanting people to see her naked. Now he's saying men have to work harder to find those.
Okay, this doesn't make sense. If putting your naked body on the internet is bad and lower quality, then there's more lower quality product out there. I don't understand it. Which means, you know, you can just like not attempt to go after those people, I guess. Like what? I don't get it. Candace Owens be like, I don't understand why women put their bodies on the internet. They should become black white supremacists like me instead for right-wing billionaires. Why do women put their on the timeline? They could just be the worst the worst ultra-charged misogynistic anti-black racists out there instead, which is infinitely more acceptable and much better than putting a nipple on the timeline. Seethe harder. I am going to listen to the number one. Okay, why you got to bring up that Candace Owens defeated me in the marketplace of anti-Semitism? Why you got to bring that up?
Those same women. So they call this concept hoflation. And you are seeing it in this environment as you speak to these women and they talk about how the money that they get is a justification for this lifestyle. And they speak down about men.
Yeah, I'm number two. I'm number two anti-Semite. Yes, I know. She defeated me. She destroyed me. I will be working harder this year, okay? I will not just be working harder, but smarter to become the number one anti-Semite this year. Stop. By the way, if a Victorian era lord saw the way Candace Owens is dressed right now, they'd have an aneurysm. So much for dressing conservatively. Yeah, if a Victorian era lord saw Candace Owens, they would be shocked for many different reasons, not just the way she's dressed. You know, OnlyFans is next-gen labor evolution of strippers, much more safer to earn money at home than in the club. Yeah. I love how these guys are like, men are so much stronger and mentally tougher than women, but are also so fragile that any criticism will instantly kill them. I just don't understand these like broad sweeping generalizations, you know, across the board in terms of
That's a coconut
like,
sweater.
women are of lower quality. It feels like you associate the quality of women with the wrong thing.
Yeah,
You know?
bitches.
Like what
No
makes
shit.
a woman lower value is the question here.
Like
If
literally,
it's the
they say like what makes a woman lower value is their fucking body count, and that's the stupidest shit ever.
fact that they've had more dating and
Or if they have fucking trauma, like okay, good luck finding one who doesn't. Like
sexual
the front,
experience.
like BPD women are automatically like low value or some shit.
If you consider that to be low quality, then yeah, I guess. But I don't think that that is lower quality. I think that's a ridiculous.
BPD women are actually of the
being
highest
sexually
caliber.
inexperienced is not a better quality. I don't know. I find that weird. I think what matters is how
Fully
your
high
partner
value,
treats you.
true
Are they a nice
alpha
person?
sigma
Are they an
mindset
ambitious
males can handle
person?
BPD
Do they
women.
treat other people in a kind way? These
It's
are the
like playing life
qualities
on hard
I
mode, but bigger
personally look
rewards,
for.
you know? You know what I mean?
And there are plenty of women. I don't think that has changed throughout time, is what I'm saying. Like, I don't think that there is like a
Right? They got that cool ass colored hair, bro, that style.
There's a genuine societal fissure there, where women are just
They don't
like
give a
treating the
fuck.
service industry
They're
workers
just
worse
themselves.
now
Whoever the fuck
across
that
the
is that
board.
day.
It's
I
just
fucking love it.
it's stupid argument. We know what time you on, buddy.
I forgot to grab my phone.
Well, your mom is still very high quality to me. Snipe.
Exactly, bro. Like, leave the BPD women alone. I'll take them. Like, you men can't handle it? Okay.
I love Caleb.
I will take all of the BPD women. Thank you.
Hilarious. 38 minutes.
Yes, of course, that's kind of funny in theory.
Dude, Caleb is so funny. I would love to go on his podcast, like, actually.
But these are the same guys that'll be like, the universe has conspired against me to make sure that I'm lonely. It's like, or you're a loser.
Yeah, man. Look, sometimes you gotta have standards. I remember I was over a couple years ago. I was at this girl's crib. We were in her room, and some baby came.
What is this? Wholeflation is perfectly in line with right-wing ideology and beliefs. No question meritocracy. You want a good, high-value woman, whatever that means. You work hard for it, right? Yeah, that's the problem. These dudes don't want to work hard for it, and they also don't think that it's their fault at all. And what's really funny about it is, like, one immediate way to solve that equation is just not believe things like wholeflation and not behave in that way. Because if you do behave in that way, you are going to be repulsive to a ginormous percentage of women. And maybe it'll be a self-selecting group of people who are, unfortunately, too dumb to recognize that you're a horrible piece. So that's the problem. These guys, and this isn't to say like all women are beautiful and pretty angels and also special and never wrong. There are a lot of dumb broads out there. And these guys are constantly finding themselves in this like self-selected cycle of dumb broads. And then they turn around and go, why are all the broads so dumb? It's because you're awful. And the only people that will put up with your shit have to be really stupid. So stupid that they have no like self-preservation skills. Okay? Don't say that, Lamau. It's true. It's true. Come on, guys. I mean, Jesus Christ. What are we doing? Are we going to just act like all the ladies in this chat know exactly what I'm talking about? You don't ever go out there in the wild and on an Instagram, you'll like sometimes happen upon a podcast video and you see a woman speaking on one of these podcasts and you go, like, this is setting back societal standards by a decade. Okay? You know exactly what I'm talking about. These guys
Hey, Viyama gets it.
It's a self-selecting space.
Viyama fucking gets it, bro.
Is going to be within a million miles of these douchebags. So the only ones that go there are
like in most of the U.S., they're not even diagnosing people with complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and in other countries they are. Like in Oregon, the therapist that I had, it was through Cerebral. I actually don't know where she was based out of, but she is the one who told me she felt like I had CPTSD. And I had always had, like this fear, because like it was suspected when I was a teenager I had BPD. And then I kind of grew up seeing all of these people and how they would talk about BPD and how they would treat people with BPD. And I didn't want to have that. So I was like, oh fuck, like I don't want this label. Like people will hate me. Like they'll want me dead. Like the suicide rates of people with BPD is insane. But honestly, through the lens of talking about like autism and CPTSD and like accounting for like the things that I had been through, that for me is more empowering of a lens to look at it through, and it makes more sense to me. But like there's so much overlap with these things too, and it's also just like kind of a soft science, like like they're updating the DSM every few years, whatever. But it's I just feel misunderstood with the current model. You know, and it's also just like it's the fucking internet and what some ignorant people think in real life too, but just the concept of BPD as if it's this forever thing and it means you're like a psycho. It's just doing it such a disservice. Because yeah, if you recognize the triggers and like how to navigate that and you have someone who truly cares about you, it's not like a debilitating thing. Like it can be like meltdowns, like autistic meltdowns are no fucking joke, right? But it's so situational. It's so dependent on how the people around you treat you. If you treat someone with BPD like they're crazy their whole life, I think they're going to be a lot more volatile than if you remind them that they're cared for. Right, right. Don't by me. It's so fucking weird.
Personally, willing to duke it out.
I
in
was
that
on
space because
mainly Wellbutrin, citalopram, trazodone. And I just that combination did not do me well. And I was with somebody who would literally use my mental state and the fact that I was on medication as like a means of undermining me and kind of manipulating me and like just making me feel crazy. Like if I ever set a boundary with that person, they'd be like, "Oh well, did you take your meds today? Like what's wrong with you?" And holy shit, there's no medication that fixes what that does to your brain when someone treats you like that. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's the thing. It's like people don't understand to the capacity to which they are putting each other through trauma and causing mental illness, and they're so easy to just like put it all on the person suffering. Fuck, man, it's so sad. So many people are getting done dirty like that. So sad.
they are sharp. Some are, okay? Some are.
But like, you know, all you can really do is like figure that out and get away from the people who are treating you like that if they're really not willing to understand you, which is like what I did, whatever, but it's still like it's still so hard for somebody who doesn't have BPD or whatever type of version of complex post-traumatic stress disorder. It's so hard for somebody whose brain does not work like that to conceptualize that that is what's happening versus like just seeing you as like, oh my god, that's like that person's problematic or bad. I don't want to deal with them. Yeah, it's just like, look, that makes it worse. That makes it fucking worse, man.
And witty, and even then it becomes a
what the fuck?
silly thing to entertain because no matter what happens, the audience is not going to be receptive to you because they just hate you, okay? But there's also a lot of women who are invested in the cloud of it all or potentially going there because they just don't understand it. They have no capacity of reading the room, okay? That's it. That's it. So then these guys are always like, why are all the broads like this? It's like, dude, too much of a generalization there.
Why are all women crazy? It's not like years of patriarchy would have anything to do with, you know, burning witches for collecting herbs. Like, why are women crazy? Why are all these bitches so crazy? These bitches, man.
Like, what? You're going to tell me that, like, you know, Pearl or whatever, Pearly Girl, whatever her name is.
Oh my god.
Is an example of the overarching rule that, like, these, all women are smart and across the board correct all the time. Anyway, my point is, okay? My point is that
okay, I'm sorry, we'll get off this soon.
Would probably
I'm just kind
be
of
able to meet
dicking around right now.
Partners that
I've been sleeping too much lately because my period makes me tired. So I
potentially even better themselves.
I have slept a lot, so I'm kind of hyper now.
Shallow misogynist. That's it. If they didn't see the world in such a one-note matter. Not all know, but not all are dumb. What are you talking about, man? I never said that. Yeah, you're right. We are in agreement. Because that's not my position, and you misunderstood what I was saying. That's it.
Women are stupid, really and I don't respect them. That's right. I just have sex with them. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's a song. Don't quote me.
She had her clothes off and everything.
Yeah.
Like you're not disrespecting Kendrick Lamar's nephew like that.
Yeah.
So I left.
What?
You gotta have morals and principles you stand on. Caleb,
Yeah, and
for being a loser 20 years ago.
I've never heard of
You
these people.
You were like on that one episode of American Idol where they show all the bad people.
Yeah.
And then that was it.
Did you see the girl who this is probably pretty dated by the time this episode comes out, but I'll say it anyway. Did you see the girl whose boyfriend asked her to move back to Texas with him?
Mm-mm.
You see that? You guys see that?
Where do they live currently?
Well, there was this girl. She made this whole like TikTok video that was like her like sobbing into the camera, and being which I have quite feelings about that.
I hate when people cry on.
I do too, and you know what? I recorded a video the other day. I was trying to make a video for
I
this
hate when
abortion
people
rights thing
cry
in
and
Missouri, and I got worked up enough that I started crying, tears coming out of my eyes. And you know what? I said this is really powerful. People would really like this. I'm not posting it. I'm not posting it. You know, so there are like 3 videos of me in my phone crying about abortion rights, and I said no posts. No posts.
We don't need that.
The static images.
I
we'll have to do.
That's almost as bad as what's her name, Gal Gadot singing.
Yes. It's manipulative too. I'm like, I don't want you to care about this because I got worked up and mad at Republicans and started tears.
You should already care about this. I'm just reminding you to go take.
I mean, but that's like how you handle it. Like, if someone gets bothered by a video of someone crying, they can like, I don't know, click away. Like, you don't, like I feel like if people, if they're allowed to be, I don't know, like upset at someone else or talk about someone else's life or fucking psychoanalyze whoever the fuck, like, if people can like be openly narcissistic for the internet, why shouldn't they be able to like fucking cry? Like, what the fuck? What kind of weird rule is that? That's weird. I mean, if that's your preference, you don't want people to see you cry, sure, but like, I don't know.
Go vote. Yeah. But she was
Go
posting,
vote. I
she was
voted.
like, oh, my boyfriend.
What about
he lived in
Republican?
LA
I don't
and he
even
went-
know, bro.
he
I'm not even.
said he wanted to- yeah,
I can't keep track of what's going on in this.
Where are they gonna start talking about hoflation?
Oh, we're playing.
I'm definitely so.
Yeah,
I see
where's the
thumbnails
hoflation?
all the
I'm
time,
here for the
and whenever I
hoflation.
see- I'm like, yeah, I'm not looking at this.
So you live in LA with your boyfriend. Everything's.
There's a woman called Gia Tofana who lived in Sicily around 1630. A man could legally beat you back then. That's crazy. She sold poison called Aqua Tofana that was disguised as a beauty product. If your husband was abusive, a friend might tell you about the poison. It was kept secret between women. Aqua Tofana apparently killed over 600 people. Women will go to
Holy
drastic
shit.
measures to escape abuse. That's crazy.
Yeah, dude. No, like not just women, not just women. And this is like a lot of like foreign affairs, like world dynamics. Like if somebody is being abused, like they're not gonna like take that well. Like you can only be like a victim of abuse for so long until you're like, nah, dude, I'm not gonna deal with this. I'm gonna and that's really fucked up. And I hope, I pray anyone in those dynamics get the fuck out. But like when you don't have the ability to leave, that's fucked up. That's fucked up, man. Women are not property. Humans are not property, dog.
It's protecting yourself. It makes sense. My buddy complains about gold diggers and how women he's dated are gold diggers. At the same time, refuses to let women pay for anything. I told him if you want to vet them, go Dutch on a first date, split bills, or let them pay for stuff. Yeah. I have had this mentality for a very long time as well. It's something that I used to talk about, especially when I was broke, which is that like you can't be buying people's times, okay? You can't be buying people's times.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
True.
Because then you're setting the expectation that like, you're buying
True.
their time. You should go on a date with someone that wants to be there with you. That's why you can do like route tasks and normal stuff. The date doesn't have to be the traditional
Go to the fucking
thing.
park. Go on a picnic. Go on a hike.
Going out to
If
a
they want
dinner,
to. Some
fancy
people
dinner
are
where
sketched
you're
out about doing
finding-
that at first,
where
but
you're, whining and dining this person. Because at the end of the day, a relationship, if that's what you're seeking,
I'm not ever
okay,
trying to
is
hold a female back.
partnership,
I
is
don't want a girl
friend.
who doesn't
You're
want to
literally
be
looking
dates.
for
Yeah, you don't want to be in a
friend.
relationship with somebody who
Someone that
doesn't
you
want to be in a relationship with you.
someone
That's
you want to spend
whack.
time with. Respectfully disagree. To each their own. To each their own. To each their own.
Do not beg for anyone. Do not.
My argument always is the same. It's the same for talking about or to marginalized people, and it's also the same when it comes to dating as well. Treat women as human beings. Treat women in the same way that you would anybody else.
Oh.
Okay? Treat a potential dating partner in the same way that you would.
Thank you,
On
Hassan.
subreddits, and then okay, this is literally what being a Twitch streamer is like, though, low key. To meet their soulmate.
I saw you from outside playing video games. I was wondering if maybe I could come inside and watch you play. That was so cool.
Okay, this is literally what being a Twitch streamer is like, though, low key. Bro, this is Asmongold, the Asmongold experience. Am I in a K-hole? I love that. That's just a misgive stream. A cunning pigeon. Yo, he's the funniest. Okay. The hardest part for me is finding a situation where I can meet other people. I'm pretty solid on being normal and grooming and shit now, but I have no social opportunities. But I'm trying to do more outdoor sports, but I can't break through doing things solo, doing things with other people. Yeah, that I don't know how to help you on.
I would say for what that person just said, like conventions, like some areas have like specific events for singles to do that. Some like places have like authentic relating things and things like that I hear of. Yeah, I'm not really looking for that, but there are places
I feel like
for that.
Okay,
I would
dude,
say,
okay,
depending on where you're at, of course.
How is this turning back to me?
His name is Joe Rogan. It's pretty cool.
How does this happen to be? At least back in the day, I could be like, yo, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute. Now it's cooked. That ass though, when do I know if the waitress is into me? Because my friend said she was, but I didn't think so. That's a risky play. You're probably, if you're asking that question, you're a novice. Okay, that's like
yeah. Oh my god.
So it's better.
Okay. All right. What current events are important, dude? Those fires though. LA fires. Are they okay? Are they getting worse? I'm supposed to be going to this area, so I'm like, what the fuck?
Flames engulfed homes in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood in Los Angeles.
Thanks, GG77.
And came dangerously close to others.
And my heart is in my throat.
Firefighters
Jesus.
are dropping water from above as a heavy black smoke cloud forms over the area.
Yo, their audio really sucks. It's like in one ear, out the other.
And by car. Some drivers stuck in
Why are they
gridlock
doing
were
that?
told by emergency crews to abandon their vehicles as the flames grew close.
They don't know
to
how
the
to
road.
edit. Do you guys hear that? Any other headphone users?
The fire came right down to the road,
Holy
and
fuck.
the fire department came up and said, "Get out of your cars now."
Some left the area carrying their pets in their arms.
Oh
This one
my
got away from
god.
her neighbors.
The fire was all around us, the trees and everything.
Parts of the
No.
Pacific Coast Highway and Interstate 10 were shut down to help evacuate those in the fire's path.
Come on, guys!
No.
A CBS News crew ran from the flames that moved quickly through neighborhoods. The high winds are forecast to continue.
Take a
for
welding
days,
class? That
producing
sounds
gusts
great,
that
Wyoming.
could top 100 miles per hour in the hills around the
Oh
city.
my god.
Bringing you back is CBS News, Los Angeles.
It's so sad.
There we are in the 800 block of Radcliffe Avenue in Pacific Palisades. It is still an inferno out here. You can see just how strong the flames. Oh, whoa! And you heard that explosion
Holy
there. This is
fuck.
the back of a home here. Trees up in flames at the
This
moment.
is
The
22
flames
minutes
spread
ago.
into the home here again, the 800 block of Radcliffe
Holy
Avenue.
shit.
Of course, we want to keep our distance, but we're hearing some bangs going on. We obviously don't know what's
Like
exploding,
3,000 acres.
but
What the
just
fuck?
Within the last 5 minutes, the flames have consumed this property, and it's images like this, dramatic images that we've seen all night long. The winds, the gusts, again, they're intensifying as well, which is helping fan these flames. Not only
What's up,
homes
Ara?
that have burned, we've also seen businesses and schools. We saw as the charter elementary school just went up in flames, flames consuming the entire school, the entire property there. Also the nearby high school, the charter high school, also going up in flames. But again, just how intense it is. You know, we're gonna have to, you see the embers there, we're gonna have to get out of here at the moment. So
Yeah, dude, what
send
the
it back to you
fuck?
guys.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
Do you
gotta
own
get
a
out
gas
of there.
station? What the
Get
fuck do you
safe,
even do in
get
this
yourself to a
situation?
better
Bye.
location,
Like, goodbye. Like,
and we'll check back
you
in with
go
you,
far
Carlos.
away from
So
that
we're
gas
gonna talk about
station
that
and you say
second fire that
goodbye and you
exploded
try
tonight
to
in the
collect the
Altadena
insurance
area
money.
in Eaton
But I
Canyon. That's
imagine
right. As you
collecting
can see,
insurance
Nicole
money in
Kopchak standing
California
by
for
with a
wildfires is
fire
probably
burning
as good
right
as
behind her.
collecting it for
Nicole.
floods in Florida, which is probably not
Yeah, we're
great.
actually in Pasadena
Shit.
right now
It's
on
fucking, oh
Woodland
my
at Del
god,
Rey,
dude.
and
My heart goes out to
unfortunately
all
you can
these
see this
people.
home has been totally destroyed by
Guys, if
this
you have
fire
extra
that started in
funds,
Eaton Canyon at about
as you
6 o'clock
see
this
things pop
afternoon,
up for these
this
people,
evening,
try
I
and
should
help them
say.
out because this is
We're about
fucked.
1 mile south of Eaton Canyon, directly
I do
down
not
from
unfortunately have
Altadena
the extra
Drive.
funds, but
It's
like,
unbelievable how this
fuck.
fire has spotted a
What the
mile
fuck?
away, and not only spotted enough to catch, you know, shrubs and bushes and trees on fire, but to fully engulf a home here.
Was it just a
across
wildfire?
the street
Did
here,
it
there
say
was
what
another
started
home that
it?
had
Like,
fire burning right up to the backyard. And if you look to the left here, I don't even know what that is that's on fire, but it looks like it could be potentially another structure. It looks like something up there is burning too. So kind of all around us here now, we're seeing that this fire has spread from Altadena down to Pasadena in this residential area with a bunch of trees and a bunch of homes packed in here, and it is burning right through them. And on the other side of these homes here, I think there might be 2 other homes behind at Del Rey and Woodland here in Pasadena, and then there's a preschool behind it. And we were hearing from another photographer just a couple of moments ago who's walked down there that those might be on fire at this point too, and if not, the flames are very close to it. We're just going to walk down the street a little bit here without getting too close, and watch out for the fire hose here, Chris. I don't want to trip you, but the winds are just blowing so fast out here tonight. You can see like how the flames are just being pushed down like a blowtorch out here. It's really
it began as a brush fire. But from what?
Here that,
But from
that
what?
are in good condition
The
right now
fuck?
have a lot of embers just burning up through the dry brush in front of their homes. You can see all of the black smoke that's just billowing off of this thing. Just unbelievable that this is happening in Pasadena. You know, and you can hear these explosions. I don't know if that's propane tanks or something that someone's storing on their properties here. We're gonna go around the corner just a little bit here if we can, Chris. You can see that there are fire trucks here, and they do have hose line pulled out in front of some of these homes, but there's not anything they can do when the wind is pushing the flames with this much intensity. You know, I don't think the hose is gonna do anything at this point. It's really no match for the flames we have. I don't think we can walk down that way because the fire's laying down too much over the road now here, but it does look like there might be another structure down the road just behind this home.
No, they had
that might
high
be catching
winds and
fire at
dry
this point,
conditions,
too.
yeah.
So it looks like at least
California can't even not catch on fire in winter. Feels weird, man.
maybe
Yeah,
another
dude, like
one
what
or
the
two
fuck?
behind
It's like
it.
snowing here.
Again, Del Rey and Woodland in Pasadena.
People actually
And this
just
is
up and
maybe
left their
half a
cars when
mile
it
down
first
the street
started.
from
Yeah,
where
like they were just
we
saying
had
they were telling
crews
people to get the fuck out of their
evacuating.
cars.
Over 100 people from a senior center, you know, in the middle of the evening out here, pushing them down the street in hospital beds with little blankets on and trying to keep them as comfortable as possible. But it's so cold out here and there's so much smoke. And, you know, they're just sitting in the middle of a 7-Eleven parking lot trying to figure out where to put them. And like Mike mentioned earlier, the city of Pasadena has been working all night long to do what they can to come together and help these people. They were loading those seniors onto Pasadena transit buses, into ambulances. They were, there's a big cloud of smoke coming at us. They even put them in a Pasadena SWAT vehicle at one point, and they were taking them to the Pasadena Convention Center, which sounds like where they have an evacuation shelter set up at this point.
Yeah, I'm literally supposed to go to a convention in Hollywood.
You know, we heard in
this weekend.
Sierra Madre, they have more evacuations there. Altadena,
So I'm like
sounds
trying to
like maybe closer to
consider that as well
Eaton
now.
Canyon, they had a structure on fire there. So with the winds expected to pick up overnight, starting, you know, at 10 o'clock and then moving into even 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, this thing is still raging like this. You can have embers from this home carry right across the street where these firefighters are and spark something else. So I think it looks like they're probably trying to stay to the south of this and protect these homes now a little bit south of
Yeah,
this
that's
home
right
on
where I'm
fire
going,
so they can
dog.
prevent those embers from sparking something much larger.
Jesus.
But I mean, look over this way how black this is down the road. definitely something else burning down that way too. We're gonna come back just a little bit. Thank you. Yeah, you could hear someone's fire alarm going off on their building right now. You just hope that everybody got out of their houses over here a while ago when they were told to evacuate, and they're not trying to hunker down inside still, because look even over to the right of us here. Look at all these little embers blowing in front of this house here. You know, it doesn't look like they have a ton of dry vegetation on the ground. It looks like a lot of succulents and stuff that hopefully retain water and won't burn and help it catch onto the home here. But this is what it looks like in a lot of neighborhoods. So this has got to be really scary for homeowners watching this on TV, knowing that they live right nearby, and you know, one of their neighbors' homes here across the street from us is on fire tonight. Wind's just blowing me right over too. It's really gusty out here.
Yeah, just incredibly sad and dramatic pictures that you're showing us tonight, Nicole. It is unbelievable that you're standing in the middle of Pasadena and that is happening right now. You know, we're not used to that. We're not used to seeing that in the suburbs or here in Southern California alone. When we talk about Santa Ana winds, Pat, I mean, that is, of course, you know, something that we occur often here in Southern California. That's one of the most common weather patterns that we talk about here.
But we think about coastal areas, even from Malibu, unfortunately, to Orange County. But inland is a very different story. And that's with this particular fire. We are looking at flames. You and I have been watching this, Susie, as Nicole was talking. Those flames, the winds were blowing so hard, the flames were just blowing horizontally.
Okay.
And which you could tell, that's why those embers were blowing on the ground.
Sure.
And that also sets fires so close to the ground. You know, you think sometimes we're used to seeing brush fires, it goes from canyon to canyon, rooftop to rooftop, but this could present a lot of damage, as we are seeing even from where those flames are located. And unfortunately, you know, this is a picture in Eaton Canyon, but we also have fires that are burning into Santa Monica. And when I heard the location in San Vicente, I mean, there are buildings over there as well.
Sure.
So that's something very, very different that we are seeing tonight. And again, this is a historic fire. The thing is, we still have our firefighters out there fighting this from the ground.
Hey there, we are coming on the air tonight with a catastrophic fire burning right here in Los Angeles. People are evacuating right now. Homes are burning. Cars are being abandoned in the street. Meanwhile, all across SoCal, everyone else is going into tonight nervously hoping that other fires don't start nearby, because the dry, dangerous winds that we have been seeing throughout the day are getting stronger by the minute out here. And at some point, they will be hurricane strength. That catastrophic fire we're watching right now is the Palisades fire. They say it's more than 1,300 acres, but that number is very preliminary, especially since
Right. And I'm like a little sus of it. Like, what the fuck happened, man? I know wildfires happen in California, but holy shit.
So many people rushing to pack
Seems
up
like that
everything
came
they
on
can,
really
trying to
fast.
escape as smoke fills the air around them, and that has created a traffic nightmare as people scrambled, then panicked when flames surrounded their cars. Get this, at one point, the LA Fire Department had to use a bulldozer. That is an LA Fire Department bulldozer right there, clearing the cars off of Sunset. That's a very popular road here in LA, and those cars were abandoned when people got out, fled for their lives. Another scene a little bit down the way, you see it right there. Flames in that car, cars bursting into flames after they were abandoned. Just terrifying moments all across the Palisades area. And all that happening as people are evacuating. And it's not just one fire. There have been a couple of fires breaking out throughout the day. That's what's so worrying about this entire situation, at times in middle of neighborhoods. Again, this is all being fueled by those Santa Ana winds that terrorize SoCal around this time of year. Dry conditions, we're seeing winds that could reach up to 100 miles per hour in some parts. And again, the threat is expected to only get worse tonight. This is happening in the Palisades, a neighborhood of about 20 miles west of Los Angeles, where our Liz Kreutz captured this moment a little bit earlier. Take a look at this.
Behind me, you can see this huge plume of smoke. There's a house up in flames. In fact, let me turn it around. That is a house right now burning in front of us. that just ignited moments ago. All of these cars here, almost all of these cars around me here are abandoned. People just got out on foot because of gridlock traffic as hundreds, thousands of people try to get out.
And Liz Kreutz joins us right now. Liz, where are you and what are you seeing?
Hey, Gotti, I mean, that just sort of explains what today has been like. One moment, you think you're fine, you got to a safe area, and then in an instant, an ember is blown, something ignites, and all of a sudden, a home, a palm tree is on fire. In fact, if you were watching just a little bit ago, we were live here about a mile north on the Pacific Coast Highway. We had to get out because things got so bad there with the flames jumping the Pacific Coast Highway, getting to the coast, palm trees ignited on the coast, and cops came through and told people to get out. And you can see behind me why. That is that massive plume of smoke from the flames that have been pushed towards the coast just in the past hour. At times, the winds have been so strong, it's felt like we've been pushed over. They've died down just slightly right now, but they're just going to continue to pick up as the flames are pushed towards the coast. And a gentleman, I can just tell you, it's really traumatic. I mean, there was a gentleman that was just here where we are in tears, hysterics, because he went to work today in downtown L.A., left his dogs in his home in the Pacific Palisades. He got wind of the evacuation orders. He said he tried to get here by his car. He could not, so he got out and rented a bike, he said, to get to this location. And now there's road closures and he can't get through. He just came to me, though, and said that the first responders who saw him went to his home and checked on his dogs. They are okay. But it's just that fear right now for so many people. And in that video you showed of me, Gotti, and our crew, my colleague Jim and I, my producer, we got stuck in that same gridlock traffic, and we were told we weren't going to go any farther because all those cars were abandoned. And moments after that, the bulldozer came and pushed those cars out of the way, which created a path for us to get through, which we were lucky. That's how we made it to the coast. But there was a moment when there were flames on either side of the road where we were. Thankfully, firefighters quickly came and put that out. But it's been a scary situation for us, for our crew, and for hundreds and thousands of people here in LA today, Gotti.
And Liz, did you guys fall all the way back to the beach? Where are you right now?
Yeah, we are on the beach. I can see the ocean. I mean, this giant plume of smoke, this is a parking lot of a beach. This is usually where people would come, tourists would come in LA to enjoy a beautiful day. And this is all the coast right here. It's jumped the PCH. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of wild to think beautiful LA, palm trees up in flames right now here on the coast.
And the people that were abandoning their cars, I mean, you were in the middle of all of that. At one point, you were surrounded by flames. What was
Like
going
just
on?
one house, like a chain reaction, that crazy fire stuff. That's
saying, hey, you need to
crazy.
get out right now? Or was this something that, you know, somebody saw one person do it and then everybody took off on foot?
Yeah, I think that it's a combination of it. Where we were, Gotti, because again, we couldn't go we could hardly go anywhere. We were like inching along. So in our little area that we were around, nobody came to us and said you should get out of your car. In fact, if anything, once we saw flames on either side, we came up with a plan. We knew that we were about a half mile away from an area where there was a strip mall and a Starbucks. So we felt like if we really needed to, we were going to get out and we would walk on foot and get to that area where there's probably more defensible space for us. But actually, the firefighters came and knocked on our window. And they said, you're going to be okay. It's going to be fine. We're here. Just roll up your windows and stay put. I think what happened is that maybe people had to get somewhere. Maybe, you know, people just were fed up. It was gridlock for hours. And so some people just said, I'm going to get out.
And Liz, I know that we've been hearing reports of people possibly trapped inside. Any word on rescues going on tonight?
You know, what we do know right now, Gotti, we have gotten reports of people trapped. It is all still very much unfolding right now as we continue to learn the magnitude of this. The one good news we have right now from officials at that press conference is they said that right now there are no reports of injuries. Again, we haven't been able to get into all of the affected areas, but right now that is a really positive development and actually pretty remarkable that they're saying that, just given how big this fire is, how fast it grew, and how quickly people had to get out.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a testament also to some of the firefighting that we've seen. It's incredible to see air attack coming in, the structural protection whenever they could. What have you seen firefighters do out there?
Yeah, I mean, it's been everything. They put all the resources to it. We knew going into this, you know, Californians, and you know this, Gotti, now, after years of really, really bad fires, are actually really prepared, right? We know when a red flag warning is coming to be prepared, to have a go bag, and fire officials are also prepared. And ahead of this wind event, they sent in extra resources to these areas. And so they have been able to get in here with airdrops. We have video from the fire that ignited on Sunset Boulevard in West Hollywood, a totally separate fire through LA, a helicopter coming in and doing an airdrop. When have you seen that? I mean, pretty remarkable. That said, there were a lot of challenges for first responders today because of the gridlock. They themselves were not able to get through because at times people were using, going both directions down one way. So first responders couldn't get to the places they needed to get to, which created a challenge. But again, as you say, Gotti, it's remarkable to see all of them. They're truly heroes. Even the fact that they took the time to come up to this gentleman here who was in hysterical tears about his dogs and said, don't worry, we'll go check on them for you. And they just called and told him they're okay.
Yeah, a little bit of good news out there. Liz Kreutz out there along the beach. I'm glad you're safe. Liz, thanks so much. We'll be checking back with you in a little bit. Let's bring in our national climate reporter, Chase Kane, who's also out there. Chase, it seems like you're over there on PCH as well. What are you seeing?
Gotti, we're just a little north of Liz. We're at Sunset Boulevard and the Pacific Coast Highway, pretty well-known intersection. This is also kind of a wind funnel. So if you've certainly covered tropical storms and hurricanes, it feels a lot like that because we're having to just plant ourselves because when these wind gusts come through, it can truly knock you off of your feet. I'm going to step out of the way, though, so that we can zoom in here. You're looking south down the PCH towards Santa Monica, and you can see that the flames are reaching all the way to the Pacific Coast Highway. Again, this is just south of Sunset along the PCH towards Santa Monica. If it was not so thick with smoke and getting dark, you would be able to see that iconic Santa Monica Pier with the Ferris wheel off in the distance. But instead, we are seeing flames burn all the way to the beach. And again, a very popular, densely populated part of Los Angeles. It is an eerie feeling here, Gotti, after having covered many wildfires living in Los Angeles for a number of years, that, you know, on one side of me, I'm hearing fire alarms going off from these condo buildings that are alongside the Pacific Ocean. The power has been cut off in this area. And then we get sort of a wave of cars that are coming. This is Sunset Boulevard. They're coming down Sunset as police and firefighters go through and kind of do their final sweeps and see, you know, if people were not able to get out of their homes earlier, if they've been sitting and waiting in their cars. They're going through and grabbing sort of groups and cars and escorting them out. We're hearing another fire truck come down through here as well. But again, because of the way that Sunset and Topanga Canyon sort of funnel down to the ocean, it creates a wind tunnel. So it helps these winds accelerate. That is what is making this such a particularly dangerous situation, as the National Weather Service calls it. Again, more fire trucks coming down here because they're trying to chase these embers. They're trying to chase these hot spots as they pop up. Just a little while ago, LA police came through and said that there was a mobile home park where one of those embers had blown down the hill and had caught fire right next to these mobile homes, and they were doing their best to get people out quickly. Now these fire trucks are going north up the PCH toward Malibu. The Getty Villa is also just around this corner, another well-known landmark here in Los Angeles.
Didn't realize how many people I know in LA. I know a fuck ton of people in
all of
LA.
these fires that pop up as another
I'm
gust
worried.
of wind comes through there.
Damn, Biami.
My photographer, Sirkan, and I
Fuck!
have to stabilize ourselves.
You guys want to do a prayer?
You can feel just how strong these winds are, Gotti.
That is remarkable, and I think what's
We'll pray for the safety of all of our loved ones and all the beautiful creatures, that they flee from the fire, and the fire goes away into the ocean.
And so it's burning up in the hills, and it's also burning on the other side of Sunset. Is that right?
I believe so, Gotti. It's a little hard to tell because, you know, this part of the Pacific Coast Highway, there's a lot of parking lots, beach, but there are occasionally buildings, you know, beach huts, restaurants. We're near Gladstone's restaurant is actually where we are, if you're familiar with the area. So it's hard to tell because the smoke is so thick, but it does appear that, yes, that fire down in the distance towards Santa Monica, if it hasn't jumped the Pacific Coast Highway, it's burning right along the PCH, Gotti.
And traffic has been horrible throughout the day. Throw evacuation orders in, throw a PCH in, which is, I mean, it's a choke point. It's a very hazardous choke point anytime you see a disaster like this. What's it been like throughout the day?
Yeah, Gotti, they closed these roads hours ago. I found out later I was actually not far behind Liz Kreutz when she and her producer got stuck in that area. So I also had to get out and make my way on foot. By the time I was walking down Sunset Boulevard, it was that scene that felt sort of like something out of The Walking Dead, because dozens of cars have been abandoned on Sunset Boulevard, and firefighters are going through looking inside the cars to make sure that no one was still in there, because there were flames burning along Sunset. On the other side of Sunset, there were cars
Yeah,
that
I'm
had already
grateful.
burned, so they're just trying to make sure that no one's in
Grateful
there.
to be
But again,
alive.
the traffic, PCH is closed, Sunset is closed. As this
Grateful
wind
to be
picks up
okay
again,
right
the
now.
traffic
This
that
is
you're
one of my
seeing is
fears
either
about moving to
emergency vehicles
California.
or it's personal
I'm gonna pop
vehicles
some
as police, as
NyQuil. Enjoy your
emergency crews
sleep,
go through
Dylan.
and sweep people and say, hey, you got to get out of here. This is not a safe place to be. So any traffic that you see is someone
Yes,
evacuating.
Niz.
These roads are not open,
Amen.
Gotti.
And Chase, walk us through the trifecta that we're seeing here. We're seeing strong winds. We're seeing like the worst kind of topography, and we're also seeing dry conditions, right?
Yeah, so to zoom out sort of metaphorically for a moment, I mean, it's
I've been
been
to
more than
LA
8 months since
briefly.
Los
Not for long. Oh, here you go.
It looks like we might have lost. It looks like we might have lost Chase Kane here, and we're going to try to establish our
You know the
connection with
Tupac
Chase Kane. But
song?
if not, I
Which song is
believe
it?
KNBC,
Is that what it's
NBC
called? To
Los
live and
Angeles
die in
has been
LA?
doing incredible work out there along the fire lines as well. If we can't get Chase Kane back on the line, is there any way that we can dip into KNBC's coverage, NBC Los Angeles, as they have been with? And what you're hearing right now, that is KNBC's coverage. We're going to dip in and let you listen to what they're seeing out on the fire lines as well.
Throughout the day,
I'll be back, guys.
The winds are going to get stronger and more intense as the day goes on. And I can tell you right now, just standing out here over the last 30 minutes, the winds have definitely intensified. You can see the thick black smoke that is coming here on Telem Way. But thankfully, it appears a large majority of the people who live here have evacuated and have listened to the orders. I do want to say, in driving around over the last hour, a large majority of the homes that we saw were saved by the firefighters, at least right now. But unfortunately, there are the homes like this one, and I witnessed myself at least a handful. So these firefighters right here aggressively fighting this, and we'll bring you the latest as we have it. Look at that ember right there.
Boy, and that's some of what we've been talking about, the spotting. That one didn't go far. I mean, that blew off that house just a few feet. But with winds like this, you can see spotting for several miles ahead of the fire. And it's why we're seeing the fire reaching across PCH, across Pacific Coast Highway, all the way to the beach tonight. Our Melissa McGee is here with us right now. She's here to talk about some of the winds. And again, the worst is not here, according to the forecast.
That's what we've been saying. And
that is NBC Los Angeles here showing us what's going on the fire lines as well. They have teams all throughout Pacific Palisades. We have teams all throughout PCH as well. So we are going to be dipping back into coverage. But I do want to turn to NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns to kind of set the scene for us. Bill, if you can, map out for us where we saw Liz, where we saw Chase Kane, and what are the biggest threats as we head into the next few hours.
Yeah, Gotti, those pictures we just showed there up where that house was on fire. I mean, those winds looked like they were gusting 50, maybe 60 miles per hour. I'm amazed that the firefighters aren't just pulling out. I mean, that they're sitting there trying to even fight these fires and protect homes in these winds. I mean, how incredibly brave and just humbling to watch them do something like that and sacrifice their own lives. I mean, this is as dangerous as it gets. You know, as Chase was saying before his signal went off, it hasn't rained in 8 months. The winds are going to gust tonight 80 to 100 miles per hour. And we've got already a huge blaze, and new ones could form. It's as dangerous as it gets, and that's what we were saying yesterday, that it's been a year since we've seen a setup like this, and unfortunately a fire did form. And if any others form, it could copy what this one did during the day today. And we're starting to see more and more pictures like this of what used to be structures, most likely a home, where now there's just nothing left. And, that's going to feed other fires. When these winds get in there and pick up those embers, that's happened all day long, and it's going to be even worse tonight. And that's why that fire, as they were saying, it's all the way down to the ocean. to the Pacific Ocean, from the hilltops all the way down. It took less than about 9-10 hours for it to do that. So let me go to the maps and kind of just orientate you on what you're looking at and what areas are burning and who doesn't have to worry about this. Here's downtown Los Angeles. LAX is located right here. This is where the fire is located. This plume, by the way, normally this is our radar. The radar beam, as it scans the sky, picks up the particles in the air that are in that dense smoke cloud, and that's what you're watching. And I was noticing it shifting a little bit, and so we can kind of see the wind shifts. And if the wind is shifting a little bit more towards the south or to the west, that means the fire is probably going to be changing the direction that it's burning into. So here's a close-up view of this is the area that is burned so far. So Chase, we're watching him, the Pacific Coast Highways right here. This is Sunset just to the north here. So we're watching Chase right about in here. And so you can see he had active flames that were down by the coast, so some new areas are burning here. The fire started here. These little orange arrows show you the directions of the wind, and that's why they were spotting and spreading.
Yeah,
it's not like a wave, like a tsunami wave.
Really?
It hasn't just started here and gone straight to the coast.
Yeah, wow.
It's been hit and miss all the way down. And as we go through the night, that's going to continue. So more and more of this will be filled in. And some of this could try to head towards
I think there was a movie in the 80s called To Live and To Die in LA also.
That little wind shift. If we
Born and raised California from LA.
Wind,
oh, damn.
Towards a northeast wind.
Are you in LA right now, Matt?
A little bit more west towards the coast. There's no sign
See, we've been from LA, my hometown.
Head towards Santa Monica or LA. That's not going to happen. And even that smoke cloud is not going to head for downtown LA. Tonight, though, winds gusting 80 to 100. Relative humidity extremely low.
Survived death. Revived people with Narcans. Damn.
As dry as it could be, and that's what we call explosive
That's crazy,
fire growth.
dude.
The winds right now. LAX 41, Van Nuys about 32. So with Santa Ana,
humor is how I deal with tragedy. Yeah, unfortunately, I'd be like that.
Tonight. These are the predicted winds as we go throughout the overnight. Downtown LA 63, Malibu up to 74.
Still gets just picked up
even without the fires, we're going to get trees down. Power lines are going to come down.
Bro, that's what I got.
Power lines weren't turned off. They have the possibility of sparking new fires. And so the fire map, it looks like this. Anywhere in the critical risk, red, which goes anywhere.
You guys want to smoke some copium?
Not
actually, but you know what I mean. We're gonna smoke weed.
Towards San Diego, up in the mountains.
But like, what the fuck,
this
then?
pink area here, Gotti. This is what we call an extreme wind warning, extreme fire threat. We're only supposed to get these once every 4 to 5 years. This is our third one in the last 5 months in Southern California. It needs to rain. This fire season is just endless now in Southern California.
Yeah, we need it so bad. We're actually right now, we're in the middle of that red dot, the red blob that you have up. I just heard a plane fly over. We're under the Burbank flight path, and I know that the Burbank airport had a full ground stop a little bit earlier, but it does seem like
what's been going on while I've been at work? Fires and whatnot. Yeah, dude, there's some fucking fires. I'm about to go to Hollywood for a fucking convention, and the fucking fires happening out there, bro. So I'm like, I'm worried about my homies.
Of what you're showing there.
Yeah, I would guess that it was a pretty big jet. Probably nothing small if it's landing in these winds. But
Snoop offer you 10K, you didn't take it for what?
Some of our maps that actually, for Cal Fire, it actually shows the assets that are flying in the air, like the airdrops and stuff. And they've had the big tanker out occasionally. They had some of the smaller scooper planes. The helicopters haven't really been able to fly. The winds have been too high. And
yeah, dude.
Got it. The ground, in other words, the people on the ground are not getting a lot of support. It's just impossible with these winds.
Bill Cairns, thank you so much for keeping an eye on all this, and we'll check back with you in a bit. And we're now joined by LA City.
I keep thinking of that Billie Eilish song.
Who joins us now.
Hills burn in California. Don't say I didn't warn you.
We just heard Bill talking about something that is a notable absence in this fire, and that is the
And I want to live in California. Why is it always on fire?
Usually you see those helicopters hitting fire so hard. Right now, it's mostly been the super scoopers. But what's the biggest concern for you right now, and what's the progress like on the fire lines that you're at?
This is absolutely terrifying out here on the ground. I am on PCH just south of Temescal Canyon. The flames are roaring down the hillside. In some places, they have already traveled to PCH and crossed the highway and are burning trees here on the ocean side. Evacuations have been underway for multiple hours now. We are very, very grateful for the help, but I want to be very, very clear to people in the Palisades. This is not a drill. These are very, very dangerous circumstances. And with the unpredictable wind and the very dry conditions, this fire is growing and moving quickly. So when they are given an order to go, we are asking people to please
Stop. You can't end it there, bro. You can't
And it
fucking
looks like
end it
we've lost the
there.
councilwoman. We'll try
No.
to establish
Stop. I'm upset.
communication with her. But as you can see, the
This is like a horror movie.
the
This is fucked up.
infrastructure there is going down as we speak. We're monitoring so many different reports, and it's hard to really understand what's happening up on the hills. We understand the Getty is
damn
nearby,
this.
and
What
we are
the
hearing
fuck?
that flames are possibly approaching the Getty. The Getty does not
Oh,
seem
wait.
like
My
it's on
streamer
fire
is
at this
streaming. Her
point, but it
power is
does
still
seem
out.
like
Heck.
it is
Fuck.
being imminently threatened. If we have NBC Los Angeles still up, and we can dip into some of their coverage, we might. Oh, we've got the councilwoman back. Councilwoman, thank you so much. Sorry about the comm situation here. But we were just talking about the Getty. There's been a lot of concern about the Getty. We understand that there are flames at least on two sides of it now. Do you have any update on what's going on?
Oh my God.
A historic landmark up there?
So we have crews on the ground actively fighting the fire in the area. We are aware of the circumstances around the Getty. Our partners at LAFD are doing everything in their power to protect property and, most importantly, lives right now. But there is no sugarcoating any of this. This is an actual emergency, and these are extremely dangerous.
Stop! I don't like when you do that.
It looks like we might have lost the councilwoman again.
Oh,
We'll try to
shit.
reestablish the signal, but what you're looking at right there, that is the Pacific Palisades in California. As the sun begins to set here, you can still see those fires being fueled by the
All right,
winds
I
that are
want
blowing,
current
those Santa Ana
updates.
winds. Those winds are
I guess it's
blowing
nighttime, so.
Going up Palisades Drive, both sides of the canyon are on fire.
To help orient people, you're telling us the ocean is this way. It's over to the right-hand side of the screen.
Correct. Yeah.
Damn, that's rough, so Brius.
And so
You
what have
guys
these last
booked
few
close
hours
to
been
the
like for you?
quickest.
I
Are
understand you
you?
were fighting
It's
for
in
the home
Hollywood.
yourself.
The event's in Hollywood.
The last few hours have been pretty mellow. This morning was very hectic, but luckily an engine pulled up just in the nick of time and pulled hoses around the house, and we were able to kind of keep things safe for us, so that was amazing. Engine 98, LA Fire Department for Pacoima, thank you guys.
Fantastic. But as we're standing here and we can barely keep our feet rooted because of this heavy wind, the way it's whipping, what does the rest of the night look like for you?
Well, it looks like the water just went out, so I was planning on just working embers and spot fires. At this point, I guess I'll have to find a shovel. The engines are gone, the winds are picking up. Luckily, most of the fuel around our house is already burned, so I'm just hoping for a miracle.
Your parents did safely make it out, though, correct?
Yeah, we got them out with the dogs early, and so they're fine. They're at my brother's house. Yeah.
And lastly, if things take a turn, do you have a plan? What are you going to do? Do you have a backup for if things start to get out of control for you?
Yeah, just get out. I've got my car in the driveway ready to go. Hopefully it won't come to that, but
This making me want to get a fucking grab bag, bro.
Thank you for allowing us back.
I don't feel like there's gonna be any wildfires where I'm at, but there's been fires here a bit actually.
It's hard to even
But
stay on our feet at this point. And so
having all the necessities just ready in case of emergencies is honestly not a bad idea.
The flames in a pretty chaotic situation. How do you even begin to get a handle on flames when they are whipping around you at every step?
And that's just another incredible report from our sister station over here in Los Angeles, NBC Los Angeles.
Grocery store, a condo building, they shut off power to that entire area. I mean, on a normal day, this would be a lively, vibrant place along the Pacific Coast Highway. You could see downtown Santa Monica, but right now it really just looks like a black hole with the occasional fire truck coming through. Again, we're getting another one of these.
Right, like I have a hotel booked. I was gonna cancel the reservation and make a cheaper booking through like Airbnb or something, and I was like kind of procrastinating that for a bit. And yikes, dude! Yikes!
Place and a place that I know you also call home, Gotti. What could happen overnight with winds getting even stronger than they are right now?
Is there any word on how far north the fire has progressed at this point?
My best understanding is that there were spot fires just north of the Getty Villa, which I believe would be right around the line of where Pacific Palisades transitions to Malibu. The winds where we are, it's hard to tell the exact direction because Sunset Boulevard sort of acts like a funnel, accelerating the winds as it's coming down through the canyon.
Love that
But I
room
believe the
too.
winds are coming
I
out
mean,
of the
so would every dog
north-northwest.
at the animal shelter,
That
okay?
means that
I
the
give the
fire
best
would likely
fucking
not be burning
shovels.
farther, but again, it's hard to say right now. We're kind of limited in our ability to see and our ability to
You driving
get
or flying? I
information
was gonna
here,
drive, women.
Chase Kane,
So
really
luckily I don't
appreciate
have a
you
flight booked
out there watching
that I
this
have to
for
worry
us. Let's
about.
bring
I
in
was kind of just
NBC's
gonna
medical
feel it
fellow,
out.
Dr. Akshay Sayal. We just checked with him. I believe you're on the roof of, I think, your home in Santa Monica, and you're able to see what's going on behind you.
Nice.
What does it look
That's
like
good,
at this
Sabrias.
hour?
Hey, guys, so you can see the flames right there. That is the Palisades. So for those who aren't familiar with LA, Santa Monica is just south of the Pacific Palisades, and you can see the fires burning just over my shoulder there. And Gotti, really what I've been watching, I've been home today, sort of keeping an eye on this. And what we've seen is that this whole, you can't see much of it now because it's dark, but this entire area was just shrouded in smoke. You couldn't even see the sunset. It was just completely shrouded here. And what we're really worried about, Gotti, is, I practice at UCLA Health. We are worried about people with lung disease, people with asthma, chronic lung disease like COPD, people with heart disease. Some of those fine particles from the smoke getting into their lungs and getting into their bodies and causing damage. So if I may, Gotti, just take a moment here to encourage all people to put on one of these, a KN95. I'll be wearing one as soon as I get off of here tonight. It can really help stop some of those small particles from getting inside your respiratory system. Gotti.
Wow. And the last time we checked in with you, I believe there was some sort of alert coming in on your phone for the residents of Santa Monica, or at least where you live. What was that about?
That was Topanga Canyon, just a little bit north to where Chase was, who just did the wonderful live shot there. That's a little bit closer to where he is. The city of Santa Monica still saying that there's no immediate threat to Santa Monica at this time. But of course, I am packed and ready to go at a moment's notice.
Good to hear. And you can always stay over here on this side of town. Dr. Akshay Sayal, thank you so much and stay safe tonight.
Thank you.
And Liz Kreutz joins us now from PCH, Pacific Coast Highway down there. Liz, I mean, what's the situation? I believe that you're at a command post, right? Is that where the fire department is staging some of the incident?
Yeah, hey, Gotti, I'm going to take my mask off for a moment. It's just so windy. There's so much debris that's being thrown around. That's why we have our PPE on, of course, and just the conditions here extraordinarily smoky. We are at what appears to be now the major staging area for all of the first responders here. We are seeing just a massive flow of first responders coming here, firefighters, police officers arriving from LA. As you mentioned earlier, there's a tactical alert here, so we're getting resources from across the county and then also across the region here because we are under a state of emergency now here in the state. Before, when we talked to you, we saw that big glow in the background. We're not seeing that anymore, so the hope is that maybe firefighters are able to get that under control at the moment. But there's so much concern as these winds continue to pick up. And earlier, we were about a mile north, like we told you, and we just saw how quickly this fire moves. We thought we were in a safe space. The winds blew an ember. It sparked a palm tree to go up in flames. And immediately we were told to get out. And we recorded this video as we got out of that area driving south on the Pacific Coast Highway. The ocean right there to our right. This is the beautiful Will Rogers Beach State Park right now that's been turned into a staging area for all of those that are trying to battle these flames right now. And earlier, Gotti, like we told you, we got stuck like all those people in that bumper-to-bumper gridlock traffic. And it was really scary for us and for all those folks that were trying to get out at a moment's notice.
Yeah, I mean, I saw those palm trees on fire. I think that's Will Wright. That's where I learned how to surf, and it's just so weird to know, like, your surfing spot is on fire. That is just a crazy sign of the times there. Liz, in the area that you're in right now, does it seem like most people have heeded the evacuation warnings?
Yeah, when we first got to this area, we spent hours in gridlock traffic we were in that area where the cars had to be bulldozed down to be able to make a path. That's actually how we were then able to get out, was because that path was created. And then we got to PCH, the Pacific Coast Highway, and there was, again, bumper-to-bumper traffic as people went south towards Santa Monica. But now it's let up, and well, actually, I'm seeing some traffic right now, but for the most part, it's let up. I think people evacuated, they heeded the warnings, and they've gotten out. I think that's the #1 thing that officials are saying is if you are told to evacuate, get out. And thankfully, we seem to see people doing that, although you just saw this, oh, it's windy here, that gentleman biking by with his phone. There's always those folks that like to come out and get views on social media that are driving out, trying to get content online to show what's going on.
Yeah, the worst possible way to chase clout there. And in terms of the firefighters, that we heard Chase say that at least one of them was hurt. Do we have any update on how firefighters are doing, or is that the only injury that's been reported so far?
Right now, that's the only injury we've heard of. We know, I mean, it's remarkable, Gotti, when officials said that there's been no reported injuries of residents at this moment because of the fact of how fast this fire came, how quickly folks had to get out. Obviously, we'll see how this develops, especially throughout the night as people are able to get into some more of the impacted areas. Oh, right now, we're getting a warning going off. Let me see what it says. It's away, but basically we're getting an evacuation warning that's been going off all day, is telling us about this windstorm, to be prepared, to have a go bag, because the winds are just going to pick up. The worst winds expected starting at 10 p.m. tonight. It's 6 o'clock. It already feels bad, so it's pretty crazy to think it's just going to get worse, Scotty.
Yeah, just going to get worse. The wind's picking up out here, too. And just a reminder that all across Los Angeles, this is something that can happen at a moment's notice, in the hills, in somebody's backyard. We've seen it in neighborhoods. We've seen it in dense vegetation, light vegetation. So if you do live in Los Angeles, live around here, you want to have that go bag ready. You don't just, this isn't just for the people that live in the Palisades. It's really for anyone anywhere here in Los Angeles. That's going to do it for us tonight. I'm Gotti Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned. We'll see you here tomorrow with much more coverage. But until that coverage, this breaking news stories continues on NBC News Now.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
This is the view from an airplane from KTLA photographer Paul Sanchez as he's giving us an aerial perspective to the devastation in the Palisades. Sky 5 unable to fly.
Look it up on Google Maps. There are several other businesses operating kind of within this facility. The entire thing gone, so everything for everyone's livelihood that has been destroyed here. This is going to be burned to the ground. Absolutely nothing will be left because of this intense fire. And again, there are no crews here, and to no fault of their own, but there's just no way to save this building at this point. I'm sure they were here earlier and just couldn't do it. We saw crews down another side street that they were protecting homes and trying to save a whole row of homes, again, with the embers blowing to the south. In that direction, they were working on saving those, but this business absolutely gone. It's just such an eerie sight, and you can see, oh, there we go. Can you see that, Duncan, across the way, this building? All of a sudden, we see flames just shooting through, kind of by the chimney area. You can see the flames. That building is about to erupt in a tremendous amount of fire and flame. Just heard a couple of pops coming from that building. So again, all of these, the buildings, the homes, everything inside of these structures are it's a highly flammable material. All of that insulation, all of the ceiling panels, all of the carpet that's often inside, the furniture, all of that stuff is so flammable. And firefighters often tell me, say that it can just go up in a matter of seconds. One little spark, and then everything inside is engulfed in the flames, and that's exactly what we're seeing. And now we can really see the flames starting to build in the other building next door. So this section completely gone. This building business has been destroyed. And again, once those flames really destroy that two-story, looks like a two-story business next door. Once that happens, then you have a whole nother factor of the embers. And when those huge flames are coming up out of these businesses, it's just showering the area and the air with those hot embers that are then taking the fire, carrying it possibly to another location, as you've seen. So all along Washington, we're here.
Damn, bro. There's a fire on both sides of Hollywood. I don't know if I'm going, dogs. I don't know if I'm going on the fucking trip.
This stretch of Washington here has a lot of medical.
Dog, I don't speak Spanish. I'm sorry, Sender. No habla español. Not fluently, at least.
That's what's on fire now that we can see down.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's what I think that's where they're at. Yeah, they're at Altadena, which is on the other side of Hollywood. Oh no, yeah, dude, this is crazy.
Center, but this Ultimate completely gone. We see firefighters driving by just to keep an eye on it, but as I said, nothing they can do at this point. We are just seeing this scene on repeat all across the area. It is absolutely heartbreaking. I mean, we just keep saying.
Is this just the same footage from earlier? Yeah, I don't want to watch earlier's footage. I'm trying to see like a live stream of those. They used a bulldozer to move the cars blocking the road. Damn, dude. I guess they were abandoned. But like, yeah, dog, fuck. So terrifying. Is this back up?
Of these structures are high, it's a highly flammable material.
No, it's just a repeat. That sucks. That sucks. This print?
This home
Jesus.
like it's being considered a loss.
There are so many homes that are in danger.
If there is anyone still in the evacuation zone, immediately leave. We cannot, redirecting resources to try to rescue people out who should have already left takes away from our firefighters out there defending homes and saving lives. So please leave now, as well as anyone. This is burning in a generally western direction. However, the fire creates added winds, and then those embers can travel, which is why our evacuation zone, is going in all directions. So anyone bordering the current evacuation zone needs to stay aware. They need to stay informed. They can follow our updates, lafd.org/alerts. They can get them to their phones or to their email. They need listen to and watch the local news. They need to have a go bag ready, the car facing out in the driveway, have a plan in place. And if they do get the order, then evacuate early and quick.
There are some people that may have stayed behind who just look at this and now are scared to leave, or maybe they don't know where to go, or it's, all the flames are around them, or the fire trucks are nearby. It's not easy to get in and out of these regions. What do you say to those people, where to go?
Hey, thanks, GG77. I appreciate you.
Well, there are law enforcement and
Enjoy.
spread throughout the entire area.
I don't really advertise it here, but it exists, so I appreciate you.
Ask for assistance and direct them out. This is why we ask people not to stay behind. We know that there's the desire to do so. However, these winds are unprecedented in our recent, we haven't had winds like this in a very long time. And it's very dangerous, and it's not worth trying to protect a building when we want to protect your life.
Earlier, there was the call that was put out by your agency, LAFD, asking any off-duty member to call because you need all basically hands on deck. How are your resources tonight?
Yes, and I also do just want to clarify for anyone watching, there was a misunderstanding that kind of went out across different channels that this is a recall protocol for LAFD members only. We're not asking for volunteers or any other firefighters. So we have a recall process that we execute when needed, and those that are off duty call in, and we can then schedule out any additional resources. So that process is underway by our Department Operations Center, and we have the resources to manage that.
And talk also about the concern, because this is the fire that's burning now, but the winds are supposed to be worse, as you mentioned, and there's not an insignificant chance that there could be another fire that breaks out overnight.
It's entirely possible. We can't.
So what started the second fire? It couldn't have been the first fire that started the second fire. They're like really far apart.
The state
Was it
agency,
also a
CAL
brush
FIRE,
fire?
The incident management team is going to be taking over the
Like,
incident in the morning.
because wasn't I seeing that one of them was like a house exploding or
agency
something?
that coordinates resources from across the state to respond. So I don't have details on what the plan is right now, but they can call in resources from outside the region.
Any other parting thoughts before we let you go? No doubt you're busy.
Yeah, really, we just want to emphasize, our program.
Dangerously high winds.
Everyone needs to be ready. They need to have their bag prepared, have a communication plan in place, any important medications, stuff for your pets, have that already, because if you are in the expand, as it were to expand, especially towards the west and south, you need to already be prepared. So stay aware, and stay ready.
Margaret Stewart with LAFD, we thank you for taking the time out tonight. Thanks for all the hard work that your crews do, and you stay safe as well.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
We're going to go to Chelsea Edwards now, who is on the ground, who has been reporting for us near Pacific Coast Highway. Chelsea.
Shelters are full in LA. Yeah, I imagine it's like that already.
Not sure if Chelsea can hear us. When
What's up,
she's
Jim
ready,
Bob?
we will go back to her.
Thoughts on soup? I love soup.
In the meantime, we look at this live
What's your
picture
guys' favorite kind of
from our
soup?
Santa Monica cam as this fire
You guys like
continues
soup?
to get worse, and we really see those winds are whipping up. And let's go to Chelsea now. Chelsea.
If you can hear us, we are now driving north on PCH. Wow, that is a fireball on the right-hand side. So the fire is now on both sides of PCH. Oh, there's another home up in flames on the right-hand side. So it's on both sides, right near the intersection.
Oh,
at
veggie
Sunset
soup. Veggie soup
Boulevard.
is good.
We've kind of been in one
I like
place for a
Italian
lot of
wedding
this
soup.
evening and a lot of this
It's like one of my
afternoon.
favorite soups. Also a good tomato with a grilled cheese. Fuck, I love soup. Fuck, bro, this is crazy.
So that's where we're headed toward the Topanga area.
I'm like, shit, should I book my Airbnb if I'm gonna go because they're gonna fill up because people losing their homes? And then I'm like, no, I shouldn't go then. It's like, if they need the fucking Airbnb, they should fucking take the Airbnb, like, what the fuck? But I wouldn't even, like, right now, hopefully it fucking stops, but, like, right now I wouldn't even want to be in Hollywood because it's, like, sandwiched in between the two fires.
Got the gear on the top, and they're very tall, and I can feel it just grabbing it and kind of tossing it around as we're driving up PCH. So the visibility extremely low. We can only see about 20 feet in front of us, I would say, as we're, I don't know about this, Elliot. Very low visibility and a lot of particles in the air. And again, just this glow from all up the hillside.
Why is that place on fire? Supposedly a brush fire. I heard maybe a house exploding. I feel like right now at this point, it's hard to track down because it's just chaos right now. But that's what I've heard.
Is in that area, but again, we're hearing these reports. There are
Drags out. It's the LA fire. Yeah, dude, that's so scary because there's so many fucking people in LA.
Right now, we're hoping to be able to give you a live picture. Our camera has been up.
Yeah, they were like bulldozing the cars off the streets, Jim Bob. It was crazy.
Elliot, what is this? Is this the feed bar?
Like to move them out of the way for emergency vehicles and shit. Because everyone just left their cars. They had to leave their cars because they're gonna fucking,
iconic feed bar,
Jesus.
Near Topanga Canyon. Yeah, that's gone.
Like people like carrying their dogs on foot.
Topanga Canyon, wow, that whole thing is just flattened, which means that we're coming up toward the Reel Inn and Cholada Tie. Now, on the left-hand side, it's just spot fires. This fire jumped the PCH and burned everything that's on this side. I'm not seeing any homes on the left-hand side, which is the PCH side yet. But wow, the destruction here. You know what? This is the Reel Inn right here. It's gone. The Reel Inn is gone. No. There's nothing there. Cholada Tie, gone.
Yeah, wow. I saw those images actually a little earlier tonight. In fact, those are
okay, so here's the fire.
The Reel Inn, Cholada.
Here's one fire.
All of that.
And then over here is the other fire.
At least 3
and
hours ago.
yeah, like if I were to be I would be right between the two fires. That's where I'm headed. I just have to kind of wait and see. And yeah, like if the Airbnbs or hotels get booked up, because people have to fucking leave, then yeah, like I don't know if now is a good time. We'll see. What the
All
fuck,
right,
then?
we're coming up now to some fire activity. Oh, look, no, it is on this side. It is on the left side now. So we've got several fire engines here. This is a first, actually, for tonight. Oh, yes, homes on the PCH side now are on fire. This is something we've not seen in a long time.
Meaning on the side of PCH closer to the ocean?
Yes, to the ocean. So the ocean side of PCH, there's one actively on fire right now. I can see what's left of another one that's just to our left. We have a huge firefighting presence here, and again, we have not seen that, at least for property protection, since we started, at 2 o'clock this afternoon or 1:30 this afternoon. This is the first time we've actually seen a firefight where they're trying to protect these properties, these homes on the left hand, on the ocean side of PCH. So they've got an active firefight up ahead. Oh, there's more homes up there. This is quite a few homes now that are impacted on the PCH side. Wow. We're going to get a little bit closer. We're going to see how far they'll let us in with our news van without, impeding the firefighting efforts, and see if we can get our live picture back up to get these batteries working again to show you what we're seeing, because this is pretty remarkable. This is something else.
Yeah, and I wonder also if your phone is working, if maybe Zoom is potentially an option too, to get some images out of there if need be. But Chelsea, thanks for all your
Is this where they're talking about that the fire is spreading to?
really
PCH Treatment Center?
Hear about so many iconic spots along the coast.
Because they were saying it was coming towards Santa Monica, and here's it on the map.
All the people that are
and she said PCH. I looked up PCH and it shows me PCH Treatment Center.
We're going to be talking about this and dealing with this for many years to come. Chelsea, stay safe. We'll get back with you soon.
Thanks, guys.
All right, our coverage continues here on Fox 11. The Palisades fire, of course, in the Palisades, and then the Eaton fire, that's the other fire that we're looking at tonight, that is in Altadena. Both are proving to be especially difficult firefights because of those destructive winds, which we knew were coming. We got wind of this, no pun intended, last week when Adam Kruger was forecasting that. In fact, Adam, why don't you join the coverage now and give us an update on, as we're past 10 o'clock and those wind speeds are expected to pick up.
Yeah, it's just, it's a little overwhelming, everything that's going on. I mean, you see just bad news after bad news. It's the unfortunate scenario we have. And yes, the winds have picked up in the last hour or so. You might remember going into this with the high wind warnings. The National Weather Service was saying at worst there may be some isolated spots where gusts are as high as 80 to 100 miles per hour. That didn't quite pan out earlier in the day today, but we knew the strongest winds were coming, and now I see verification, at least on some of the higher elevation weather sensors. For example, there's one that's about halfway between Malibu and the Pacific Palisades. Measured a 98 mile per hour gust about an hour ago, and we're seeing some gusts get over 90 miles per hour in the San Gabriel Mountains, a little bit north of Pasadena, where we have that other fire going on, the Eaton fire as well. So it's coming to fruition right now. The strongest winds are happening right now. They are peaking. They're expected to stay about this strong all through the night and up through about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Then the speeds at least start slowly but surely backing down a little bit.
Jim.
And in some cases, helpless older folks, who need to be guided out of there. And the thought of people.
You think your friend is in the hospital? No, I'm so sorry. Why are they in the hospital?
Now, man, every time we go to this shot from our Mount Wilson camera, it just gets bigger and bigger and more smoke, and frankly closer to the Mount Wilson camera. But that thing has exploded. I mean, they said it was 400 acres. It's clearly a lot more than that. As we look at those conditions there.
Fine. No, sorry.
This one here, without question, this one erupted at 6:30, so we're more than 4 hours into the Eaton fire. This was called in as a 10-acre fire, and we know how that turns out, unfortunately, with the winds today. So this is our Mount Wilson cam, which we also know, we have a lot of staff that works there at Mount Wilson to transmit to you, and those workers were said to be evacuated earlier tonight just as a precaution. Thank goodness. You can never be too safe. Again, number one, protection is of our lives, and then property is secondary, as we've repeated over and over tonight.
Yeah, and there's a lot of cell phone transmitting that have literally caught on fire in certain areas as well. But obviously not having power makes it even more complicated, makes it more complicated to communicate with people as well. It's important also, we have all these evacuation orders. We're going to have more evacuation orders issued in places like Sylmar. There could be even more depending on what breaks overnight. Governor Newsom, who happened to be in town today, was out in Pacific Palisades, and he had this to say about that process.
By no stretch of the imagination are we out of the woods. You heard a chief say 10 p.m. tonight till 5 a.m. tomorrow will be peak winds. And having just quite literally an hour or so ago gone up the canyon and saw firsthand the impact of these swirling winds and the embers and the number of structures that are destroyed, not a few, many structures already destroyed, and the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning, we're just coming down the canyon, is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders.
Yeah, and that brings us to a live picture from Santa Monica here looking out. We heard a lot of people say in the Palisades fire, we're going to seek shelter at a friend's home in nearby Santa Monica. We know some areas of Santa Monica are under evacuation orders and warnings. We know people who are in Brentwood. We know people, in fact, we're going to stay at a hotel. I'm just getting word from people in Altadena for the Eaton fire that all of those hotels, according to what I'm being told, have pretty much been booked up tonight. Yeah. Which doesn't surprise me.
Makes sense.
So they're trying to find other places to stay at a friend's house whose homes aren't in the line of fire. But it's one of those situations that it's an all hands on deck. Sorry to hear about all of the tied up hotels, and I hope that people can find their way out. And of course, there's those evacuation centers that have been put in place, and one of those is the Pasadena Convention Center as well.
Yeah, and the American Red Cross is really good about setting those up, although we understand that that's not necessarily ideal for people, the idea of sleeping in a big area with cots and all the rest of it, but you do what you got to do, and folks from the American Red Cross do such important work.
So we are approaching midnight, and our coverage will continue. I think I am going to step out of the coverage, though, tonight, and Alex is going to continue on into the early morning hours of Wednesday. I've been here, well, it doesn't matter how long I've been here, but the point is, Alex, I thank you for the coverage tonight. Hope it made a difference, and of course, I'll be back tomorrow, and we'll do it again, and I hope that there is some relief that we can report tomorrow.
Let's hope so, and let's hope when we get a better picture of things in the morning that it's not as bad as we're fearing, but I don't know. It's not looking so good right now. Marla.
Alright, we're gonna switch to some iDubbbz for a minute, because I wanted to watch this video. And they're on pause.
Angry, so miserable, so medicated.
My body, my choice.
We've never ever seen a generation or a group of people so angry, so miserable, so medicated.
My body, my choice.
The feel when we control your bodies.
The messaging from the left is still so anti-male.
We will keep you down forever.
The women with the least likelihood of getting pregnant are the ones most worried about having abortions.
If you are an American
Shut up,
woman,
you fucking
have
pedophile.
every right to choose in the world.
I mean, I hate to break it to you ladies,
hebephile.
but you might not have had a choice in the matter.
Nobody wants to impregnate you if you look like a thong.
I think it would be awesome for the looming fertility crisis if everyone here had 7 children. People say no less than 7. I think 7's a good start. I think 7's good. Or whatever number, 4, 5, 6.
Ever use these on your butthole? It doesn't work out well. Hello everyone, welcome
Sweet
back
dreams,
to another
Nez.
episode of
Thanks for hanging out.
iDubbbz Complains. Today, I'm going to be complaining about a little bit of
Thanks,
a heavier
iDubbbz.
topic than portion sizes at Cold Stone. This is a video about abortion. It's a very big topic, a very serious topic, I know. I'm going to treat it with all the respect that it deserves, all the sanctity that it deserves. Back in November, there was a trend amongst Twitter incels to tweet out some version of your body, my choice. And for all of the self-hating women, it was my body, his choice. Of course, a lot of these accounts either went private or are suspended, which is quite the accomplishment to do on Elon Musk's Twitter.
Trying to speak to wide range of audiences here.
But for a lot of these accounts that remain active, with a couple
CEO
of clicks
friendly
under their
space.
profile, it's pretty fucking obvious why they're tweeting out the things that they're tweeting out. They're just hateful people. We got a woman wearing a Confederate flag saying, my body, his choice. Now, how would this get worse? Oh, Nazi shit. My body, his choice, Nazi shit. And also selling courses on how to be more feminine. My body, his choice, Nazi shit. Your body, my choice, and Hitler! Okay, I think that'll do for sample size. I just wanted to show you guys that if you did decide to look at any of these people's accounts, you're not gonna find an educated person, you're not gonna find a kind person, you're just gonna find a nasty piece of shit. Now let's talk about a woman's value. What is a woman's value? I guess you can narrow it down to reproductive organs. Like, okay, her value is giving birth.
That is what the secularist left would like, apparently, is you take away the thing that makes women most women, i.e. getting married and having children. You take those things away from them, and then that will make them the happiest they have ever been. There's only one problem. There is no data to support that anywhere on Earth.
To take the part of you that is the most unique to your sex and then discard that or treat that as though that is a downside to who you are, it's antithetical to what womanhood is. It's very puzzling.
It's not even remotely puzzling. Let's just stop for a moment and think about why this is so fucking stupid. Why would you discard what makes you so incredible as a male? Your ability to bust. Your ability to bust is just so fantastic.
The Rust Belt or bust. Bust through their front door, bust you in the mouth. When she loved the bus. Remember that time when Kamala Harris loved the bus? They presented her with the bus from The Fugitive.
I mean, you create the seed of life, Ben. Why would you discard that like it's a downside? It's not a downside. You should be busting left and right, Benjamin. Benjamin Shapiro, you are the bust king. Women do not want to be known as, I was gonna say the bust queens. I think a lot of women would prefer not to be known as baby maker, and she kind of does art on the side. Baby maker, and she does baking. She makes a pretty good souffle. She's a baby maker, and she sells some clothes on Depop. They're not going to forget that this is what they do. They have reminders every month of what they are and what they can do with their body. They don't need that to be their title. Just like you and I don't need Buster Extraordinaire as our titles.
Women find fulfillment in being married and having children. I can testify to this in my own life. My wife, of course, very famously a doctor, went to UCLA Medical School, brilliant woman. Also, the place where she easily finds the most fulfillment, and she'll tell you this, bar none, without a doubt, being a mom, being a wife. Those are the places where she finds the most fulfillment.
That's awesome.
That's
I
her.
would love
Good for
a lot of
her.
women to have the choice that your wife had.
Good for
and be
her.
able to postpone their pregnancy.
That's
until a
her
later date
thing.
when they finish
Not
college,
everyone
maybe
wants
have
to be a
stable
mom.
job and maybe aren't with like an
That's
abusive
okay.
partner. You know, that would be.
I want to be a
ideal.
mom.
My wife's
But
a doctor.
like,
She
I'd be a
currently is
mom
not
more
practicing
if the
because she's still
economy
taking
was.
care of the new baby. And her
Mhm.
3 other children. And I will venture to say that she works harder taking care of our kids and doing work in the community than she did as a doctor sometimes. Because it turns out that career
Good for
women,
her.
well, my wife, a doctor, the thing she's most proud of is being a mom. I mean, like, this is very obvious stuff.
That's
Ben Shapiro will
beautiful.
constantly use his wife as an example of what is fulfilling
Her
to a
body, her
woman,
choice.
specifically a mother and a wife. But he does this after his wife has graduated, worked as a doctor, and now has kids. And I think the reason that your wife finds fulfillment out of being a mother is because she has something to compare it to, which is a career. And you can't play this game where you're like, my wife ended up finding more fulfillment, therefore women are going to find more fulfillment out of being a mother. Let them decide that on their own. Now, Ben and his cohorts obviously think that men and women have particular roles when it comes to being a parent.
Mothers are there to nurture, males are there to protect. I'm talking about traditional roles.
Oh no, I'm protective as fuck, bro.
Or father and protector for a man. The great
I
joy
nurture
of life
and I
in being a
protect.
wife and being a mom. The great joy in life of being a father and a husband and a protector and a provider.
The women will create more life, something men cannot do, and the men will protect them.
And especially as the head of the household, the male, you must constantly be looking at the threats, right? You must constantly be looking at the attack vectors.
Attack vectors? Are you a fucking fighter pilot? What are you protecting your kids from? Just come out and say it. You're protecting your kids from drag shows. We're in the 21st century. You need to wipe your kids' ass. You need to teach them good values. And you need to play ball with them. Like, what is this protector shit? You ain't protecting anything.
There are three types of people in this world. There are predators, there are infants, and the protectors of infants. You fall into one of those three categories.
Oh shit, I didn't know those were the rules that we were playing this game with. Damn it. Okay, I'm not an infant. I don't think I've ever protected an infant. Oh no. No. Boy, back up. I don't like these rules. I'm not an infant. I'm not a protector of an infant. Okay, how about this? There's three types of people in this world. Pedophiles, protectors of pedophiles, and people named iDubbbz. Yeah, that's what I thought. I really hate this idea of getting so, laser focused on these particular roles. That's the beauty in being a human being. We can both do these roles. Like, what the fuck is a single mother, if not a provider, if not a protector, if not a nurturer? She does all of the things that the man does. So why are we giving this title to men? Men and women are protectors, they're nurturers. They do all the things. By the way, the reason I'm saying this is just to suggest what they're saying is horseshit. If you have found in your personal life that your husband going off to work is a better setup and it's just a lot easier for you, or your wife staying at home taking care of the kids is better, that's awesome. More power to you. That's great. But we shouldn't pretend that our lives are other people's lives. When left-wing women were protesting their rights being infringed, Ben Shapiro and Matt Gaetz both decided it was a good idea to mock them for being ugly or unfuckable.
So apparently, there are a bunch of left-wing women who are now declaring a sex strike. I mean, I hate to break it to you, ladies, but you might not have had a choice in the matter, depending on exactly who you are anyway.
The women with the least likelihood of getting pregnant are
I'll
the
go
ones
fuck
most
myself.
worried about having abortions. Nobody wants to impregnate you if you look like a thumb.
I feel like this is important to highlight because I feel like it's very telling that there isn't much ammo left in the chamber when it comes to women's reproductive rights. When Ben Shapiro is resorting to mocking women and saying that they're ugly,
I'm not fuckable on the stream, guys. I am
they're ugly. He just
Snoop Dogg,
implied that
okay?
they were ugly. He was basically calling them ugly in lawyer speak.
You might not have had a choice in the matter, depending on exactly who you are anyway.
Something I've noticed with a lot of these right-wing men is I think they're watching that pickup artist guy from, what was he from, like MTV or something? The guy with the big fuzzy hat?
Are you ready to know the 5 attraction switches that exist in every woman ubiquitously?
Because they're taking this approach of telling women what they want and telling women what they need and what would make them happy and what makes them unhappy.
Having 3 kids is a really big deal and will make you happier. And a lot of women want to be stay-at-home moms.
Most women want to make babies. Most women want to have babies.
Most women are happier at home. They are pretending that they like working.
But you're talking to the women. They know. The women are going to tell you what makes you happy and what makes you fulfilled. Why are you doing it to them?
Like a perfect example is like the pickup artists. What they say is that really with women, it's the same bag of tricks. You know, they're not fully rational. I don't believe that like men, they possess a sort of full rationality.
Our attraction circuit looks at a woman's replication value more than her survival value. And it is all because of one device that is hooked up to her brain that she has hardwired into her chassis that we do not possess. a uterus. This uterus is going to change her behaviors.
Most women want to make babies.
Most women are happier at home.
Most women want to have babies.
Most women like making homes and like raising children.
But most women are not funny. You know what it is? Most women are not willing to embarrass themselves.
They're not doing the one thing that they want to do.
They're not willing to embarrass
The
them.
vast majority of women are happier having kids.
If it's so fucking obvious
You are,
that
clearly.
this is what women want, you shouldn't have to be chirping like
My
you are.
God, it is not.
It should just be automatic. You should have some faith that these women aren't children, and that even if they're led astray and they get a career as a lawyer, after doing that for a few years, 10 years, they'll be like, okay, I'm ready for something different. The fact that they continue to spew this rhetoric is so fucking insane to me, because so many of these men are married to career women. Women who got a job as a doctor. Women who went through college and ended up having a career and did their career for a while and then had children.
We should say focus on family formation in your early 20s, then go to college in your late 30s. And then in their early 30s, they get really upset because they say, you know, the boys don't want to date me anymore because they're not at their prime. And people get mad when I say that. Well, it's just true. If you're in your early 30s, I'm sorry, it's like you're not as attractive in the dating pool as you were in the early 20s. But again, you have your corporate job and cats, so I thought
Maybe that's because like a lot of unattractive men want kids, and that's weird. I don't know, bro. Like they want younger women no matter how old they get, which is weird. Weird. It's weird. Okay, I guess.
To the fact that Charlie Kirk thinks his wife is hotter in her 20s than she is now. What I take issue with is the fact that he's telling
Yeah,
so
that's a
many
rough
young
one.
people that
You're
they
gonna have to
should
you're gonna have to
get
face
married
your
and
wife
have
when she's
kids in
30
their
someday. And
20s
listen, I don't know,
and
you
postpone
fucking
their
change her out
careers
for a
till
new
their
one like
30s and
celebrities
40s. But that
seem
is
to
not what
do
he did,
often.
and that's not what many of his colleagues did. If that's not what you did, you need to pair your rhetoric with I fucked up. He should be telling all these women on this podcast, I fucked up. Me and all my conservative colleagues
Why is that
spent
weird?
our early 20s.
Why is it weird that when a man gets older, he keeps wanting younger and younger women as he gets older? It's just weird. I don't know, man. Would it be weird if a girl did that? Would it be weird if a woman just like, I don't know, was dating a guy her age, 10 years pass, and then she dates another guy who's like 18, and then she just keeps dating 18-year-olds, even though she's like 50, and she just like leaves the men when they're too old for her and dried up or whatever. Is that weird to you? I think that's weird. Women do that, they date younger men too. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with dating women or men who are younger than you. I am saying men who parrot the philosophy that women are going to dry up and be undesirable in their 30s because men only desire young women is weird. It's weird. It's so fucking weird.
Grinding.
That's so weird, bro.
All this talk about how you're going to be fulfilled having a career as a high-powered lawyer at 50 with no kids is nonsense.
A lot of them take on jobs that, they know is not going to result in some budding career. Like it's usually in fashion or textiles or something like that.
That if they put their entire life's meaning into their credential, into where they went to school, into what kind of job they have, if you put all of your life's meaning into that, you're going to be a sad, lonely, pathetic person, and you're going to know it internally, so you're going to project it onto people who have actually built something more meaningful with their lives.
It is crazy the amount of strays that are coming out of these people's mouths. All of their rhetoric can apply to Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, Laura Ingraham, all of these like right-wing women who decided to focus in their 20s on grinding. Like many men are able to do, they decided to forego having kids and wait until they were in their 30s, or I think in some cases their 40s, to have kids. You're not going to hear Ben Shapiro lampooning Candace Owens for waiting until she was 30 to have kids. There's a clip of this young conservative woman who's trying to like reach Charlie Kirk and basically say like, what about like women having careers? And he just like completely like shuts her down.
Many women, a majority, like 90+% deep down, have this urge to reproduce and to raise children, and we are telling them to forsake that and go become a CEO of a shoe company.
A better way to propose feminism in the public media would be not to eliminate having children and tell women that they shouldn't have children, but to figure out your career first before you decide to like settle down, because you can't really undo that once you have kids.
So I think it's the exact opposite. I think you should have kids first, then do your career. Because which one has a timetable on it?
In this
True,
economy.
but, like once you have
In
kids,
this
you're
economy.
committed to that, and you can't
Bruh.
really have as much of a career. So you should kind of define.
So you
your,
like you're like
I guess
pro
I'm trying to-
Kids are way
welfare
more
then.
important
That means
than
right?
being, you know,
Right?
a data scientist at Dropbox.
But
This clip pisses me off so much because he's being very disingenuous. He's trying to, like, in this moment, elevate the role of a mother as being the most important thing ever. And you would be stupid to have your sights set on any of these other career options. A data scientist, well, you'd be a fucking moron to want to be a data scientist at Dropbox.
Kids are way more important than being a data scientist at Dropbox.
What happens when you speak to men? You want to spend your life going to different college campuses because you think the textbooks are too woke?
Or you could be a fucking
Thing
neuroscientist
ever.
or a
Pro-life
brain
people will
surgeon, like
often
a
boil down the
fucking
reasons women
radiologist,
have abortions into
like
three-ish categories.
a coder. Like you could be
to
anything.
protect the life
Why
of
is
the
he gotta be
mother,
like a
two,
data
rape or
scientist at
incest,
Dropbox? Like
and
that's the only
three,
job description you could possibly
And now
have.
they want to be able to use scientific medical technology out of convenience. Vast majority of them are abortions at convenience and choice. So most are abortions out of convenience.
Critical if you were put in this
25% of
situation.
all abortions in this country are done out of economic convenience. Do you think that's okay? We're going to keep on allowing abortion out of narcissism,
Economic
convenience, and not taking
convenience.
responsibility.
Now, obviously, convenience can include
It's not no. So the economic convenience. Does that mean because it costs too much to have a baby? It costs a lot to raise a human. Yes. Yes, it does. So if you can't economically afford to raise a human, like, are you not pissed off at homeless people? Are these types of people not the people who complain that, like, there's so many homeless people and there's so many, like, unwed mothers and, like, all this shit? And no one wants a woman who has kids already type shit. So, like, what do you really want? Like, fucking weird ass shit.
This is from Oklahoma. There's only so many states in the U.S. who will actually track the reasons a woman got an abortion, and each state does it a bit differently. I found that Oklahoma is very thorough. And when you plot all of these reasons on a pie chart, it actually starts to look a little bit different than this pie chart where it's like, oh, look at all these abortions out of convenience. There are a lot of extremely valid reasons.
It's not a very convenient thing to do. It fucks up your body. It's not like a decision to be made lightly. And honestly, something that's like really cringe to me is like when people say like joke about like, oh, I had an abortion and like like I'm just racking them up, and I get that like some of it's like to piss off conservatives, but it's not something to be taken lightly. It's a really intense process. It's really painful. It's really devastating. It's like it's not like a convenient like willy-nilly like I don't know. And I feel like maybe people being hyperbolic can give people the wrong impression because it's not an easy thing to do. It's also costly. I believe it's like $700, which like if you're already like struggling, I mean $700 is cheaper than raising a child you can't afford. But yeah, like unfortunately, it seems like these conservatives who are anti-abortion actually want socialism then? Like they want welfare systems to be strengthened and they want more money for kids who have less, is what it seems like. Like if you want everyone to have their babies, like there's going to be more kids that like, I don't know, they have like complex problems because you're forcing people to like give birth to kids that they can't necessarily take care of, which is usually why someone has an abortion. I don't know, man.
Charlie Kirk's umbrella of convenience. If having a child is going to affect your mental health at all, abortion out of convenience. Abusive partner, anyone in your life who's fucking abusive and is going to be close to your child, that would be an abortion out of convenience. not having the finances, literally not being able to afford taking care of a child. These are all very valid reasons to get an abortion. He's being very manipulative by saying that women are doing this out of convenience, because you would never use that word for other difficult life choices. If you put your elderly father in a home because you have 4 kids you have to take care of and a wife that relies on you, no one's going to say that you did that out of convenience. They're going to say, oh yeah, I can understand. That's a lot of people to take care of, and one additional person, would make it a lot harder. On the topic of abortion, euphemisms are very popular on both sides.
All the euphemisms the left has to use with regard to the termination of the unborn, which itself is a euphemism with regard to the killing of the unborn, all the euphemisms, termination, abortion, Planned Parenthood, all of this stuff just demonstrates they don't want to talk about the issue, because when they talk about the issue, people immediately get uncomfortable. And they get uncomfortable because deep down in the human soul, something knows that there is something deeply wrong with a society that allows the killing of 1 million unborn children every year out of a perverse sense of authenticity and entitlement.
No, Ben, they get uncomfortable because it's fucking gross. No one wants to hear that shit. It's the same thing with circumcision. I'm sure you're familiar with circumcision. Instead of using the word circumcision, how about we say cutting a baby's dick off? Oh, we don't say that because it's fucking gross? Okay, well there you go. There's your answer.
It's a slaughter in our country. It's 1 million babies every single year. I'm going to be able to have sex how I want, and if I have to go put a dagger through, or have someone put a dagger through a child for me, then so be it.
What?
Sure.
What did you just say?
Babies every single year. I'm going to be able to have sex how I want, and if I have to go put a dagger through, or have someone put a dagger through a child for me, then so be it.
Sure.
What the fuck is Charlie Kirk saying? He's talking about using an enchanted dagger to kill a baby. I don't think babies are being aborted via daggers all that often. Most abortions right now are with the pill. It's like over 60% or something.
The baby fights, the baby struggles, the baby dodges, the baby avoids, they break the neck of the baby.
The baby ducks, the baby dives, the baby dodges. All of these women know what abortion is. They're not fucking confused by it. They know that it's killing the baby. Now, Charlie Kirk knows that him labeling women as murderers would be a very unpopular take, but a lot of women voluntarily get abortions and oftentimes are relieved when they get them. So to cope with that idea,
It's also
Charlie has
emotionally
come up with
hard too. It's yeah, there is relief, but it depends on the circumstance.
I do not believe women, largely when they get abortions, know what they're doing. They're not given ultrasounds for their baby. They're not informed of the gruesome and graphic details surrounding their procedure. Instead, the justice system should be focused on the abortionists that are actually doing that procedure.
Do you think that people who procure abortions, women specifically,
Yes.
a woman who procures an abortion should go to jail for getting one?
Absolutely, yeah. They're the moral equivalent of Auschwitz.
Really?
Yes.
Millions of women are,
No,
are
not the
basically
women.
the
I'm
same as,
assuming
like,
with this rhetoric, they're really, really pissed off about little babies getting blown up in other countries, right? If they're that pissed off about abortion, I just they're really pissed off about babies getting blown up in other countries, right? I just don't see clips of them with the outrage about the babies, the human live breathing people, not just babies, getting blown up in other countries. It freaks me out when people are so vocal about abortion, but so silent about actual humans getting blown up by weapons made in America, right? I'm sorry, I'm putting myself on a list.
No, the women are victims. They're lied to. 90% of women do not see an ultrasound before they have an abortion. They have no idea what's happening to them. They're the victims here.
You hear that? They have no idea what's happening. These women are fucking dumber than rocks. They have no idea what's happening to them unless you give them an ultrasound. Because women, they have this weird quirk where they don't understand what's happening unless it's really foggy and scratchy and black and white. That's why if you show a woman a map, it's not going to make any sense to her. But if you make it black and white and you add a Gaussian blur to it, it'll make sense to them.
The justice system should be focused on the abortionists that are actually doing that procedure.
All the guilt and all of the illegality is put onto doctors and nurses. So if you're in the voter bloc, you can feel safe knowing that Charlie Kirk doesn't think you're a murderer. He just thinks that you're stupid. Charlie Kirk is very
What's up,
inconsistent
Trevor?
with
How
his
are you doing,
policies
love?
on welfare. It feels very like a debate bro-brained. If he's arguing a pro-life position or some other social issue, he'll have no problem bringing up the fact that there's plenty of welfare available.
But we have food stamps for anyone that needs it. We also have welfare cash for anyone that wants it. We have food stamps, we have Section 8 housing.
And then he'll talk to other people and describe his true feelings, which is, I want to eliminate welfare.
I reject those parts of government.
Of course. Income tax, welfare?
Yeah, that would be a good start. Food stamps are too much. Housing, Urban Development, Department of Education. Maybe we should be less focused on government welfare and more focused on work and literacy education.
Oh god, I'd be curious to know which one of these was said at what time.
His own bizarre welfare program, which has less strings attached to it.
I believe that for every child you get, you should get cash from the federal government. Did you know that?
That's great. How much cash do you want them to have?
10,000, 12,000 a year. I think we need to increase the birth rate in our country.
With the amount of inconsistency I'm hearing from Charlie Kirk on welfare, especially as it relates to people who are struggling, I would not trust a single fucking word that this guy has to say.
Yeah, we gotta have that
Just outright
consistency.
lies to this poor college student who's questioning welfare spending as it relates to abortions.
But would you support expanding welfare to help, because abortion's often an economic
No.
issue as well? You wouldn't to prevent it?
No.
That just sounds evil to me.
Well,
That just
well
sounds
hold
like...
on. That's a good, interesting point. So we've expanded social welfare. We spent $20 trillion in the last 60 years. Has that made abortions go down?
I don't believe so.
The answer is no.
I'm
It's
thinking-
gone up. So actually, the more we've spent on social welfare, the more abortions we have. So you're coming at it from a faulty premise.
I feel like Charlie Kirk has been doing this long enough.
Are these people
to
evil or are they
know
just
that
stupid? Are they
spending has
evil
gone
or
like
stupid?
this,
Evil or stupid? I don't
And
know.
abortions have gone like this.
Fuck.
What the fuck? It is like... It's one thing if you want to argue that the abortion rate has gone down for separate reasons, but you have to make that argument. You can't just like try to dunk on a college student by lying to them. He's also obsessed with mentioning that there's a adoption
Evil,
waiting
stupid,
list of 2 million people.
paid
So
off?
there's no such thing as an unwanted human being in this country. We have twice
Agent
as
of
many
Chaos?
people on the adoption list than we have abortions in this country. There's 2 million people on the adoption waiting list right now, and there's 1 million abortions every single year. There are twice as many people on the adoption waiting list. There's 2 million families right now on the adoption waiting list, and there's 1 million abortions every single year.
This is another one of those situations where he's trying to set up a really,
Is that really the case?
straightforward equation that even the dumbest people can solve. Like, oh shit, so 1 million abortions every year, 2 million adoptive parents. That means we could stop abortions right now. That's not how that shit works. The foster care system sucks. The adoption system sucks.
There's no such thing as unwanted children in this country. So the idea of an unwanted pregnancy is statistically untrue.
There absolutely is such thing as an unwanted person. They're in the foster care system right now. There's a lot of homeless people who are unwanted, and they've been unwanted. Over half of homeless people have been in the foster care system. This like pie in the sky, like everything's fine idea of there's no such thing as an unwanted person is factually untrue, and I don't think it's helpful for the reality that we're living in. Charlie has this very dumb gotcha that he likes to play with college kids.
One of these babies was conceived in rape. One of these babies was conceived in a consensual relationship. Which one's which? There's 2 ultrasounds I have. One is a baby conceived in rape. One is a baby conceived by a loving couple. Which one is which? Somebody in this audience is conceived in rape. Who is it?
I can't point
Exactly.
that out.
Because
I mean,
babies
'cause I don't-
conceived in rape get the same human rights as babies conceived in a loving relationship.
All right, Charlie, which of these blurry blood clots is a heavy period or an abortion? Which of these blurry blood clots is an abortion and which is a miscarriage? Whichever one you say is an abortion,
Yikes.
the person whose picture that is, they're going to prison. If it isn't clear that these guys have some fucking breeding obsession at this point, let these clips be an example.
Just get married early. Like, reject the siren song of modernity and have lots of kids.
So what they found is either don't have any kids at all or have lots of kids. Have like 4 kids, right? Which is what we intend on doing. We intend on having at least 4 children. Just to tick off the feminists, I may make it 5. I would define sexual success, frankly, as being in a loving marriage where you have lots of kids.
Get married and have lots of kids. I recommend all young people to get married early and have lots of children. Do not believe the secular lie. I gotta wait. No.
Don't believe the secular lie. Unless you're me and all of my colleagues, me and all of my conservative colleagues, we all waited till we were 30 to have kids. But I think all of you in the audience, You should shit out kids when you're 16. That would be awesome. When Charlie Kirk needs to come up with practical solutions for real-world problems, he doesn't suggest new laws or policies. He instead starts thinking about the world in terms of a Sims game.
Putting fathers back in the home. We should be putting fathers back in the home. For someone to bring fathers in the home, the number one way to lower crime is to put dads back in homes.
Yeah.
Fathers in the home. I'd love to put fathers back in the home.
So
are you proposing?
Yeah, like he wants to release all of the people who have been wrongfully imprisoned by the war on drugs and taken from their homes? Yes?
Legislation to bring fathers back in the home?
But I believe most women have a biological predisposition to procreate and to nurture and to be mothers, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I'm not a very traditional person. You might say that I'm infected with the woke mind virus, and I think it's a good idea that fathers go back into the home. I don't know what the right phrasing is.
Fathers in the home.
I'll just say fathers in the home. I also believe in fathers in the home. But why would I ever say that? To get an applause?
To the cowardly men that impregnate women and disappear, shame on you, and you're a big part of this problem.
100% correct.
Anyone can point to statistics and say, it shows here that when you have this way of life, you have better outcomes, and your children have better outcomes. All right, so like, how are we going to employ that for people who don't want to live their life that way? I think a lot of these guys would do a lot better if they would just start fucking listening to the women that are around them.
Do you have any friends who've ever had an abortion?
Yes.
Okay.
And I grieve for them.
You grieve for them?
Because they were taken advantage of by people like you and the abortion industry.
Right, they were taken advantage of. That's how they feel.
That's how I feel. Many of them, by the way.
Charlie Kirk has friends who got abortions who don't feel like they were taken advantage of. He feels that way for them.
My sister, she'll say things to me like, maybe I should have delayed having kids, maybe I should have went to school, maybe I should have did this or that. And it's like, Lindsay, you've been a great mom. Your children are happy, they're healthy. People like my sister should not feel like the cultural messaging is your life is inadequate. The people who are sending that message should feel that their life is inadequate.
This is a normal complaint for every person to have. If you focus on one thing, there might be this looming regret that you have that you never did that other thing, that you never got a career, that you were never a doctor, that you never went on a backpacking trip, whatever the fucking thing is. That's a normal thing, and it's not the cultural messaging. These guys talk about how hard it is to raise kids.
You know, kids make you unhappier in some ways, but a lot happier in other ways. In fact, what polls show is that a lot of couples who don't have kids are pretty happy. Hell, I mean, I can understand why. I've had kids, I've not had kids. I understand. It would be fun to go out with my wife every night. It'd be great not to have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on children.
Raising children is hard. It is a death to yourself. It is one of the most difficult
Then
things you
why
can
not
do.
give people the freedom to make that choice?
Death to yourself, and one of the hardest
Seems
things
weird to
you'll ever
pressure
do
them to
is,
do
I
the
think,
thing
very
that you say.
truthful.
It seems like you
These are
have
statements that you're saying
some
at
reservations
31
for.
years old. How the fuck do you expect someone who's 18 to be able to handle that?
How'd they get pregnant? What do you mean? They had sex unprotected or an accident?
So they want the orgasm without the responsibility. All the loose lifestyle, but none of the responsibility.
I think these guys have a very like own up to it attitude where they have this like kind of internal feeling of like, okay, I did the dirty deed, therefore I should own up to this responsibility and spend my life raising a child. They think that they need to suffer in that way and that the child needs to suffer in that way, but that's not the case. You can recognize that it was maybe a bad thing that you did, but that's very personal and individual to everyone. And if you personally feel like there's something that you need to own up to and take responsibility for, you're well in your right to do that. While researching this video, I discovered that the topic of abortion is kind of fracturing the right wing. They have a lot of different ideas of when life starts.
Although I consider myself
Yo,
begrudgingly
what's up,
pro-choice,
Quasi?
and we can pick what that means.
I'm a pro-life absolutist and totally respect disagreements on the issue.
I lost my job at a conservative network because I said I was pro-choice.
People who call themselves pro-life are not actually as pro-life as I am. They're like, well, I'm pro-life, which means like abortion the first
I'm
time.
the most
They're not as pro-life as I am. I think the sperm is alive. Dude, you're the one who said that you would have your daughter keep her rapist baby.
Would you want her to go through that and carry her baby?
That's awfully graphic. The
People.
answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
You're a loser. It's more important that you win a debate instead of being a little bit emotionally empathetic.
I conceived, and I've told this story before, all 3 of my children via IVF, but some hardcore pro-lifers, and I understand their position, I respect their views, but I completely disagree with them, think this is a win because they don't like IVF because it creates embryos, not all of which get used.
I respect their views, but I completely disagree with them. This is why Democrats lose elections. Because, like, when Megyn Kelly disagrees vehemently with her party, she's like, but I totally respect their views. I gotta hold it down for my brothers. It's like, fuck you.
Here's what's ironic about me, Mr. Right-Winger, when it comes to abortion, and I even say this. I go, look, when I was younger, I got a few girls pregnant, and I was glad there were Planned Parenthoods, or whatever the f***.
Right now, you're watching Hit Like, they're pro-life, and they can laugh.
Man, that's a crazy admission of who's watching your program. I'll wrap this thing up by saying that these guys are well aware that they're losing the war.
It seems to me this is always going to be a loser for Republicans.
I understand it's not politically feasible. I understand people like abortion, but I'm going to keep on standing for moral truth, even if it's unpopular.
There will be some people that say, Charlie, stop talking about this issue. It's a losing issue. First of all, who cares?
And so we've lost the culture war to a certain extent on abortion. And what Donald Trump is doing right now is trying to win this election.
Based on the vibes I'm getting, it really feels like a lot of these people are not that committed to the pro-life movement. All right, everyone, that is going to do it for this video. I hope it was enjoyable for you to watch. And a big shout out and thanks to all of my patron legends and all of the channel members. All right, guys, now I'm going to demonstrate the type of punch that I would use to perform an abortion legally. You feel that?
Oh! Damn, bro, that hurt.
We are the youth of the nation. We are the youth.
We have more people that have more access to water thanks to the free market. No, there are savaged cultures out there. Absolutely. Just go to the Middle East. That's the weird. I don't know what kind of society they're talking about, but I believe most women have a biological predisposition to procreate and to nurture and to be mothers, and there's nothing wrong with that.
And there's nothing wrong if they don't want to do that. And they just want to vibe.
Your wife doesn't work.
Because we got
stays home, takes care of the kids.
We got enough humans on the planet that they, like Arab said, need care and love. And yeah, the foster care system is really fucked.
There are so many homes that are in danger.
Whoop. Did it end? Probably gonna head out soon, guys. Thanks for hanging out.
Hey guys, MB Darkman here. In 2022, former YouTuber Filthy Frank turned mega musical artist Joji released his most recent album, Smithereens. This album was released to mixed reviews.
I'm feeling a strong 4-2 a light 5.
On one hand, it featured the iconic song Glimpse of Us, by far one of Joji's most well-known songs, and arguably one of the defining songs of his career. On the other hand, this album contains almost no other songs that received mainstream play, and raised a few eyebrows in that Joji has songwriting credits on only 3 of the 9 songs on the album. Regardless about one's feeling for the album, what is apparent is that since this album, Joji has not released any further music. It's now been over 2 years since Joji has released even so much as a single, let alone an album. And look, 2 years may not seem that long to some of you. For fans of another Frank Ocean, they'd kill for an album every 2 years. But for Joji, who has released music with extreme consistency since beginning his musical career, this is by far the longest he's gone without releasing any music. But even putting music aside for a second, Joji's social media accounts have been extremely quiet this year. If you look at any of Joji's accounts, you'd be forgiven for thinking he didn't post anything at all for the whole year of 2024. However, that's not quite true. On his Instagram, he has in fact posted a total of 3 Instagram stories, all simply to promote his shows this year. And speaking of shows, Joji's touring this year has been minimal, with the amount of shows he's performed countable on one hand.
What's going on, guys? Quick question for you. New gear this year, and let's jump into it. We've gotten to know each other on this device. You want to feel old? I have no idea who messed up. Never thought it would. I set out on this. I'm very excited. This is a very important video. Let's see how.
No, why sad?
I'm about to take the biggest risk of my career, but I have to take it for my soul. If you want to get some good ideas of how not to run a YouTube business, just watch me. But don't expect that to ever change. I heavily subscribe to the business strategy of mess around, find out. This strategy is why I spent $50,000 on copyright-free music before Streambeats even made its first dollar. But it's also how I wasted hundreds of thousands trying to hire a team before I knew how to hire and run a team. And don't even ask me about Senpai Animation. So expensive. Haven't given up on it yet, though. It's gonna happen. But if we can be completely honest with each other, I feel like saying it out loud makes it even worse. It's getting stale. And it's entirely my fault. 3 years ago, I signed an exciting contract with a large company. I can't tell you who it is yet for legal reasons, but you've heard of them. You've probably used them. They painted a very beautiful and exciting picture of what partnering with them would look like, including tripling my revenue. But they lied. The moment I signed and started handing over a good percentage of my revenue was the moment they showed me exactly what they really wanted, which was free money. It was 1 month after my first daughter was born. We were in the middle of building my dream studio. I just hired a number of people, and before I knew it, my solid revenue stream had completely dried up. In 8 months, I went from complete financial freedom to waking up at 4 a.m. with panic attacks. I had to let go of almost everyone. Shutting down Senpai Animation did real damage to my soul, but I needed to focus on what I knew would work, something I knew could pay off my debts. And speaking of paying off debts, I owe a great deal of gratitude to the companies that have helped by sponsoring these videos, including this one, Owned.pro. At Owned.pro, you have access to over 10,000 design elements that you can completely customize to create your own stream style, no matter how unique you want your stream to look. You can even customize the color of their pre-made overlays to match your branding. Setup is super fast and easy, where you can create a custom stream package in seconds with alerts, widgets, and labels added automatically. Upload your own assets, access their massive widget library, create elements from scratch. Owned.pro is an easy and fast way to get started streaming. Check out the link at the description down below. Anyway, back to the main video, talking about doing what worked and paying off debts, which ultimately meant gear reviews. Lots and lots of gear reviews. And look, there's nothing wrong with gear reviews. Being your guinea pig and being able to try this stuff so you know if it's worth your dollar or not before you spend it is honorable work. But when this channel started, we were changing the game. I was creating and releasing free plugins all the time. We were sharing ideas that were brand new to the streaming space. And I'm pretty sure, but don't quote me on this, that I was the first person to plug a full frame DSLR camera into a capture card and use it as a webcam on Twitch. A lot of you were asking in chat what on earth kind of webcam I was using, and it hurt me a little bit to tell you that it was a $6,000 camera. But it's been a while since this channel has had that level of impact, and it's entirely because I took a risk during a perfect storm that didn't pan out, and it broke everything, including me. One day I was at a really low point, not just about financial stresses, but in my confidence in myself to make decisions anymore. And I called up a longtime friend of mine. He said, look, you're making big boy plays. That means your mistakes are gonna be big boy mistakes. That was around a year ago. And looking back on it now, that was probably the turning point of when I started picking myself back up. That didn't fix my situation at all, but it kind of gave me the permission to forgive myself. And now a year later, here we are, ready to take another risk, a calculated risk. A calculated risk. We've learned, we've grown, we listen and we don't judge. So here's the deal. I'm a big fan of the mantra, till done, tell none. I'm not the guy that goes and announces grandiose plans before I even get started. But I will tell you these 3 things. 1, I have 4 products for streamers in the pipeline right now. Some of them are hardware, some of them are software, all of them I'm very excited about. I miss making real things and then handing them to you guys and going, here you go, now make stuff. Go. Streaming is a little better and a little easier. That was my favorite thing. Haven't done that in way too long. We talk about being creators. I miss creating real things. Doing a lot of that this year. 2, we're making a few shifts to the production team, adding a few new faces to the lineup, allowing me to stop spending time on things like organization and setup and instead focus on ideas, on new directions, on those aforementioned products, and also on thing number 3. There will be at least 1 new channel launched this year. I wanted to say this at the very end because I only wanted the people who are the most dedicated to hearing about this to know about it. And I'll say it again, till done, tell none. I'm not going to be announcing it or sharing links until we have at least 4 or 5 videos posted on that channel. We need some momentum, we need some consistency. There's always a learning curve with new channels and we're putting a lot of effort into this one, so I'll bring you along when we're ready. 2025 is going to have to be a make or break year. I've been spinning on this hamster wheel for 3 years now, and I don't want to just get off the hamster wheel.
I'm going to break the wheel.
So if you've been subscribed to the Senpai channel for a while, thank you. I couldn't do this without you. I hope you enjoy this year of videos as much as I hope to enjoy it. And as always, happy streaming.
Okay, sleep time.
This video had to come eventually.
Sleepy people. Okay, guys, I'm gonna let me see. Is there anyone on Twitch I can read? Should really follow up my stream schedule.
Not sure how this thing pairs up or what. It's not working. I guess I have to look at the tutorial. Sorry, guys. I could hook up the other guitar and just jam out on that. But we're trying to use the new one. We just got it right now. Fuck. Oh my god, a kitty cam.
It's more like my arms and me fucking.
Okay.
The neck more than anything.
Dispatch, does anybody know if there's anyone around that can open 1041 or 1042?
Yeah. This is why I asked Annie if I could be 1041.
Okay. I found someone to read finally. Okay, we're reading single.
Behind me? No. Oh,
Good night, guys. Thank you so much for the awesome stream and the good talks. And yeah, I hope everyone is okay. Stay safe. If you're in California, keep an eye out for the fires if you need to evacuate. Yeah, be careful out there, guys. Much love. Bye.
Did you need a food from 41?
Yeah, if you're able to do that, Zach, that'd be great.
Yeah, I can wait for you.